Сайн байцгаана уу та бүхэндээ энэ өдрийн мэндийг хүргэе. Манай Social Innovation Week 2021 арга хэмжээний үндсэн арга хэмжээний хөтөлбөр маань эхлэхэд бэлэн болоод байна. Social Innovation Week 2021 арга хэмжээг KITE Монгол компани болон Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сан хамтран зохион байгуулж байгаа гэдгийг та бүхэн мэдж байгаа хаа. Ингээд манай үндсэн арга хэмжээний нээлтийг нээж үг хэлнэ хэмээн Азийн хөгжлийн банкны Монгол улс дахь суурин төлөөлөгч ноён Pavit Ramachandran таныг урьж байна.
A very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to this final day of the Social Innovation Week. I am very pleased to be here to provide some opening remarks. My name is Pavit Ramachandran. I'm the country director for the Asian Development Bank here in Mongolia. Just a few thoughts at the outset about the program itself. ADB, through our private sector operations department and our resident mission here in Mongolia, is partnering with KITE Mongolia program to find high impact technology startups and to provide the ecosystem or platform for them to access regional networks and opportunities. The aim is really to facilitate impact investment between international investors and high-tech innovative startups through this platform. A greater support for research and development and growth enterprises, we all know, is going to be essential to encourage innovative solutions and that can be widely adopted across Mongolia. The government, as we all know, has placed a premium on job creation, economic revitalization in this COVID recovery times. And part of this effort will need to really be driven through technology startups, given the impact they can have on promoting sustainable and inclusive development. We also know the pandemic, COVID-19, has redirected scarce public sector resources towards urgent response measures on health and economic support. This has also constrained climate, social investments, and green recovery investments. Again, giving a greater impetus and imperative to what we're trying to do here. As the region and Mongolia begins to rebuild and reset, technology innovations will be key to help unlock constraints to sustainable growth, ensure that distribution of benefits are done more inclusively, and making the economies more resilient. Plummeting technology costs, we also know, are allowing for the deployment in emerging markets and frontier markets like Mongolia of impact technology solutions that conserve energy, reduce waste, and deliver public services more effectively to low-income population groups. But however, for this transition to happen, we will need more risk capital and financing. The flow of early-stage commercial funding to Mongolia, and indeed across emerging Asia Pacific, remains quite limited. Just to give you a statistic, only 2% of Asia Pacific early stage deals were in clean tech and only 1% in agri-tech or agricultural technology during the 2016 to 2020 period. So I think this week and this initiative really, we hope, can give a real stimulus to additional investments around this space here in Mongolia. I realize that over the last week, you've had a rich and productive set of discussions. A number of guest speakers have participated who are very familiar with the startup ecosystem, familiar with some of the issues and challenges around the operations of startups. I know that today there are at least 3 participants from international startups from Japan, Korea, and India. And you'll also hear from our ADB Ventures team and MNRM colleagues over the course of the day. So without further ado, I'd like to just wish you all a very successful round of discussions. This will be very, I think, important for us here in ADB as we look ahead to support the private sector and startups more specifically here in Mongolia going forward as part of our upcoming country partnership strategy that will take us from 2021 to 2024. So thank you all very much. Sanbano and Baitla.
Азийн хөгжлийн банкны Монгол улс дахь суурин төлөөлөгч ноён Pavit Ramachandran танд баярлалаа. Харин одоо Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сангийн тэргүүн мөн Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалт хариуцсан ахлах мэрэгжилтэн Доминик Меллер та бүхэнд Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сангийн тухай танилцуулгыг хийх болно.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm calling from Vietnam, and I'll make a short presentation on ADB Ventures to all of you. Let me just pull up some slides first on my screen. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so ADB Ventures is the new venture arm of the Asian Development Bank that we just launched very recently. If we can just go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So the goal of ADB is that over the next decade, we want to catalyze more than $1 billion of venture capital into early stage technology companies that contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. So currently we're in phase 1. We only just launched the initiative. And while the platform will focus on broader SDG impact, our first fund focuses on climate impact and gender impact in emerging markets of the Asia Pacific. But over time, we intend to add new funds and to scale up the platform. Next slide, please. So what do we currently offer, and how do we currently help startups and early stage companies? So there are 3 main products. The first product is the ADB Ventures Equity Fund. So we just closed our fund last year in October at $60 million. And what this fund does is that it enables us to provide early stage equity capital to startups from $500,000 up to actually $4 million, but typically we would invest $500,000 to $3 million. And we look to co-invest with other commercial investors, including family offices, VCs, and angel investors. How this fund is slightly different to most VC funds is that the fund life is quite long. We can actually hold for up to 10 years. So it's more of a patient capital investment vehicle, because we understand that a lot of the solutions that have potential to contribute to the SDGs, particularly in areas like agriculture, agri-tech, clean tech, and those companies that target frontier markets, is sometimes a bit more uncertainty on when the company can reach profitability. So we've deliberately designed the fund to allow for more patient holding time. The second product is called the ADB Ventures Seed Program. So this instrument was designed to help companies, entrepreneurs that are just beginning their journey and expanding into new markets. So it can be to support local entrepreneurs, but it can also be to support international, global entrepreneurs looking to expand into frontier markets. So what we do is we can provide funding up to $200,000 to the company to test and validate their technology solution in a new market. And ADB would get a future equity investment right in the company. So should the pilot be successful, and should we like the team, we have the option to follow on and invest in the company. The last product is called ADB Ventures Labs. Labs looks to leverage ADB's extensive operational network across the region. So as you will have heard from Mongolia Country Director, Mr. Pavitt's introductory remarks, ADB works across the region with a lot of corporates, a lot of governments, a lot of banks, and these are potentially clients of technology companies, particularly B2B and B2G models, and they can help provide companies with the point to scale. So we look to leverage these relationships, and we organize matching programs where we match early stage startups with these potential end user customers. And in the last year, we've operated programs including connecting banks to fintechs, connecting energy utility buildings to clean tech solutions, and so forth. So combining these products, we believe we have a suite of products that can help these types of SDG impact models to scale. Next slide, please. So in terms of the sectors that we focus on for Fund 1, there are 4 sectors. The first is clean tech and clean energy. So there we're interested in business models that can enable the wider community, the wider population to access affordable energy. So this is the last mile energy and mobility. We're also very interested in technology solutions that can drive energy efficiency. So particularly for industries and sectors such as the mining industry, the construction sector, and other industries that are very, very energy intensive, we're interested in solutions that can reduce the carbon footprint, reduce the energy consumption. We're also interested in circular economy. Circular economy are solutions where we can recycle waste and use it for productive purposes, including plastics. The second industry sector that we focus on is agriculture, because it's a very, very important industry across the region for generating livelihood, employment, but also a very important sector for managing natural resources such as water and land. So here we're interested in technology solutions that can make farming smarter, reduce inputs. We're also interested in supply chain solutions such as application of blockchain solutions to traceability to reduce post-harvest losses. And we're also interested in alternative types of foods and inputs. For example, now in Southeast Asia and other parts of Asia, they use alternative proteins such as insects and produced edibles. I'm not sure if Mongolia is ready for that yet, but you see that there's a lot of change across the region in terms of what types of proteins people can eat. The third sector is inclusive fintech. So here we're looking at solutions that can drive financial inclusion, enable financial institutions to extend credit to population groups that are unbanked. We're also interested in insurance solutions that can insure against climate risk and any other innovative financing platforms to enable the financing of early stage renewable and clean energy projects. And then finally, our final sector interest is healthcare. So there we're interested in technology solutions that can enable communities in remote areas to access healthcare affordably. We're also interested in solutions that can help governments to better predict the spread of epidemic infectious diseases. Of course, now with COVID, this problem is even more highlighted. It was always a pain point, but now there's even more focus on it. And then finally, solutions that can help make value chains in terms of ensuring medical health care providers can strengthen their supply chain to ensure supply of medical health care is always available on the front line. So these are the sectors that we focus on initially. Next slide, please. So in terms of the geographies, ADB covers a huge area. So initially, most of the focus is on Southeast Asia and South Asia, but we do have 20% of the fund that we've earmarked for other emerging Asia, including frontier markets, which would include also Mongolia. In terms of the climate SDG, we measure our impact based on climate impact and gender impact. So climate impact is, does the technology solution reduce CO2 emissions? We also interested in measuring what we call climate resilience, which is where we look to support communities, populations, include farmers, communities living in low-lying areas vulnerable to natural disaster, and how we can help them to become stronger and better prepared for the adverse effects of climate. On gender impact, we look at the value chain. Are we creating jobs, equal opportunity for women? If it's a health tech solution or fintech solution, are we enabling equal opportunity for also women to access financial services? Next slide, please. So this is we've been active now on the investment fund. We only became active very recently in October, and we're about to close our first 3 investments, which I cannot announce today because we will have a press conference in a couple of weeks to announce our first deals. So what I've shared here is our portfolio of the seed program, where we provide small grants for catalytic funding. I won't touch on all of these. One of the companies, Q Global, will be presenting in a session later on access to finance. But maybe let me just give you one or two other examples. So, for example, Otago in Cambodia. So in Cambodia, charcoal is used for cooking everywhere, in the house, in the rural areas, and even the street side vendors that cook and sell their produce, they all use charcoal. Now, how do you make charcoal? Charcoal is very, very dirty, actually. You have to cut a lot of trees, you got to burn the wood, creates a lot of black smoke, which creates a lot of air pollution problems in Southeast Asia. So what this company does is that they use alternative materials, which is the byproduct from the coconut industry. So in the coconut industry, the waste from the coconut skin, they use that instead to make charcoal briskets. And they do that without having to cut, deforest, and burn in the kilns, which drastically reduces CO2 emissions. Another similar example of using alternative materials that are cleaner is the first one on the list, called Annas Pinatex. Now, I'm sure all of you, including some of you in this session, have leather products. Now, leather, the process for manufacturing traditional leather, again, is very, very, very dirty. You use a lot of water, a lot of chemicals. It's dangerous for the workers that are involved in the manufacturing process, but it's a huge industry, and particularly for fashion. So what this company does is that they use the byproduct from pineapple leaf, pineapple production, the leaf on the pineapple. They have a technology to use that to produce a low-cost, high-quality alternative natural leather product, which they are now selling into very high-end fashion industries such as Gucci, Nike, and what was a niche industry is now becoming more mainstream, which again has a huge potential. You might have questions later on these. I won't run through all of them now, but I just wanted to give you a flavor on the types of companies that we are supporting. Next slide, please. Actually, sorry, that was the end of my presentation. It's because I had only a short 10 minutes and I don't want to take up too much time, but happy to answer any answers or questions. And I'm sorry, I joined a little bit late. I had some technical difficulties joining, but I'm glad I just made it in time. Thank you.
Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сангийн тэргүүн Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалт хариуцсан ахлах мэргэжилтэн Доминик Майлрын танилцуулга та бүхэнд таалагдсан байх гэж найдаж байна. Ноён Доминик Майлр танд маш их баярлалаа. Харин одоо KITE Монгол компани танилцуулгыг KITE Монгол компани үүсгэн байгуулагч хатагтай Лувсан Доржин Болормаа та бүхэн танилцуулах болно. Болормаа захирлыг урьж байна.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Thank you, Ramichandran, for wonderful remarks in the morning. Thank you, Dominic, introducing about the ADB Ventures program as well. So I would like to introduce Mongolia Asian KITE program. Can you went to our slide as well? Okay. So why we are in the social innovation and why we put our first slide as a Mongolian youth. As everyone knows, Mongolia is endowed with a vast natural resources, and the mining sector has been our main driver of growth. That said, the unemployment, poverty remains quite persistent in Mongolia. In fact, the unemployment within youth is twice higher than within the adults. So that's actually, yet Mongolia remains a very young country. Close to 1/3 of our population is, 2/3 of our population is young and working age people. So therefore, we thought that we need to resolve these issues. We need to rely on this bright, creative, and highly talented youth to drive our growth, to sustain our jobs, particularly after COVID-19. So our KITE Mongolia has been an initiative which started a few years ago. We started initially a social innovation accelerator program, advising some of the startups in Mongolia, looking into issues of women empowerment and youth and etc. So what we try to achieve is that KITE is trying to become a catalyst for social innovation, to bring innovations, to bring the impact financing into Mongolia. Main our goals is, of course, to raise awareness of social innovations in resolving development issues, build and sustain platform for a national ecosystem, and we can talk about more about this ecosystem, and motivate and engage entrepreneurs in social innovations. Most importantly, we're trying to activate successful social, public, and private partnerships. And I think in the past, in these 3 days, we've achieved a good result and having an enthusiastic response, not just from startups in Mongolia, but also from public sector, as well as donor organizations, NGOs that work in Mongolia. Next slide, please. So what our KITE Social Innovation Program tries to implement. Obviously, we are here to support startup businesses that are scalable and socially impactful. We incubate ideas. So we play a double role of incubating and accelerating, and then try to scale up those impact to not just only in Mongolia, but hopefully internationally. We also help to bridge this early stage funding gap, particularly for Mongolia, where we don't see a wide range of investors supporting social innovation. Philanthropy capital, which is developed very well in other Southeast Asian countries as well as globally, but in the past 20 years is still missing in Mongolia, and we hope to fill that gap as well. We support our entrepreneurs in enhancing their products and services through a vast network of our partnerships with private companies, larger corporations, as well as financial institutions. We help startups to build teams through our startup program, trying to accelerate their path from ideas to businesses. As our partner, ADB Ventures, we also focus on education, healthcare, green tech, and increasing the access to finance. When we talk about the education, of course, Mongolia, as we mentioned, a very young country. And so we are looking into early stage education. We are looking into skilling up younger generation. We are looking into many other versions, digital transition, to make the education accessible to all here in Mongolia. In healthcare, we again facing major issues, particularly given the vast territory of Mongolia coverage by healthcare services. So some of our startups, which presented in the past 3 years, talked about telemedicine, making services more inclusive for all the populations. In green tech, we have a very high alliance with ADB and other donors in terms of supporting small farmers, cooperatives, in tapping into technology to make their productivity higher, but also creating linkages among the value chain, among the supply chain, to help them also to economically empower. When we talk about the access to finance, we are talking about the fintechs, which will help, of course, to accelerate this access to finance, but also a supporting infrastructure to help this financing possible, looking into issues like legal issues, auditing, reporting their finances, evaluating their collateral, creating new products such as unsecured funding, and etc. So therefore, it is a very, very vast area that we can help with, but we, of course, looking for partnership within the private sector, within the financial institution, within the public sector to accelerate our efforts. Next slide, please. So how we select our startups? I'm sure that over the past 3 days, startups were keen in to learn how we select our startups. Obviously, we would like to have to see an existing product. And then we would like to see that the business model has been defined. Therefore, there is a strong proven demand for the product. We would like to make sure that it is not, there are not too many competitors, and therefore the idea is unique and resolving bigger issues. So therefore, we're looking for someone with a bright and new, unique ideas. As mentioned, new innovative ideas. It doesn't have to be supported by the technology yet, but it has to resolve bigger challenges. For example, how to create access for farmers, how into technology and etc. Then we can help with the support of technology as well as through our partners as well. And social impact is very, very important. The key agenda of our company is really to make it more inclusive growth for everyone. Therefore, any startups which are approaching us has to have a social impact, and we hope to help them to measure them as well. Next slide, please. So our startup, what services do we provide through our startup program? Obviously, we provide a lot of financial advisory. That's where we see a lot of gap for our startups and where our strength comes from. We help them with the business development, and therefore there we see a lot of strength, but also gap within our startups as well. We try to provide seed investment, and later in the day we are going to make an announcement which I think will excite some of our startups, but also make the first impactful result of our 3 days. Capacity building, product development, all these areas are covered within our startup programs. And of course, our next step is really try to create a crowdfunding for impact investing here in Mongolia. Next slide, please. So currently we offer 2 programs. First one is really for our startups, which actually enroll into our seed program, which will provide a very extensive startup innovation program. But we also provide more awareness programs as well. And second program is a KITE Youth Innovation Program. We are hoping to implement together with the donor organization, really introducing to youth the importance of SDGs, impact financing, and entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. So these are our cohort. We obviously looked into education and helping some of the education companies here in Mongolia. We looked into women empowerment, helping V Club, and we will continue to work with this organization as well. We also looked into water scarcity, health issues, and others with our solutions, resolving toilet and many other issues within the GARE area. We've provided with them with business and management development, partnership, as well as a small seed fund. Next slide, please. So our first week has been very successful. We've had a call for proposal for startups and received very interesting startups joining our week. And I hope within the last 3 days, you've been able to watch our startups and enjoy and gain ideas what can be done in the Social Innovation Week. With that, I'm finishing my presentation. I'm very excited to start our journey together with ADB Ventures. Thank you, ADB Mongolia, for the great support they have provided us to organize this important and the first innovation in Mongolia. Thank you.
KITE Монгол компани үүсгэн байгуулагч Болормоо тань маш их баярлалаа. Одоо ингээд бид бүхэн хилцүүлгийнхаа хэсэг рүү шилжиж байна.
Good morning, everyone. So we just had a really exciting start on today's program. So I'm Monda. My name is Monda Serkan. I'm the co-founder of Unread Media. We are the media arm of the Mongolian startup ecosystem in order to promote entrepreneurship in startup community. So it's been a really exciting week so far. And I've been involved in an innovation ecosystem more than, 5 or 6 years, but this week's been one of the most exciting weeks for Mongolian youngsters and entrepreneurs because we have this really interesting and really important program as well. Also, we had launch and the final program of the other organizations as well. And we are able to bring those examples and those organizations representatives in this panel, and I'm really excited to introduce you our guests of this panel. So the first and foremost, Ms. Bolroma Lopsendorch, the founder of KITE Acceleration Program and the brain behind this Social Innovation Week, and she's been working in financial sector more than 20 years and the board member of the leading bank in Mongolia. And I have no doubt her expertise in not only in financial industry, as also the social innovation sphere will bring lots of important aspects to our ecosystem. Then our next guest is Dominic Miller. We just heard his presentation on how his work is focusing on the ADB through the ADB Ventures program. He's been working in mainly focusing on Southeast Asia, but now he has
to hear that 20% may be allocated to Frontier.
Yeah, that's a really great news. And 1 billion is a huge investment, huge number. So we are really grateful to have him as one of our panelists. And the third panelist is a Ji-hye An, and sorry for the pronunciation, but she's the founder of Underdogs Korea. So entrepreneur. She's originally she's an entrepreneur, but now she transformed to the development part of the organization. So,
and Korea has one of the best ecosystem for social innovations and ecosystem.
One of the leading examples.
Exactly,
absolutely. Lots to learn from their good practices. And the next one is Altarsahan Dukshumbat. She is the head of experimentation. Exploration of the UND Accelerator Lab. And I think she's one of the leading figures in Mongolian social innovation ecosystem. Involved in lots of different projects, focusing on the gear area development programs, and now she leads and started her the accelerator program within the UN system. So I think she has a lot to share during this panel discussion.
An important key of our ecosystem as well, working with the public sector primarily.
Yes. Yeah, that's really important because we need lots of different stakeholders engaging together to improve the current state. And next and last panelist would be Mr. Koizumi Taiga. He is representing the JICA Monja program.
Which had an opening yesterday as well.
Just yesterday. it makes this program, the launch and the announcement of the Monja program makes this week more exciting because we had the different programs and different players in this sphere. So thank you for everyone joining us together in this moment. So I would like to start my first question to Mr. Dominic Miller from ADB Ventures. You mentioned the importance of social innovation in the development area and how the ADB, the stakeholder, the institution like ADB, this involvement make the current state better. And how do you envision ADB's role in development of social innovation in Asia?
So, ADB has been operational since 1966, and our mandate is to reduce poverty in the region and to support sustainable green growth. So everything we do has a social angle. But I think Asia is changing a lot. It's evolving so fast. So the demand from our client, which include both the government and private sector, also has to evolve. And so ADB has to change as well. So maybe 10, 15 years ago, ADB focused on building roads, building hospitals, brick and mortar. But now in Asia, I think you cannot ignore innovation and technology because a lot of the challenges that we face now, for example, even food hunger and feeding the population of Asia, I think we need to increase the total food production by 70% in the next 15, 20 years so that we can feed the growing population of Asia. We cannot just keep growing more food to solve that problem. We need technology to address that. So that's why in the last few years, ADB is putting more and more emphasis through our strategies, for our plan on how we can embed technology innovation into our core operations. But I don't think it's only a problem of money, because there is a lot of money in the system. But the reason why people don't invest into these social innovations is because they think it's too risky. So I think ADB's role is to try to be catalytic, to demonstrate, to pilot, to reduce risk, to hopefully enable other private commercial funders to follow us into these riskier markets. And that's what we're trying to do with the platform like ADB Ventures.
Mark. So I will go back to you about your personal experience working in different regions, and it's comparing the whole region to the Southeast Asia that you are expertise for. Thank you. And the next, I would like to ask more about the JICA program from Mr. Koizumi Taiga. Congratulations for your launch and the announcement of the winners of the program. So tell us more about what is the most exciting things you have learned from your program so far.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me as well. And so, as you mentioned, we officially kicked off our Mongolia Startup Accelerator program yesterday. That was very exciting event, and thank you very much. And yeah, so we actually started planned this program because there are like many problems during this COVID-19 situations. And so many startups and so many companies and so many people are struggling with this situation. So based on that situation, JICA and Mobicom and Mongolia Japan Center planned the Startup Accelerator program to promote the idea, like innovative idea, to solve the problem of COVID-19, such as education problem, because people cannot go to the school because of the COVID-19, and also such as like healthcare problem, because people don't really want to go to the hospital anymore because it might be risky to go to the hospital. So in order to solve such kind of problems, we recruit the startups which has the new idea to solve those kind of problems. And fortunately, we received 141 proposals from 138 companies. We were very surprised because the proposal has to be written in English. So I thought we could receive at most maybe like 50 companies, but surprisingly we had more than like 138. Well, we were very surprised. So I found that there are huge demands for startups to join this kind of program, join this kind of program, and also to access to the seed finance. We made sure that. So yeah, that's the most exciting thing I found in this during this preparation period. And maybe we just started from yesterday, so maybe we will see what's like more exciting point in later future. And our program is going to last for 6-month program. So we are going to have the final pitch event in August, and we are going to invite global investors from Japan and from hopefully from Singapore or like Silicon Valley to connect the investors and Mongolian startups. So that's our plan, and that's what I found in this preparation period. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear that demand is so great. So it's 141. It's a huge number, even for if it's in Mongolian language. I think it's a good number. So congratulations again, and we'll be back to you later. And Aldra, also congratulations for the UNDP Accelerator Lab. Tell us more about your expectation.
Also had the launch this week as well.
Yes, that's why I emphasized this is one of the greatest weeks in Mongolian social innovation ecosystem. So tell us more about the UNDP Accelerator Lab and what is your expectation from this program?
Sure. Thank you for having me today. So yeah, we just had our launch on Tuesday. So it's a really auspicious week, it looks like. So I'm glad there's lots of these organizations are coming up and this ecosystem building together. And I'm glad that UNDP Mongolia opened these Accelerator Lab at this moment in time where the momentum is actually being built. So just to give some background, I think our Accelerator Lab is a network of labs across the UNDP country offices. I think so now we have 116 country and 92 accelerator labs around the world. And it started roughly a year and a half ago. First generation labs were created in like late 2019. And then there were 60 labs, and now they're opening another 32 labs here, including Mongolia. So I think you have to think about the rationale why they started doing that. So UNDP's main focus is like a poverty reduction, governance, and then the climate resiliency mainly. And then I think they noticed that there was still a lot of lag to solving these grand complex issues, and especially in using the traditional approaches and methods. So basically, the world was changing rapidly, and then it was really hard to predict and plan using the classical economic models and social development. And then you needed to have like this agile, responsive nature, and also just use real-time data, new data as possible, because it was just getting much more complex. And this complexity of today's problem, you have to be able to kind of quickly respond and look at new data and new partners. And then I think mainly that's the reason they started A-Labs. So we have 3 people in the A-Lab, Accelerator Lab in Mongolia, and then our roles are head of exploration, head of experimentation, head of solutions mapping. It's very non-traditional. And then our main way of operating is that we will sense and explore, which means like we would look into new data, new information, new partners, and then even possibly try to like look into new innovative ways of approaching things. And that does not include just like the project itself. It includes the process of how to get those information and process of how to develop those program and projects. And then obviously the idea, the product itself should be innovative. And then the service line, which meaning that how it's going to get to the end of the customer and how it's going to be moving forward. So it's like, I think the idea was that they kind of brought in lots of the startup ideas into this social innovation lab within the UNDP. And because of the nature of our work, we would be mainly focused on like systematic approaches, how to like kind of make systematic transformation. And I think in the beginning, we were probably working with government a lot more. But I think over time, I can imagine it being like more of a support for ecosystem building and helping, institutions and things like that. And yeah, so I don't think we are a little bit different than the traditional business incubators, but we are more on the social development sort of a incubation lab. So yeah, that's like the main difference, I think. So, but I'm so glad to be part of this conversation because I think the importance of ecosystem is really, really crucial. So thank you.
Thank you. It's glad to hear that even UNDP has a different approach, the innovative approach in innovation ecosystem. So we'll be back to you about your experience as a social entrepreneur in Mongolian society in the last few years. So Jihyun, I'm sorry about the pronunciation, but is that right? Jihyun. Yes. So she is the global program director of the Underdogs. As Ms. Baldrama mentioned, Korea is one of the leading examples in Asia on how they nurture the entrepreneurs and how they develop the ecosystem. So tell us more about the initiative, the Underdogs, and what's your aim and how do you see the potential in Mongolia within your organization?
Yes, there are lot of the questions. So yeah, I think that it will take time. Yeah, so yeah, firstly, yes, as you said before, we have a relatively abundant ecosystem for the social innovation. Actually, there was the strong drive from the government since we had a IMF financial crisis in 1998, and the government thought that maybe the social innovation or the social enterprise can be the main key for solving this kind of problem, including the how can I say, the unemployment rate and so on. So there was the strong drive from the government, but in the society and the civil organization, there was also the kind of the social solidarity movement, which can be meet each other. So that is the reason. I think that is the reason why the ecosystem itself can be catalyzed. So. And after that, there were lots of advocates from the civil society and even the social entrepreneurs. Maybe the first generation of the social entrepreneurs in here, Korea, is like more than 20 years old or 10 years old. So now they can make a forest by themselves, and they are creating funds, and they are creating some organizations and associations and so on. And so it is growing and growing, I think. So that is the basic reason and the background why the Korea social innovation ecosystem is growing up. And also at the same time, there was also the part which is neglected, as called as social venture, since the government drive was really strong, and they had their own definition for creating some jobs. So there was some social innovation which is neglected by government, like the gender issue. It is not directly related to creating jobs or solving some economic, that's environmental problem. Actually, there was not the main or key point at the first time when the government made the institutionalization of the social enterprise or the social innovation ecosystem. So there was the neglected part and called as social venture, and who did their own social innovation. But now, as the complexity of the society in Korea is getting severe, maybe as like your own context. So the government finally recognized that what they neglected is really important. So they tried to find out a way to promote them social venture too. So there are two big roots of the social enterprise which solves the traditional problem like unemployment, poverty, and so on. But at the same time, there is the social venture who tries to solve the problem in the daily life, the daily inequality, and so on. So that is the reason why I think that now the ecosystem, the social innovation ecosystem in Korea seems more prosperous in these days. And we underdogs do some training and the coachings for the social innovation startups. And the social innovation startups we define includes the social enterprises, which is certified by government, and the social ventures who tries to solve the social problems in their new perspective and their own way. And also at the same time, even the general startups, if they are solving some social problems. So we do some coachings and the trainings and let them not to fail instead of making them successful. Actually, it's quite uneasy, right? However, maybe we underdogs, which is a group of people who already had an experiences as entrepreneurs, and the social entrepreneurs by themselves knows really well how to not to fail. I mean that it is uneasy to say that how to success, but there is the clear way to fail. So what we are doing is that help and support the entrepreneurs to avoid those kind of the perfect failure way. And then the entrepreneur, so actually 4 or 5 years, we have trained more than 8,000 entrepreneurs in Korea and the Asia based on our own startup approach. And in these days, we are trying to making a community among them. So that's what we do. And we believe that, yeah, we are the one who do some things differently. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, I really like the name Underdogs and your approach. start differently.
Our concept is also based on underdogs, you know.
Yeah. So based on that, I would like to ask the next question from Ms. Polderman. We just heard about the support from the government to develop the ecosystem in Korea, and we also witnessing the involvement from the donor organizations like UNDP and ADB Ventures in ecosystem. But KITE Mongolia is the initiative from the private sector. Why it's crucial to have all the stakeholders in development of ecosystem? How do you envision this?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think we were in this journey of impact financing, social innovation for the past 2 years, and we've experimented with our first seed money, supporting some of our first companies with the management and advisory to really realize what are the missing gaps, what is missing in developing innovation, not just social, but general innovation in Mongolia, what is missing in creating more jobs for youth, why our youth is a little bit apathetic when it comes to innovations, why they cannot find the well-paid jobs and all those things. So today we are very excited because this all brings us together. And we are actually in a very sweet spot as a catalyst of this impact financing, of this journey into the social innovation. And as you've mentioned, we already had a meeting with JICA, we already had a meeting with the UNDP, we had also support from UB Innovation Agency as well. And therefore, I think it's very important for us to continue our discussions of collaboration on creating an ecosystem. When we talk about the ecosystem, obviously, private sector is very, very important. It is a key driver. And as Dominic mentioned, there is a very, we are Asia, entire region is lagging behind when it comes to impact investing. I think it's a much more prominently developed in Europe, US. So you've got all this big foundation supporting those impact investing, as well as a lot of asset management companies are actually moving towards the impact investing. As an asset class is also very, much growing. But here in Mongolia, we are just starting. It's a very, very early development in Mongolia, and we are to be happy to be a catalyst for such a movement. A number of issues were mentioned during this week, which we thought very relevant to us. For example, open access, big data, legal issues, digital transition. Do we have, as a Mongolia, concept of digital transition into economy, into education, into healthcare, right? So we can't resolve everything. Therefore, I'm very glad that we have a UNDP to help us with potentially with some of the issues we are facing or entrepreneurs are facing. We are happy to work with JICA on having more skilled workers, particularly in IT and other skills that are required for this social innovation as well. And we are excited to have ADB Ventures supporting our efforts because money investment is the key. And I'm really hoping that that our innovators, our startup companies will step up to really get into these opportunities to expand globally. So what differs us from UNDP and JICA with this all the labs, not to confuse. That was my next question. Exactly. So I think what differs is that I think for JICA, it has a main drive of finding more ideas, and therefore they have more calls into the proposal. And from UNDP, it's really more of looking social issues, bigger issues, how to resolve them. For us, it's more commercial. We try to, as we've explained in our presentation, we are trying to find the model which can be not just scaled up in Mongolia, but looking into bigger issues that can be scaled up regionally. And then secondly, we also not work only with innovators here in Mongolia. We work also with innovators also in other parts of Asia, which can be complementary to ADB Ventures as well. And today we will have another very, very interesting company from India, which got the funding from Japan, from 2 large corporations. And that is looking into AI into healthcare. So therefore, we feel like we are indeed as a catalyst, indeed as a bridge, indeed as something that puts them together. Another very important, for example, outcome of these 3 days was we already have some working groups, informal yet, for example, talking about the digital transition in education, because as a guest, we've invited experts in this area. We are talking about the green tech, then we want to have someone experts in this field. For example, from JERA, from Renewable Energy, from Sustainable Banking Association, because our task is not just fund our projects, but also try to create this possible financial mechanisms, possible dialogues, what is missing. And then, so therefore we feel very excited about this program. So I'm happy about the week. And most importantly, there was actually a small surprise at the end of our week. So I'm hoping we will get to that.
Really
so stay tuned.
Really looking forward to that surprise. So,
I forgot to mention, we've actually have also global facilitator trained with underdogs. And last year, we're looking for a partner in our training, because that's not our main area. Training, right? And but we felt a huge gap of training, and particularly activating and inspiring the youth. And so we've looked into underdog programs, and we've got very excited. They do it very innovative way how to facilitate, inspire the youth. And therefore, we are partnering with underdogs on our youth program. So it will be very exciting for our students, for people who are just trying to change, for graduates who don't have jobs yet, So we will try to make this program as inclusive as possible. And we've already had the discussion with also UNDP program about potentially, scaling up our training programs as well. So that's actually puts the whole entire ecosystem together.
Honestly, my first impression is sky is the limit. Since we have those kind of connections, more collaborations, and more results will be coming. So looking forward to that little surprise at the end of the day. So Dominic, tell us more about the East Asia, the Mongolian region, because you told us about the ADB as a whole organization, its focus on its role on this in the ecosystem. But your experience, I've seen your bio, and you are quite experienced in Southeast Asia through your own initiatives, as well as the work on with the ADB.
Lots of experience.
Yeah, lots of experience.
Startups, very impressive.
Region. So,
and I'm sure that those issues that he was seeing in Cambodia and some other countries, he would resonate here in Mongolia. So for startups, maybe very important.
That's the question. What's the difference? What is different here? What would be the opportunities and challenges here in Mongolia? Because you are already here in Mongolia. You're communicating with the Mongolian stakeholders and the Mongolian audience. So I would like to hear your intake in this issue.
Yeah. So no, thanks. Actually, I'm very well traveled, and I've traveled to every country in all of Asia and Pacific except 2 countries. Only 2 countries I've not been to is Mongolia and Brunei. So I think after COVID, I have to fill the gap and come to Mongolia as soon as I can. No, that's a great question. And I think, first, maybe if you look at Southeast Asia, ASEAN, people often think of ASEAN as like one market. But if you look inside Southeast Asia, you have 10 countries that are so different, right? So you have the very big economy like Indonesia, that is a huge market and therefore attractive to investors and startups because they can scale quickly. But then you have a country like Singapore that's very, very small, but the government provides so much support, similar to Korea, to create enabling environment, make it easy to register the IP, easy to set up the business, and create the whole ecosystem around to attract company. And then you have, other countries like Laos, Cambodia, that's very small, maybe more similar to Mongolia. But I think, in the end, there's always opportunity everywhere, and every country must also play to their strength. And I think naturally the innovator, the entrepreneur, they don't need to be educated. The good entrepreneur, they are thinking already into the future. What's the problem I'm solving, and where do I want to be in 5, 10 years? And, you know, we talk about social enterprise, but of course, social enterprise is a very big concept, and there's different type, right? There's the very local social entrepreneur that want to solve a problem in their community, and that's great. You know, we support that. We should support these people. They're doing great things. But of course, that type of business is not going to be the business that will scale necessarily commercially and attract VC capital. And then there's the other type of more commercially type of social enterprise where they're looking to solve a problem not just in their community, but in the whole country or in the whole region. And, you know, both of those entrepreneurs have a big part to play, but it's just a different type of entrepreneur. So I think for ADB Venture, we are also investing commercially. So while we can take more risk and we can have some product to de-risk through our operational network, provide maybe some early stage seed, whenever we look at a company, we have to think, where will this company be in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? And how can they scale? Because we don't believe a company can have huge impact unless they can also scale commercially. So they're not inconsistent. So I think for Mongolia, and like I say, I haven't been there, but from my experience working in the Mekong region, typically the companies that are investable, either they are, because the market is already quite small, they have to solve a pain point, which is at a national level. So if I use Vietnam as an example where I am now, motorcycle industry, there's 50 million motorcycle on the road. Everyone uses motorcycle, and it's the biggest motorcycle industry in Southeast Asia, even in the whole region. And so there's one company we're interested in looking at where they provide better quality service for servicing motorcycle, which reduce the emissions from the motorcycle. It's not like the most sexy, latest cutting edge technology that someone in America or Europe will get excited about. But if these guys can do well in Vietnam, it can be highly, highly attractive as an investment. So I would say in Mongolia, you know, the entrepreneur have to think about what is the national pain point that I'm trying to solve. But Mongolia is also quite small. So I would say, you know, they probably need to also look beyond Mongolia, maybe at other countries that also have, you know, extractive industry or similar type of structures as Mongolia. So that's one way. The other way that we invest is to work with corporates in the country, but look for technologies that can come in to Mongolia or into Southeast Asia from other countries as well. So, you know, actually later on today, you'll see a couple of companies in our portfolio that we think are very relevant to the pain points of Mongolia. But for these guys to come into a country like Mongolia, they still need local partner. They still need maybe other entrepreneur or other people to do joint venture, right? That have the local network. So there's still opportunity for entrepreneurial people in Mongolia to partner with international global innovator to solve the problem there as well. So I would say these are the two main possibility for a country like Mongolia. Local entrepreneur, solve national pain point, regional pain point, grow big, or someone that is looking to come into Mongolia that already have a successful product in another market that is relevant to your industry, such as extractive renewable energy. Thanks.
We're very glad that Dominic mentioned these 2 points because, first of all, not all the social innovation has to be IT driven or, you know, high technology. And we also have another entity within our portfolio, as I mentioned, this offers women empowerment. And you would think that it is such a local issue and you could resolve it in a very easy way. But surprisingly, a lot of South Asian countries find this problem still very persistent and not being able to resolve. And then when we were presenting our company in AFIF last year in the Asia Financial Institutions Forum, a lot of companies from Myanmar and other countries approached us and they said, hey, you've got this wonderful approach and wonderful strategy, how to tackle those things. We would be more than happy to bring those solutions into those countries. So this is one of the sort of small examples of low-key, low innovation, but resolving big issues, right? Secondly, I'm very glad that Dominic mentioned about the collaborations and facilitation of these innovations within our country and outside of our country. And we are definitely looking forward to facilitate such partnerships within Mongolia, as well as outside or from Mongolia to outside world as well. And one of the innovations we are bringing later in the day that I mentioned about from Japan and India, I think that's also resolving a huge issue in Mongolia that we were not able to resolve. And so we are hoping to also start talking to some of the public sector players about that solution as well.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dominic, for clarifying.
Welcome to Mongolia. You missed a lot, and I hope.
You will enjoy it.
Yeah, you will enjoy it. So you're in a good hand with KITE Mongolia too. So Altra, next question will be yours, and you are a social entrepreneur yourself. You've been in ecosystem for the last few years since you came back. So I think you know much more about the pinpoints that struggles about being a social entrepreneur in Mongolia. So tell us, our guests and panelists, about what would be the challenges and struggles, as well as that opportunities ahead as a social entrepreneur.
So it's actually quite hard to really define myself as a social entrepreneur. I mean, I did do lots of social work, but in all different parts. I think I'm starting to see the a pattern of how I was doing and how I was approaching the interested areas. Before, I was approaching it from the multiple places. So what A Lab is trying to do is really having a portfolio approach where you kind of enter at the multiple places. I think individually I was trying to do that. I wouldn't call myself social entrepreneurship because I wasn't actually earning or making a sustainable business, but I was doing lots of different social projects. I would be involved in the official projects, really dealing with the urban problems. But I would also do advocacy and then also awareness. So I think specifically for Mongolia, it's a very small country, but I think I really consider it to have lots of potential. So I think there's lots of opportunity, and then opportunities are usually linked with the youth. I mean, it's very classical answer, but I think it's undeniable that it is the most important aspect of Mongolia. And it's because of that, people are much more responsive and reactive. And traditionally, we are a nomadic culture, so it has good, ups and downs. I think the disadvantage would be that we are not very institutionalized, and lots of processes are not really up and running or refined. But that also makes it so that we are very adaptive and agile and think on the spot and then respond. So I think those are kind of traditionally very good advantages to Mongolia, I think. So I really think that you cannot really underestimate the power of one person in Mongolia, especially if you're doing a social thing. And I think being able to get people's attention and then making awareness, you can do a lot of, a splash, I think, in this country. And then within that, we just started a month or two ago. And then now we've connected with all the relevant, organizations who are doing this innovative work, and then also with the government. So it's really, if you want to reach out to the people that you want, you can reach out. And I think the problem would be that just reaching out to the next level, to the region and then to the world, which gets a little bit problematic because we are kind of a country that is tucked away. It's really hard to kind of relate and identify with the other countries because physically we're isolated. And also culturally, we have this very unique background that is sometimes kind of helps, but sometimes doesn't. So I think within the Mongolia, there's really strong possibilities to connect and then grow and develop. But outside, it's tricky, but I think it's essential to go outside because, as Dominic and everyone has been saying, that there's an important market and then opportunities out there. So I think that those would be a really few, my personal appreciation and understanding of the situation here now.
Yeah, great insights. And thank you, Altra. Having more resources in your hand through the UN system, I think you will be able to solve the challenges you had your prior experiences. So next question will be the Koizumi-san. And 141, that's a huge number. So it means you almost had all the ideas in your table. So what needs to be improved for our entrepreneurs based on the applications you received, and what would be the lessons learned from your application process? So tell us more about that, if it's not secret.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I saw like 141 proposals. I read it, and it was like 95% related with the technology. So I thought that like Mongolian startups is actually using the technology to solve the problem of the COVID-19. But what I thought through that selection period was they can make more feasible business plan if they have like mentorship or they have advice from other people. That's one of the things I found in this selection period, because in other countries such as like Silicon United States or like Singapore and Japan and Korea, and there are a lot of like good practice, like a successful business model in that country. But in Mongolia, of course we have, but there are not so many. They are not enough. So, and also the successful business, the relationship between successful businessman and the entrepreneur is not enough yet. So I think that kind of like mentorship or like advising to the startup is one of the key points to the Mongolian startup ecosystem. And also, so we JICA is actually try to develop Mongolian startup ecosystem, because of course the startup itself is very important, but also we have to think about the ecosystem as well. And then there are a lot of stakeholders for the ecosystem, such as the government. I think they can make more friendly policy to the entrepreneurs. And also there is education sector, and I think they can make more entrepreneurship minded curriculum to the students. Maybe they could, or like they could make like software engineer, like more like digital curriculum to the students. That's what I thought. And also there are not enough investors in Mongolia yet. So we have to find Mongolian potential investors, and also we have to connect the global investors to the Mongolian startups as well. And also there is still gap between like big corporation in Mongolia and startup in Mongolia, because in other countries there are more like strong relationship between big companies and startups. They can make synergy together. So I think we should fill that gap also. And also one of the other important points is media. I think startup media should be more and more like getting popular. I think it's really also important. Yeah. And based on that, the thought I found, JICA is now preparing the startup ecosystem survey in this year, so that we can see, we can investigate what is the potential and strong point in Mongolia, and also what is the weak point in Mongolia. And then we will find out what is the best way to develop this ecosystem. So that's what we are thinking. And also we should clarify and classify which organization or which company is doing what. I mean, so what I mean was like not about the startups, but about the startup accelerator or like startup supporting organization. We should make a map which organization is doing what, and which organization supporting which stage, early stage, seed stage, or like expansion stage. We should classify each organization into the stage and also area. So yeah, and then maybe after we make in our survey, we are going to make the map of the startup ecosystem in Mongolia. Then we can discuss about how we can make synergy together and how we can collaborate together. So that kind of thing is needed in Mongolia. So we would like to start that kind of survey, and we would like to collaborate with all of you, and we should have the same vision. And yeah, that's what we are thinking now. Thank you.
And knowing the current situation would be the starting point, I agree. And we would be more than happy to collaborate and contribute to the survey. But you still have 6 months to create your own next success story through the Mongolia program. So good luck for that. And the last would be Ms. Ji here. You were the entrepreneur yourself, and your focus was creating jobs in different industries. Now you are nurturing the entrepreneurs. So I think you have really good insights and observations, but on this during these transitions. So what would be your lessons through this journey?
Yeah, there are a bunch of lessons, because being an entrepreneur means that being a generalist, and at the same time, I need to be a specialist in the industry I'm working in, right? So actually, there's lots of insight, but so actually what I did for the social enterprises, which is established by myself, is there are 2 companies. One is creating jobs in Uganda by connecting the Uganda teachers who are fluent in speaking in English, and the Korean people who would like to have lots of opportunities to practice speaking in English. And what we did was to connect these 2 parties through the IoT services, as like the WhatsApp, chatting services, because Korean customers are very shy, and it isn't easy to try to speak out loudly in public, and it makes them to join the tutoring session how can I say, regularly. So that was the first one. And the second one is the fashion business, which is also creating jobs in Burundi, East Africa again. Actually, my mission was there at the time. So it was the fashion business. So my insight, maybe I think that all of the people in here, the panelists, will speak about the same thing, that the important thing is that anyway, we need to win in the market. Yes, so even though we are the social innovation entrepreneurs, we need to win in the market, and we needed to find out a way to financially sustainable. It is really important. So yeah, of course, that is the kind of the textbook thing, as like we taught in the school. But yeah, that's really it. And what we do in these days in here, Underdogs, and what I am trying to do is to let the entrepreneurs think about the money. Actually, most of the social entrepreneurs, or the people who would like to change the world, they have already a goodwill. And when we talk about the persona and who is your main stakeholders, they are really focusing on the beneficiaries, or the one who are suffered from something. But the real problem is that sometimes they cannot be the customer who makes your business sustain. So the parties, and lots of the entrepreneurs think that if they bear and tolerate all of the Hershey journey, then they can change the world. But that's not true, actually. And we would like to emphasize, and we would like to enlighten them, and try to agonize with them. What can be the best way to think in the shoes of the customer for making the social impact that they really would like to make it. So that's the main lesson I have learned from my own experiences, since my main social mission was to creating job in East African countries, and Korean people, nobody cares of it.
Sorry for the interruption, but the people behind the cameras still gesturing. That's the end of the panel discussion. And sorry, only 2 minutes. Sorry for the interruption, but I really would like to want to continue this dialogue between all the great panelists, but I'm confident that we still have lots of time. So
I think
last remark.
Exactly 2 minutes. I think we've hearing all these very exciting inputs as well. And then I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, we're definitely working towards making connections between corporations and startups. And I think besides of our KITE, we have several other entities which can help this transition approach that connections as well. So that's where we see our role as well. Secondly, I think as Koizumi-san mentioned, business plans and many things, ideas are not resolved and etc. So in addition to our main program, which is actually accelerating our cohorts, we do have another training specifically designed for first-time entrepreneurs who want to be, where we're just training how to become an entrepreneur, what means business owner, how to identify your idea and make it scalable. And that's where also the Korea Underdogs comes from. Awareness is a very important key. And I think before starting this ADB Ventures, we did a small series of video programs just inspiring youth, just saying, as long as you've got the talent, as long as you have a lot of diligence, and then you are, where you're going, you can create a very interesting businesses. They don't have to be global, but they will actually be exciting for you and create jobs, etc. So we will continue this awareness program, and our next series is already being planned because the first one was such a huge success, helping also our sponsors to gain the audience for them and etc. So, and we are happy to also collaborate with Unread, which is one of the first ones to start it. But lastly, what I wanted to say is the resources. So all the panels has wonderful resources, JICA, UNDP, ADB Ventures. We are the one which have very limited resources, and therefore, as a private sector, as a commercial, so therefore we are being very, very creative in creating our partnership, approaching the market, choosing our startups, and trying to get them into international markets. So creativity, you could say, is almost our keyword. And secondly, I think I really like what ADB Ventures model looks like. It's a very first fund to look into these very early technologies, social issues. So they have this approach of blended finance, and we are also looking into blending our finance, tapping into donors funding, as well as commercial funding and international markets as well. So thank you very much. And you have been a great host to bringing all these issues, and thank you for everyone on the panel.
Yeah, thank you, our great panelists, Dominic, Melder, Jihen, Altra, Koizumi-san, and Bolderma. And show must go on, just it says by Queen, the dialogue will continue and partnership will be coming. So thank you for everyone joining us today.
If you want to quote the Queen, we should say we are the champions.
Yeah, we will.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
За баярлалаа. Ингээд манай хамгийн ихний хэлэлцүүлэг, олон улсын хэлэлцүүлэг маш амжилттай өнгөрлөө. Харин одоо хөтөлбөрийн дагуу KITE Монгол компани болон Underdogs компани хооронд харилцан ойлголцлын санамж бичиг үзэсгэлэх ёслол болох ёстой. Тэгэхээр KITE Монгол компани үүсгэн байгуулагч Болормаа мөн Underdogs компани төлөөлөгч Сангрэ Чо нар одоо харилцан ойлголцлын санамж бичгээр гар үсэг зурх болно. Underdogs компани үүсгэн байгуулагчдын нэг Underdogs компани төлөөлөгч Сангрэ Чо бидэнтэй Zoom-ээр холбогдож байгаа.
Hi, I'm Sangre. I'm the CEO of Underdogs. Let me introduce Underdogs briefly. Underdogs is a social enterprise that trains social innovation startups, changing the world. We started in 2015 and based on the mission to build the impact through identifying and training innovation entrepreneurs. Yeah, so nice to see you here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sangre, for the introduction. Thanks. Are you ready to sign the MOU?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Before that, I would like to just give our participants to know what the MOU is about. So KITE Mongolia, as I said, very excited to start the cooperation with Underdogs Korea. We will work together, of course, to co-progress, promote goodwill and mutual benefits, and as well catalyze the social innovation, startups and social entrepreneurship in Asia, supporting establishing and social innovation also within the region as well. In particular, what we will focus on we will co-participate in discovering, incubating, and supporting social innovation startups. We will co-plan and cooperate in developing incubation programs, training, workshops. We will also do we will develop further, startup coaches, facilitators for our programs, which are actually global facilitators as well. And then, of course, we will try to have more wider network within the Asia, bringing maybe startups within the region to talk to each other, to create forums within our social entrepreneurs, not just in Korea and Mongolia, but also in the region, in other regions where Underdogs works and where we are planning also to operate as well. So therefore, I'm very excited to sign this MOU, and here's my MOU as well. And so now we just have to sign it. Thank you.
Ta-da! Congratulations for signing the MOU, and we're very excited to collaborate with you in the future.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to ours.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And this signing ceremony is over. Тэгээд Монгол хэл рүү шилжээ. Одоо бид бүхэн дараагийн хэлцүүлийн хэсэгтээ орох болно. Энэ бол ногоо эдийн засаг, эдийн засгийн болон уур амьсгалын төсвөртэй байдлын шийдлүүдийн танилцуулга байгаа. Хамгийн эхний танилцуулга бол Аз намхан далайн бүсээс ирсэн байгаа. Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сангийн урилгаар манай өнөөдрийн хөтөлбөрт Сан Францискод байрладаг SkyCatch компани оролцож байгаа. Ингээд бүгдээр SkyCatch компани видео танилцуулгыг хүлээн.
Since day one, SkyCatch has been on the field with customers, learning from them, working with them, and really shaping the future of our technology and our product with them. And I think that is at the essence of what makes our product so powerful and so valuable.
We specialize in enterprise applications of drone data technology. Our focus has always been building data solutions at scale. Everything we create is designed from the ground up with the customer in mind. This leads us to build technology that's never been built before, giving our customers powerful, easy-to-use tools so they can operate much more efficiently with transparency and safety in mind. The SkyCatch High Precision Package is an end-to-end solution that helps customers to generate 2D and 3D data within 5 centimeter accuracy, and that provides the fastest time to data in the industry. Our offering includes a high-accuracy drone, along with Edge One, the first to market all-in-one GNSS base station and in-field processing unit. The Edge One fulfills a huge demand in the market to get our enterprise customers accurate data as fast as possible. This unlocks tremendous competitive advantage, especially in the construction and mining industry, where customers are trying to adapt their workflows to a more modernized way. So after the data gets processed, the customer can immediately validate the data while still in the field. Edge One will actually make in-field analytics a reality with the launch of Data Hub.
Data Hub is our brand new application for data visualization and analytics. It's really heavily focused on improving the measurements and insights that you can get from your job site data. So our new cut and fill tool allows users to compare 2 different surfaces in seconds. They can compare the most recent as-built with any design file that they have. So another example of really good problem Data Hub solves is site layouts. Current process is you go on site and you do observations with your eyes, make some notes, you mark up some 2D CAD plans, and then you take those back to the office and share them out. With Data Hub, you can get this done in seconds. For a lot of our customers who work on remote job sites, they can actually get a cut fill report or get a volume measurement, a bench measurement, a post-blast measurement in minutes, and they can do this multiple times per day.
We created a rapid collection and analysis workflow that empowers our customers to get data as fast as possible by streamlining the steps it takes to achieve decision-ready data. I've worked in the geopositioning space for almost 10 years now, and we're still the only company that has figured out the ROI between speed of data delivery and decision making. The longer you have to wait for the data, the more time it takes where you can make a decision, and the more money it costs to ignore a mistake or delay next steps. We understand that industries like construction are local, and by partnering with distributors, they're able to provide the full solution beyond aerial mapping.
Channel partners is a huge part of our success. They increase our net exponentially. We are in 6 continents and more than 10,000 sites right now. We have got tremendous growth over the last year. A lot of very large multi-billion-dollar customers like Anglo, TAG, DPR, Turner, Google, and many others. Last year at this time at Anglo and TAG, we had 1 production mine and less than 10 users. Today, we are on 31 mines and more than 100 users. Another example is DPR. We grew from 2 projects to enterprise-wide and more than 600 active users, showing that our offering is truly scalable and that we are at the tipping point for an explosive market.
Through the adoption of new technologies in 3D mapping of the sites, the ability to integrate our models into the drone data, that has become very, very important to us in how we implement large projects.
With something like SkyCatch, I think the way it benefits our clients is that we use that data in our weekly client update meetings where we are showing progress of work that happened yesterday. We can also show them history of work, through the dashboard by just pulling up things, and all of that is sort of available in like a single interface. Everybody can get on the same page very quickly.
What we really want to do at SkyCatch is not change customers' workflow, but really to complement and supplement it. So Data Hub is really our answer to that. You can easily extract the right data in the right format at the right fidelity for you to move on with your workflow.
There are several ways where we can use SkyCatch technology to obtain gains in efficiency. One of them is controlling billing. As we are paying contractors to remove dirt by volume, if we can measure using SkyCatch more precisely how much dirt they're moving, and then we can control their billing with more precision, then there's enormous gains. If we improve just 1% margin of error in the measurement, we're already talking about over $300,000 a year in just one mine.
SkyCatch will actually, we give them a file, a GCP coordinate system, and they'll actually give us a file back that's projected into the correct coordinate system. The fact that I'm able to append the RCP file from Autodesk Recap that came from SkyCatch and bring it in and it pops right into our model, can't put a number to it.
I think SkyCatch was that solution we were looking for. It provided the accuracy that we needed, the consistency that we needed, and so we're using SkyCatch to get that 3D model that's accurate to whatever coordinate system we need, 3 to 4 times quicker than with a laser scanner. We can not only do it cheaper, but we can react 3 to 4 times quicker if there was any issues.
To really explain how beneficial this is, we actually utilized one of the overlays to catch a little nick here, concrete that fell outside of the designated drawing, so that helped us visually explain and see something that was a mistake. Now we can have the subcontractor that's still on site be able to fix that issue without having to call them back, maybe 6-8 months down the road.
When I first saw the SkyCatch data, I was amazed. SkyCatch improved communication by giving us a tool to work with the field crews, and we don't have to be in the field to have the conversations. If I could pull up SkyCatch, dimensionally check it, or dimensionally check some work from a photograph before I head out to the field, so I can mark it up and say, correct this, clear this dimension's off. We have worked with our site logistics teams and our BIM modelers to produce overlay maps that show us utility line, the field locations for temp power, temp water. It's really an incredible tool that I don't want to have to do without on the next big project.
Hello, everyone. I'm Darren Shea from SkyCatch. Very nice to meet you from San Francisco. And it's my honor to participate in this event. In fact, I just came here from another ADB venture and ADB conference at Sydney and also Nauru, which is a another really critical project we are working on with ADB. What we do is high precision digital twin ground truth for infrastructure, energy, mining, especially helping developing country to make sure the project is efficient, safe, and also helping the society. So I'm hoping the video is providing some insight of what we do, and it's exciting to be part of this effort in Mongolia. And then definitely would love to learn more on the region, the economy, the needs, infrastructure, and then definitely will do a lot support to help the team, the organization there. Nice to meet you all, and then happy to connect during the conference or after the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darren Shea. We're very excited to have you at our program. And it was Darren Shea who is the lead project manager of KITE company. Thank you. За ингээд бид бүхэн Аз номхон далайн бүсээс оролцсон KITE компани захирал Darren Shea хүлээн авч үзлээ. Харин одоо Agroli компани тухай танилцуулгыг та бүхэнд хүргэх болно.
Сайн байцгаана уу? Намайг Чимка гэдэг. За би яг одоо аж ахуй эрхлэгчдэд, ялангуяа ногоо тариаланчдад зориулсан гар утасны аппликейшн хөгжүүлж байгаа. За энэ санаагаа би анх 2019 онд Америкийн нэгдсэн улсад Fulbright-ийн тэтгэлгээр магистрт суралцж байхдаа хөдөө орон нутаг дээр Монголын хөдөө орон нутаг дээр ерөнхийдөө ямар асуудлууд байдгийг энэ талаар ер нь судалгаа хийж агаад тариаланчдад зориулсан мэдээллийн одоо ийм их усөөр дээрэс нь одоо цаг уурын маш хүнд нөхцөлд ажилладаг. Тэгээ энэ хүмүүсийг одоо дэмжих ямар нэгэн тийм дижитал шийдэл ерөөсөө байдгүй юм байна гэдэг санаанаас үүдээд анх ер нь бол гар утасны аппликейшн хийх хэрэгтэй юм байна гэдээ хэлж исэн. Тэгээд энэ санаагаа ерөнхийдөө олцоод байжгаад Америкт яг сургуулийнхаа 2-3 найзтай яг таарлцсан л да. Тэд нар бас нэг гар утасны аппликейшн хөгжүүлэх, эрсдлийн менежмент тооцоолох. За тэгээ яг энэ санаагаараа IBM-ийн Tech for Challenge гээд 2020 онд болдог ийм олон улсын технологийн одоо ийм тэмцээн байдаг, оюутнуудын дунд болдог. Тэгэхээр энэ тэмцээнд оролцох гэсэн. Тэгээд би яг энэ санаагаа сургуулийнхаа найзуудад хэлээд за яг ийм ногоочдод болон өрхийн тариаланчд ялангуяа орон нутгийн өрхийн тариаланчдад зориулсан энэ санаагаа дижитал ийм шийдэл болгоод хэдүүлээ оруулж болж байна гэдэг санаа анх бол хэлээд тэгээд бид ер нь ер нь тариаланчдад зориулсан орон нутгийн өрхийн тариаланчдад зориулсан аппликейшн хэдүүлээ хийж үзье. Тэгээ пилотыг эхлээд Монголд хийя гэдэг санаа бид нар гаргаад тэгээд эхэлж исэн байгаа. Тэгээ ерөнхийдөө 20 онд бид хийд эхлээд 20 оны 4-5 сард ер нь бол бүх хөгжүүлэлт ийм санаануудаа гаргаад бид 20 оны 6 сард ерөнхийдөө IBM-д одоо энэ шийдлүүдэд явуулсан байгаа. Яг тэр одоо технологи олон улсын тэмцээнд ийм хийж байна. Бид нар орон нутгийн өрхийн тариаланч нарт одоо ийм дижитал аппликейшн, гар утасны аппликейшн нэвтрүүлэх гээд үзэж байна. Яг одоо тест хийж байна гэд. За тест хийхдээ болохоор Монголын яг 103 аймаг, Хинтид, Орнод, Сүхбаатар гэдэг 3 аймгийг сонгож аваад тэгээд ерөнхийдөө өрхийн тариаланч нартай холбогдоод аппликейшнээ яг цацгаас өмнө бас яг тэдний санааг маш их одоо цуглуулах хэрэгтэй болсон. Яг асуудал нь юу гэдгийг те Монголд яг асуудал одоо бодлогынхоо төвшөнд дээрэс нь яг талбай дээр ажиллахад ямар асуудлууд үүсдэг, цаг агарын ямар нөхцлүүдээс одоо болоод ажил нь урагшлахгүй байдгийг маш олон одоо асуудлууд дээр битгэд нэлээд олон ярилцлага саналуудыг авч агаад тэгээд тэр болгон дээрээ аль болох гар утасны аппликейшнаараа шийдъя гэж шийдлүүд оруулж ирсэн. Тэгээ яг одоогоор бол битгэд гар утасны аппликейшнаа Монгол, Бразил, энэтхэг улсуудад туршаад ерөнхийдөө явж байгаа. Монголын хувьд бол туршилт хийгээд нэлээд олон сар болсон. Одоо ерөнхийдөө яг авсан санал зөвлөмжүүд дээрээ тулгуурлаад дахиад бүр шинээр дизайнлаад яаралтай одоо энэ жилээс нэвтрүүлье гэсэн прогресстэй бол явж байгаа. энэтхэг Бразилд бол бид нар яг одоо яг тест хийгээд яг тухайн бүс нутгийн бас асуудал яг юу гэдэг Монголоос арай өөр байгаа тийм ээ, газар зүйн хувьч тэр цаг агаарын хувьч тэр тэгэхээр арай бас нэг өөр ямар шийдлүүд одоо тухайн орон нутаг бүсэд бид нар зориулж хийхийгээд бас тестлээд явж байгаа. За тэгээд Монголд бол бид хэд яг монгол залуучуудтай хамтраад яг дизайн одоо хөдөө орон нутаг тий санхүү бүх л одоо энэ аппликейшнтэй холбогдох хэсгүүдийг бид нар яаж шийдэж болохыг тал талаас маш олон салбарын залуучууд нэгдээд бас яг Монгол улстай зориулсан аппликейшн гар утасны аппликейшн хийх гээд байж байгаа. За тэгээ манай гар утасны аппликейшны нэр нь болохоор Agroli гэдэг нэртэй. Тэгээ Agroli нь болохоор ерөнхий санаа нь бол хөдөө орон нутгийн өрхийн тариаланчдад цаг уурын одоо энэ хэцүү нөхцөл байдалтай тэмцэгтэн зориулсан гэдэг хэсэг байгаа. Ерөнхийдөө цаг уураа одоо урт богино хугацаагаар харах түүн дээрээ одоо үндэслээд ямар ногоонуудыг тэр цаг уурын бүсэд те тухайн аймаг орон нутагт тариалж болох юм. Дээрэс нь хэрвээ одоо Зүүн аймгийн хүн байлаа гэхэд төв ч юм уу Сэлэнг аймгийн хүмүүстэй холбогдож болох уу, бие биенээсээ санал солилцож болох уу, одоо тухайн орон нутагт нөхцөл байдал ямар ялгаатай байгаа юм бэ те, ямар мэдээллүүд хэрэгтэй байгаа, тусламжууд хэрэгтэй байгаа гэдгийг үүдээс нь холбох үүднээс одоо Agroli гэдэг аппликейшн дээр бид нар форум буюу хоорондоо мэдээлэл солилцох боломжтой ийм хэсэг нэмсэн байгаа. Тэгээ дээрэс нь мэдээж цаг агаарынх нь хэсэг байгаа. Цаг агаарынхаа хэсэг дээр үндэслээ тариалан буюу тариалан дээр нь ямар нэгэн одоо зөвлөгөө өгөх байдлаар мэдээллүүд орохоор байгаа. За тэгээ Монголын хувьд бол ихэнх одоо ер нь бол статистикаар бол 35 мянган тариаланч байдгаа гэдэг тоо байдаг. Үүнээс 16 мянган өрхийн тариаланч буюу маш жижиг хэмжээний тариалан эрхлэлдэг айл өрхүүд байд юм байна гэсэн статистик бол байдаг байгаа. За тэгэхээр энэ тариаланчдын хамгийн одоо цаг ууртай тэмцэхээс гадна хамгийн хэцүү асуудал нь бол мэдээж зах зээлд нэвтрэх. Тэгээ дээрэс нь бас санхүүжилт тийм ээ, банкнаас зээл авах хэсэг нь ч юм уу маш ер нь бол хэцүү байдаг. Энэ одоо тариалангийн одоо энэ салбар маань өөрөө маш цаг агаараас шууд одоо 100% хамааралтай. Тэнгүүд маш эрсдэлтэй бизнесийн одоо хэсэгт орчдөг л доо. Одоо банкуудын хувьд бол жишээ нь. Тэгэхээр одоо яг яаж одоо зээл гаргах уу ч гэдэг юм уу. Энэ талаас нь бид нар одоо санхүүжилт болон зах зээлд нэвтрэх дээр тал дээр одоо хөдөө орон нутгийн өрхийн тариаланчдыг хэрхэн дэмжих тал дээр бид хэд яг Монголдо зориулаад энэ аппликейшн хийх гээд ажиллаж байгаа.
За баярлалаа. Бид нар сая Agroli аппликейшны үүсгэн байгуулагч Чимэг сайхны видео танилцуулгыг хүлээн авлаа. Чимэг сайхан бид нартай Zoom-ээр бас холбогдсон байгаа. Тэгээд Agroli аппликейшн бол 2 дугаар сар 23-ны өдөр манай ногоон өвчлийн өдөр мөн танилцуулагдсан байгаамаа. Тэгээд Чимэг сайхныхаа санал сэтгэлийг сонсъё. Энэ арга хэмжээний талаар юу гэж бодож байна?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jimka. I'm pleased to meet you all from Mongolia. I'm currently located in Mongolia right now, although I'm just remotely working with my global team, Agroli, for India and Brazil, and then also I'm personally working with Agroli Mongolia team. I would like to appreciate this moment because we are so happy to present our solution to the KITE program and ADB Ventures today, and we're quite excited. And I think it has the first day was quite shocking, and we just a little panicked to have to present this kind of idea. Excuse me. And today we are presenting in English. I'm so happy to present our solution today. And then also some of my teammates from Mongolia joined this call. And I would like to thank everyone who's listening to us and who's trying to work with us, and then also who's supporting us for the solution in Mongolia.
Ингээд бүгдээрээ дараагийн видео танилцуулга руу оръё гэж бодож байна. Дараагийн видео танилцуулга нь Солонгос улсын Deep Farm компани presentation танилцуулга байнамаа.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peng Dongyo, a co-founder from Deep Farm. I'm very honored to be here to introduce our AFA service. The AFA is short for AI for Animal. In the past 6 years, the market size of the smart farm has grown greatly. More and more attention was paid to the development of the smart farm. In our survey data from the farm, most of the farmers have their own cameras to monitor their livestock, but they still complain that virus problems in the farm have not been resolved. Besides, some consumers still worried about the quality of the beef. Therefore, most of them believe the technology that behavior of the livestock can be monitored by the AI, and they also very happy to sell their own byproduct through this AI certification on the online platform. Therefore, our AFA service is committed to providing service to farmers and consumers. For the farmers, we help farmers detect the behavior of the livestock and let the farmers know the situation of the livestock in real time. As for the consumers, AFA service make the consumers know more details about the feeding system and the environment of the livestock through the AFA system and make consumers more secure about the feeding process. This picture shows the flow of our AFA service. We get the data from the video and do the behavior analyzed by our deep learning engine and send the analyzed data to the farmers and the consumers. Based on our solution, we can monitor the cattle condition when the special behavior comes out. We send the data to farmers immediately so as to increase the productivity. This slide shows the monitor interface for the farmers. They can get the detailed information for each cattle in real time. At the consumer level, they buy the beef from the shop according to the QR code. They can obtain more details about the beef. They can obtain more information about the cattle in process of the feeding. Also, they can adjust the quality of the beef from the comfort index and the relief index. We have 3 pricing strategies: free, standard, and the prime version. We plan to start our service for March of this year. Until now, we provide service for more than 100 devices in 3 months, and the response from the farmers are positive. Our AFA service is based on deep learning technology as well as maintaining a high accuracy rate. We will provide sustainable service for a long time and will continue to update for the farms and online sale confirmation for the consumers. Compared to other products, our AFA service has the similar accuracy rate with our other products. Our product has a longer life, lower price for the farm. The biggest advantage of our product is that our AFA service are available to be upgraded after purchase. These are some of the results we achieved in 2020. We established the company at the end of 2020 and got the pre-seed investment from the answer partners. We cooperate with new tech company to provide our service to farms. We have 2 patents application and 2 more are in preparation. Until now, we almost finished the accuracy improvement and the performance evaluation. This year, we will focus on the construction of our platform, including the app, as well as the service promotion. Also, we plan to enter in the Chinese market next year. These are the co-founders of our company. If we get the investment, we will apply it to product development, platform establishment, and product promotion. It is not just the AFA service. Our deep farm company strives to extract data from free or low-cost device and analyze the data to increase the purchasing power, thereby finally providing much higher productivity for the farm. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your thorough presentation, Mr. Pendong Chow. It was very interesting to know about the AI technology in farming industry. So on to the next, we would like to move into our next participant, WeClub Marketplace. So let's see the video of Marketplace of WeClub.
Сайн байцгаана уу? Бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийн цахим талбар Week Club-ийн үүсгэн байгуулагч Уянгаа байна. Хөгжиж буй орнуудад эмэгтэйчүүд маань өөрийн сонирхлоороо гэхээсээ илүүтэйгээр ахуйн хэрэгцээг хангах эдийн засгийн болон санхүүгийн нөөц болцоог бүрдүүлэх үүднээс бизнесээ эхлүүлдэг гэдэг судалгааг MasterCard-аас гаргасан байдаг. Энэ нь манай улсын хувьд ч гэсэн муу ялгаагүй нийцэж байгаа. Маш олон эмэгтэйчүүд эдийн засгийн хямралын улмаас ажлын байрны цомгтголд орсон, эсвэл хүүхдээ харах хөнгөн улмаас ажилд орох боломжгүй. Тэтгэврт гарсан ч тэтгэврийн мөнгө нь амьдралд нь хүрэлцээгүй гэдэг шалтгаанаар өөрийн бизнесээ эхлүүлдэг. Ингээд манай орны бичил бизнесийн дийлэнх нь буюу 60-аас илүү хувь нь бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүд эзэлдэг болсон байна. Бас нэг судалгаагаас харахад бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийн маань бизнес томрохгүй дандаа юм бичил жижиг хэвээрээ байгаад байна гэдэг судалгааг олон улсын санхүүгийн корпорац, Азийн хөгжлийн банк болон бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийн зөвлөл ментор клубээс гаргасан байдаг. Яагаад бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийн маань бизнес томрохгүй байна вэ? Ингээд харахаар нэгдүгээрт бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүд маань тохирсон уур чадварыг олгох сургалт хөтөлбөрүүд их ховор хомс байна. Ялангуяа орон нутагт. Орон нутгийн эмэгтэйчүүд маань тэр болгон Улаанбаатарт ирж сургалтанд оролцох боломжгүй байдаг. Мөн төсөл хөтөлбөрийн мэдээлэл цаг тухайдаа бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдэд маань хүрдэггүй байна. Хамгийн гол нь бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүд маань хоорондоо эдийн засгийн хувьд холбогдож, хамтран ажиллаж, нэмүү өртгийн сүлжээ, кластер болон хошоололд нэгтгэхэд тэдэнд дэмжлэг дутагддаг байна. Иймд бид нар бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийг нэгтгэсэн сургалт мэдээллээр хангах зорилго бүхий. Дээрээс нь эдийн засгийн хамтын ажиллагааг бүрдүүлэх цахим талбарыг хөгжүүлэн ажиллаж байна. Жишээ нь Налах дүүргийн нэгэн эмэгтэй хар манжингийн цай үйлдвэрлэдэг. Түүний үйлдвэрлэж байгаа цай нь химийн ямар нэгэн бодисоо оруулаагүй, эрүүл мэндэд ээлтэйгээс гадна сав баглаа бодлын ч гэсэн тун аятайхнаар шийдвэрлсэн. Тэгсэн ч гэсэн хангалттай хэмжээгээр борлуулж чадахгүйгээс үүдээд үйлдвэрлэлээ үе зогсооход хүрдэг. Харин манай цахим талбарт нэгдснээр тэрээр томоохон хоолны газрууд, цувдлын газар, эсвэл амралтын газартай гэрээ байгуулан тогтмол бэлтгэн нийлүүлэгч болох боломжийг бид нар бүрдүүлэх юм аа. Ингээд орон нутгийн болон жижиг бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүд маань цахим талбарт нэгдэж бэлтгэн нийлүүлэгч болсноор тогтмол орлогын их үүсвэртэй болж бизнесээ өргөжүүлэх, цаашдаа санхүүжилт авах гарцыг манай талбар нээх болно. Эмэгтэйчүүд хамтран ажиллаж бие биенээ дэмжснээр гендерийн эрх тэгш байдлыг хангана гэж үздэг. Иймд манай цахим талбар нь бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийг хамтрах, нэгнийгээ олох, эдийн засгийн хувьд харилцаа холбоогоо тогтоох, бизнесээ өргөжүүлэх боломжийг олгож байгаа цахим талбар юм.
Thank you so much for your video presentation, Mrs. Oyinga. And we have Mrs. Oyinga on the Zoom call here with us. Oyinga, please share your feedback and comments about the event and how's it going so far?
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here and presenting our solution to economically empower women entrepreneurs in Mongolia. As you may know, empowering women has a multiplier effect. It affects the well-being of the family members, education of children, and many other areas. So as mentioned earlier by Mrs. Bolorma, as the issues faced by women around the world, especially in the region, is same. So we are very much looking forward to next steps of our project with KITE Mongolia and also hopefully ADB Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyinga, for your feedback. And we're moving on to the next participant of our event. It's a company called Lattice from Korea. So let's watch the presentation first.
So again, good morning, everyone. My name is Hyun-do. I'm from Lattice, the Light of Life from Korea. It's a great honor for me to be here, and I'm really pleased to present our business and our suggestion to you guys. So we're consisted of 3 members. Myself is a supply chain manager and industrial designer and international development expertise, and we have a couple more part-time members who are helping us with designs and our websites. So the background problem that we found is the water. So as you can see from my slides, definitely the water is one of the major issues in the world. And especially the waterborne disease is the main cause of mortality rate for children under 5 years old in the world. And it's really severe, especially in Asia. So in order to address this water issue, traditionally, there's this method called SODIS that stands for solar water disinfection. So using the heat and ultraviolet light coming from the sun ray, people traditionally used this method to sterilize the water using the ultraviolet light and the heat from the sun. And it has been used in some countries in Asia and Africa. But the thing is, there's some problem with SODIS. So misuse of SODIS can cause the disease. And as you might have assumed, it's because it's utilizing the sun ray. It takes more than 6 hours, and it depends heavily on the weather. So in Asia, some countries which has a lot of rainfalls during the season, it's really bad for them to use the SODIS method to sterilize their water. And no more than 3 liters can be sanitized at once. So the water is normally used based on a family unit. So it's going to be kind of not beneficial for them to use SODIS to use their main source of water sterilization. And also, it has been some inventions and some research and development to address this water issue. For instance, like sanitizing filter or special pills were invented, but due to the short product life cycle, it has been not that sustainable, and it has even increased the plastic disposal. So the solution that we suggest today is called LATTICE. LATTICE stands for lamp water disinfection. And instead of using the SODIS method, we use an ultraviolet lamp, so we can generate the artificial ultraviolet violet from the lamp. And it has a long product life cycle, and which has more sustainable and more eco-friendly, because it doesn't have to make people to boil water for sterilization, which is one of the main cause of CO2 emission. So how to use LATTICE? I don't know if you can see my screen, but let me just show. So this is the LATTICE bottle that we invented. And let's say you have water here. What you do is, it's really easy. So you just pour out the water to the bottle like this, and then close the cap. And there's going to be the button here that you can turn on. It's going to be turned on in a couple of seconds. And the lamp is going to be turned on like this. This is an artificial ultraviolet lamp that we created. And if you just shake it, and then if you leave it for 2 minutes, it's going to sterilize the water. And we brought to some test results that we got from lab in Korea. And if you can see from this test report, the first picture above is a picture with the bacteria. And after 2 minutes of LATTICE usage, you can see the 99.7% of bacteria has been killed in 2 minutes. So the strength that we think is it's much cheaper and lighter than current innovative items, which makes it easier logistics. So definitely, the more importantly, one of our best strength is it's environmentally friendly. As I mentioned previously, the cutting down the wood and using wood as a fire source is one of the main cause of CO2 emission in the world. And if you use the LATTICE as an alternative to sterilize the water, then we believe that CO2 emission is going to decrease, and we believe that plastic disposal is going to decrease as well. And we also believe that they're going to be decreased in carbon footprint due to the easy logistics of our product. So these are the pictures of our product. And also, we are expecting the same effects on small items such as masks, pen, and some cell phones. And especially due to COVID, the global pandemic has increased the plastic disposal like crazy, as you might have heard it. And we believe that if you use mask or small items to LATTICE, then we believe that plastic disposal is also going to decrease in a large amount. So that's also another benefit that we're expecting from LATTICE usage. And expected market and target would be mostly in Asian countries. And in 2021, we have donated 1,000 LATTICE to Philippines and Laos. And the reason that we chose those countries can be shortened to 3 reasons. And first is majority of population boils surface water for sterilization. And second, the SODIS method using the sun ray has been used previously. And number 3, we have partnered with the institutions in Laos and Philippines, and it has been successful to work with them. And we are currently looking for more international collaboration opportunities in Asia. And as mentioned previously, Lattice is best used in countries where main water resource is surface water. And I definitely think I've visited Mongolia like 3 times, and I saw many lake, pond, and river of Mongolia was like a main resource of the water. So we believe that this is going to be really attractive item if you guys want to try to sell in Mongolia or even trying to donate in Mongolia. So ultimate goal of our company is definitely trying to help people, and South Korea is the first country in the world to transform from developing country to developed country. And using our business model, we would like to share our tips and our we want to provide enhanced quality of life to those people in need. This is our last photo, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Won. It was a very informative slides, and I'm really impressed that we don't have to boil the water in order to sterilize it. So it sounded very astonishing, and we wish you all the good luck.
Thank you so much.
Coming up next, I would like to introduce Green Solutions Company. Let's watch the video, or we have the Green Solution founders here at the Zoom. So hi, Alta and Gangot. Are you here with us?
За, сайн байна уу? Тэгээд өнөөдөр бүтээгдэхүүнийхээ талаар танилцуулах болсондоо баяртай байна. За, тэгэхээр бид бол нойлын асуудлыг сая бас өмнөх юмуд ярьж байгаа шиг байна. Ерөнхийдөө манай Монгол улсын хувьд байгаа энэ хүн жорлонгууд дэд бүтцэд холбогдоогүй нойлуудтай холбоотой хэд хэдэн асуудлуудыг шийдсэн хуурай болон усан технологиор хийдэг юм нойлыг зах зээлд бэлт санал болгодог байгаа. За, дараагийн. За, тэгэхээр аялал жуулчлал, кемп, уул уурхай, сургууль цэцэрлэг, за шатхуун дүүх станц, за усны нөөц хомс бүс нутг болон говийн бүс нутгууд, за тэгээд гэр хороол, хаус хороол, аслагдсан газрууд гэсэн ийм чиглэлд бол зорилт зах зээл маань гэж бид хардаг. За, дараагийн. Бидэд бол бордоошуулагч нойл буюу ус ашигладаггүй нойлыг бол сүүлийн 2-3 жил бүрэн автомат болон за тоог хэрэгэлдэггүй, цалхаан хэрэгэлдэг гэх мэт олон төрлөөр хийсээр ирлээ. За тэгээд эхнийх бол бид бүхэн энэ голын иргэний дагуу айс ав, за түүний орчинд бол байдаг цусдаг ч гэдэг юм уу, эсвэл жуулчны бааз байдаг энэ айлуудад зориулсан нийтийн болон нэг айлын хэдэн үрхийн хот айлын гэсэн юм чиглэлүүдийг санал болгож өгдөг хүрсэн. За дараагийнх. Тэгээд эко үнэргүй ус шаардахгүй байх нь манай улсын хувьд ямар чухал шаардлагатай вэ гэхээр Улаанбаатар Монгол улс маань нийт улс бүс нутгийн тал хээрийн болон говийн бүс нутгууд тэр болгон дурын байрлал дээр усны нөөц гарах боломжгүй, цэвэр усны нөөцгүй байдаг учраас за усан урсгалтай нойл хийх боломжоор нэлээд бага байдаг. За тийм учраас энэ усгүй за мөн бохирдлыг боловсруулан цаашид бордоо олгож за хөрсөнд бохирдлгүй байгальд хоргүй болгож орхих шаардлага бол мен дэргүүнийх байдаг. За тэгэхээр бордоошуулагч био нойл нь хуурай жорлон бөгөөд цэвэрлэх байгууламж нэгдсэн дэд бүтц холбогдож чадаагүй болон за гэр хороолол за хот аялал жуулчлалын бүс нутгуудын зам дагуу төр зогсох за отоглох ийм байдлуудад бол хийдэг. За мөн сургууль цэцэрлэг буюу хөдөө орон нутгийн сургууль цэцэрлэг бол өөрийн гэсэн нойлын дэд бүтцгүй байдгаас болоод энэ хүүхдүүд түүнд унж за харамсалтай нас орох тохиолдол хүртэл гарч ирсэн. Тийм учраас энэ сургуулийн өргөтгөл болон холбогддог ийм хуурай технологитой хийх юм бол за говийн тал хээрийн заавал усны нөөцөөс хамааралгүйгээр нойлын асуудлаа шийдвэрлэх юм боломжоор хангаж байгаа юм аа. За тэгэхээр бодоо шүүс нойр нь бол яг хуу барихад амархан, үнэргүй, тухтаан, халдвар тагаадгүй. За модон жолтонтой харьцуулбал анхны өртөг бол жоохон өндөр байдаг. Гэхдээ бол газар нутагт том бол хаамж барьж болно, зөөж болно, тээвэрлж болно. За эцсийн хэрэглэгч өөрөө угсарж болдгоор ингээд сүүлийн үед хийцэн байгаа. Тэгэхээр үйлдвэрээс гаддаг учраас олон тоогоор нийлүүлэхэд хямд өртөгтэй манай бусад зах зээл дээр бүтээгдэхүүнээс одоо илүү давуу тал болж байгаа. За бид нар бол дараагийн бас нэг шийдэл бол full relate гэж нэрлэж байгаа. Усан эргэлтэд боловсон бөгөөд цэвэршүүлсэн саарл усаа дахин өөртөө ашигладаг ийм технологи санал болгож байгаа. Энэ болохоор 0-д хэрэглэсэн усаа одоо байгууламж дотроо өөрөө цэвэршүүлээд буцаад бочгиндөө эргэлдүүлдэг буюу бүрэн автомат усаа дахин ашигладаг ийм систем байгаа. За ойролцоогоор бид нэр F-type, P-type гэж хоёр type-ийг санал болгож байгаа. F-type нь family type буюу 4-5 хүнтэй. За энэ бол 700 орчим литр усыг өөртөө дахин эргэлдүүлэх зарчмаар улиралд нэг удаа зөвхөн усаа сольдог. Энд бол усны чанар мууц учраас сольж байгаа. Ер нь бол энгийн циклд өдөр тутам хэрэглэсэн усаа яадаг учраас зөөврийн устай одоо айлууд байсан ч гэсэн нэг удаа одоо улиралд нэг удаа зөөврлөөд бусад үедээ дандаа recycle буюу дахин өөртөө одоо циклдэж ашиглах бөгөөд энийг full recycle toilet буюу full relate гэж нэрлээд ингээ явж байгаа. За үүнтэй адилхан бас P-type буюу public type гэж байдаг. Public type нь өдөрт 200 удаа хүртэл одоо хэрэглэх боломжтой. За ингээд зөөврлөдөг. За хэрэглэсэн бүх усаа өөрийнхөө одоо дотор циклдэж дахин ашигладаг. За цэвэрлэгээний гол зүйл бол тунгаагуур, биологийн цэвэрлэгээ, химийн цэвэрлэгээ, нано цэвэрлэгээ гэсэн дөрвөн үндсэн цэвэрлэгээгээр хийгддэг. За биологийн цэвэрлэгээ бол идэвхтэй бактери буюу одоо амьд организмаар цэвэрлэн. За химийн цэвэрлэгээ бол ялангуяа энэ тундчилттай үүссэн одоо молекулын төвшөнд нарийсгаж зөвхөн ус төрөгчийг нэвтрүүлэх мембран фильтрээр цэвэршүүлэн. За нано цэвэрлэгээний хувьд бол титан туяаны аппаратаар илэн халдваргүйжүүлж буцаад бочгинд шахахад бэлэн болгон. За мөн дээр нь бид нэр олон ажлаад эхлэхээр энэ бохир ус маань цэвэрлэгээний явц ч гэсэн өнгөний одоо бас бохирдол үүсдэг, тунгалагчл бага байдаг учраас үүнд бол озооны одоо өндөр тунтай озооны аппаратаар дахин шарж усыг тунгалагшуулан цэвэршүүлж буцаж бочгинд эргэлдүүлдэг ийм зарчмыг бол санал болгож байгаа. За энэ бол одоо дэд бүтцээс хол эсвэл зөөврийн одоо устай эсвэл одоо зам дагуу жуулчны бааз гэсэн ийм боловсон нойлын стандартыг хангадаг. Тэгээд өдөр болгон одоо юу гэдэг дэд бүтэц газрын хөрсний устай эсвэл одоо цэнгэг усны ойрч байдаг нуур цөөрмийн эрэг дагуу бол одоо хөрсөн шингээгч гэдэг юм ийм байгаль орчинд ээлгүй асуудал гардаг бол энэ өөрөө дотроо циклддэг. Дараа нь бол улирал усны дараа саруулж аваад одоо төв зөвлөх байгууламж руу нийлүүлж болдгоор даваа талтай. За ингээд ер нь бол давуу талуудыг та бүхэнд сая дурдсанчлан full relate-ийн бас давуу тал бол тээвэрлж болдгоор нийлээд давуу талтай. Тэгэхээр тээвэрлж болдог учраас нүүдлийн одоо чанартай одоо ч гэдэг юм эсвэл зөвхөн зундаа ашигладаг мөртлөө өлдөө уур газар зөөж өгөөд ашиглаж болдог. Мөн одоо зам дагуух байрлал дээр байгаа түр амрах ч юм уу зогсоолоор хийсэн тохиолдолд байрлалыг оновчлолтой байдал руу шилжүүлж болно. За баяр наадам фестивал, за ургийн баяр наадам одоо юу гэдэг хөгжмийн фестивал гэсэн иймэрхүү олон хүн нэг дор одоо 2-3 хоногийн дотор цуглараад байгальд одоо маш их бохирдол үлдээдэг ийм нөхцөлд бол тэнд одоо богино хугацаанд төвлөрсөн цэвэрлэх бие даасан дэд үтс байдлаар ашиглаж болдгоор даваа талтай байгаа. Зааш нь явуулж. За явуул. Ер нь бол аль ч одоо шийдлийн хувьд бүгдийг тээвэрлж болдгоор бид нэр боловсруулж хийж байгаа учраас дараа нь бол одоо энэ айл одоо хашаа байшинд амьдардаг ч юм уу байдаг тохиолдолд нүгэд дэд бүтцийнхаа системийг давхар аваа явах боломжтой. Тэгэхээр манай одоо орны өөрийнх нь одоо онцлог за тэгээд таруу байрсан учраас зам дагуух юм уу төр отглох аялал жуулчлалын чиглэлтэй удирдлагын чанартай бүтээгдэхүүнд зориулаад одоо зорилготой нийцүүлээд өөрчилж болохоор ингэж төлөвлөж хийгдсэн байгаа. За явуулж. За хүлээт үр дүнгийн хувьд бол яг эдийн засгийн формоос гаргадаг аялал жуулчлалын төлөвлөлтөний чадварыг эндхсээр Монгол улс бол одоо 3-8 үзүүлэлтээр дээшлэн гэж харж байгаа. Тэгэхээр яагаад бид энийг хэлж байгаа вэ гэхээр аялал жуулчлалын одоо аялал жуулчлалаар ирсэн хүмүүсийг дахин ирэх боломжийг одоо хаадаг том зүйлийн хувьд бол sanitation буюу энэ бохрын дэд үтсийн асуудал гэж хардаг. За энэ асуудлыг шийдснээр одоо аялал жуулчлалын чанар нэмэгдснээр дахин Монгол улсад аялал жуулчлалаар ирэх хүмүүсийн тоо, за дотоодын аялал жуулчлалын сэтгэл хангамжийн одоо коэффициентийг бол тэгээд өндөр өсгөн гэж харж байгаа. За ингээд байгаль дахь эргэлтийн тогтвортой циклд хувь нэмэр оруулна гэдэг нь бол одоо шимт бодисын циклд бол хувь нэмэр оруулж одоо бохроос гарсан үлдэгдэл лагаар бол бид нэр одоо бордоо холон хөрс сайжруулах бүтээгдэхүүн хийж байгаа учраас энэ тухайн орон нутгийн хөрсний илэгдэл за нөхөн сэргэлт болгонд ашиглагдаад явах юм боломжтой. Мэдээж хуурийн нойлын технологиг бол хүнсний багталтай хольж бас яаж болдог учраас хуурийн нойлын технологиг эзэмшиж байгаа албан байгууллага хувь хүн за одоо энэ бохрийнхоо систем рүү хүнсний багтлаа бас хийж давхар боловсруулах боломж байдаг. За цааш нь явуулж. За зорилттой секторын хувьд бид нар бас түрүүсэн аймаг сумд сургууль цэцэрлэг стандарт нийцсэн гар эко гар нүүрийн угаалтуртай байгаад за сүүлийн үед бол энэ одоо эрүүл ах уу ариун цэвэр гэдэг хоёрыг ярьдаг. За гар угаах бизнес гэсэн энэ хоёр шийдлийг аль алиг нь одоо цогцоор нь одоо явуулж байгаа. За явуул. За бидний нийлүүлсэн болон хийсэн зүйлүүдийн одоо өмнөх туршлагын талаар харуулж байна. За тэгэхээр бид бас сэргийгт хэрчим хүчтэй хослолсон байдлаар аль болох одоо эрчим хүчний их үүсвэрийн өөр дээрээс шийдэх юм шийдлүүдийг бас санал болгодог. За мэдээж хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй иргэд болон эрэгтэй эмэгтэй буюу gender quality-г талаас нь одоо бодож төлөвлөдөг. Тэгэхээр эрэгтэй хүмүүсийг тус тусын өрөөнд байх. За энэ хоёрын аль ч одоо буюу нейтралны зоонд одоо хөгжлийн бэрхшээлтэй болон иргэн болон за эсрэг хүүсийн асан хамгаалагчтайгаа орох байдлаар энэ нойлын өрөөг төлөвлөдөг нь одоо тогтвортой хөгжлийн бодлогот байдаг gender quality гэдэг талыг хангадаг. Тэгэхээр тэгш хүртээмжтэй байх төлөвлөлтөөр ингэж хангадаг учраас энэ нойл маань бас дараа нь одоо хэрэглэгчдээс бас нэлээд таашаал өгдөг юм байна. За явал. За энэ хаус төсөл гэдэг нь бол яагаад бид нэр хуурай жолонгийнхоо үндсэн конструкцийг бол энэ вики хаус төслийн одоо зарчмаар хийж явах сонирхолтой байгаа. Тэгэхээр яадаг вэ гэхээр энэ бол үйлдвэрлэлт хавтангуудыг хэвлсэн хавтангуудыг талбай дээр шууд ухсарч болдог. Тэгэхээр цаашид бол манай одоо нойлын барилга байгууламж маань өндөр одоо үнэтэй хүнд машин механизм ашиглахгүйгээр зөвхөн хэвлэгдэн гарсан хавтангууд талбай дээр ухсрагдаж хийгддэг учраас нэгдүгээр дүртэг хямд, хоёрдугаарт олон ширхгээр одоо нэг дор үйлдвэрлэж болдог. За гуравдугаарт зөвлөж тээвэрлэхэд амар, тавдугаарт одоо орон нутгаа үзэмж байгаа байдал. За тэгээд дээр нь энэ хөдөлмөрийг хөнгөвчлсөн, заавал мэрэгжилтэн боловсон хүчнээр барих биш. Зөвхөн одоо материал дээр кодлогдсон кодын дагуу ухсарч хийхэд хялбар байж ингэж төлөвлөгддөг учраас үүгээр амар юм аа. За ингээд манай Green Eco Solutions компани одоо дараах нойлтой холбоотой усан болон усгүй шийдлүүдийг хаалгуулж байна. Баярлалаа.
За Green Eco Solution компани захирал Гаоддоо баярлалаа. Тун сонирхолтой танилцуулга байлаа. Ингээд бид бүхэн 12 цаг 20 минут болж байна. Яг эхний хилцүүлэг рүүгээ шилжиж байна. Би та бүхэнд эхлээд хилцүүлэгт маань оролцож байгаа зочдтойгоо танилцуулъя гэж бодож байна. Хамгийн эхний зочин бол түрүүн эхний бас панел дээр оролцсон манай Нүбийн хөгжлийн хөтөлбөрийн хурцагч лабораторийн хайгуулын дарга Алдар сайхан байгаа. Алдар сайхан сайн уу? Цаг гарган манай арга хэмжээнд оролцож байгаад баярлалаа.
Намайг оролцуулж байгаад баярлалаа. Сонирхолтой санаанд сонслоо.
За дараагийн зочин маань бол манай хамгийн ихний ногоон шийдлийн өдөр дээр бас зочин шүүгчээр ажилласан Японы Jera компани төслийн хөгжүүлэгч Болмаа байгаа. Болмаа бидэнтэй бас холбогдсон байна. Болмаа манай арга хэмжээ ямар болж ийн бас сэтгэлээсээ хуваалцаач.
Сайн байна уу? Дахин урьж оролцуулсанд баярлалаа. Би 4 өдрийн бүх одоо хөтөлбөрүүдийг маш их шимтэн үзлээ. Боловсрол, нийтийн одоо эрүүл ах буй бас энэ газар тариалан, хөдөө аж ахуй гэсэн маш олон салбаруудыг хамарсан төслүүдтэй танилцлаа. Үнэхээр Монголоос одоо энэ шийдлүүдийг монголчуудыг гадаадд ч гэсэн гаргах бүрэн боломжтой юм байна гэж одоо монголоор хэлэх юм бол огшоод сууж байна. Баярлалаа.
Болмаадаа маш их баярлалаа. Цагийн зөрүүтэй ч гэсэн цаг гаргаж оролцож байгаад их баярлж байна. Дараагийн манай зочин бол доктортой санхүүгийн холбооны түншлэлийн менежер Нандин Эрдэнэ байгаа. Бид нэр эхний өдрөөрөө мөн бас ногоон шийдлийн өдрөөр доктортой санхүүжилтийн холбооны захирал Намын Эрдэнэ бас зочин шүүгчээрээ ажиллаж сайхан санал санаачлагууд санаагаа хэлжсэн байгаа. Нандин Эрдэнэдээ бас энэ өдрийн мэнд хүргэе оролцож байгаад баярлалаа. Мөн сэтгэлээ хуваалцсан уу?
За баярлалаа. Маш сонирхолтой илтгэлүүд сонсоо. Тэгээд бүгдээрээ ногоо эдийн засгийн хөгжүүлэлт хувь нэмэр оруулахаар айгүй гоё санаанууд байлаа. За тэгээд манай байгууллагын хувьд бол энэ ногоон санхүүжилт, доктортой санхүүжилтийг ерөнхийдөө Монгол улсад болон бүс нутагтаа одоо манлайлах хөгжүүлэх чиглэлээр үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг байгууллага. Тэгээд энэ санаануудыг сонсоход бол үнэхээр баяртай. Яг нөгөө одоо юу гэдгийг доктортой санхүүжилтийг хэрэгжүүлэхэд яг юм шийдлүүд нь дутаад идэг. Тэгээд саяны илтгэлүүдийг хараад бол үнэхээр энэ gap нь хөгжиж байгаа юм байна гэж айгүй ихтгэл төрлөө. Баярлалаа. За ингээд бүгдээр зочтойгоо танилцлаа. Зочдоосоо энэ түрүүн та бүхэн танилцуулагдсан Deep Farm, Week Lab, Laris, Agroli гэх мэтчлийн компаниудын танилцуулгыг та бүхэн үзсэн байх. Тэгээд та бүхний сэтгэл ямар байгаа вэ? Энэ талаар ер нь юу гэж бодож байгаа вэ гэж асуулт эхлэе гэж бодож байна. Ингээд бүгдээрээ алдрагаас эхлэе. Алдраад энэ шийдлүүд таалагдсан уу?
Мэдээч хэрэг маш сонирхолтой шийдлүүд байна. Тэгээд яг нэг талаас харахаар зарим нь бол цоошин технологи одоо цоошиннууд орж иж зарим талаас нөгөөд нь болохоор одоо байсан технологи илүү сайжруулдаг ч юм уу тийм болохоор айгу сонирхолтой байлаа. Тэгээд зарим талаасаа бол яг өөр шатанд явж байгаа стартапууд юм шиг санагдлаа. Яг мэдээч хэрэг энэ товчхон видео танилцуулгаар би яг тэр хүмүүсийн олон жилийн хөдөлмөр юу гэдэг санааг бүрэн ойлгох боломжгүй байх. Тэгтээ яг харахад бол зарим нь одоо яг ингээд санаа ихж байгаа, тестэлж байгаа, зарим нь бол бүтээгдэхүүн болоод гарцсан тодорхой хэмжээнд бүр юу хэрэглэгчтэй хүрэгдсэн тийм бүтээгдэхүүнүүд байна. Тэгээд надад юу санагдсан бодоод бас яг зарим нь бол шууд нөгөө бизнесийн үйл ажиллагааг илүү зарим нь бол яг иргэдийн өдөр тутмын одоо хэрэглэдэг жорлон байд юм уу, ус байд юм уу, тэрийг сайжруулах илүү хүртээмжтэй яг эмзэг бүлэг рүү хандсан чиглэсэн байдлаар бас айгүй сонирхолтой санагдлаа. Тэгэхээр мэдээч хэрэг бүгд бол нийгмийн бүтээмж болоод одоо зовлон зүтгүүр те асуудал өвчин үг шийдэх тийм тодорхой хэмжээнд үр дүнгууд байна. Тэгэхээр надад бас яг шууд харьцуулах хэцүү. Гэхдээ би бол бүгдээрэнд нь сонсоод маш их одоо impressed гэдэг шүү дээ. Айгу юу сэтгэл хөдлөж байна. Айгу сонирхолтой юм байна. Тэгээд яг тэгээд нөгөө талаасаа бас бодох юм бол би ч нэг Монголд байгаа болохоор Монголынхаа асуудлуудыг яг аль нь шилүү шийдэхэд боломжтой юм. Тэгээд яг хаана орол зүгээр юм ингээд шууд ингээд толгой ажиллаад эхэлж байна. Ялангуяа гадаадд байгаа гадаадаас ирсэн шийдлүүд харахад бол тийм. Тэгээ яг ихний сэтгэл бол ингэж санагдлаа.
Баярлалаа Алдраа. Одоо Болтмагийн зүгээс Японд байгаа хүний зүгээс юу гэж бодогдож байна? Монголд байгаа энэ шийдлүүд хэр сонирхолтой санагдаж байна? Японд ер нь ямар байдаг вэ? Туршлагаасаа яривал.
За баярлалаа. Үнэхээр сонирхолтой санагдлаа. Өнөөдөр юу газар тариалан одоо энэ хөдөө аж ахуйн талаар 2 төсөл, тэгээд нийгмийн эрүүл ахуйн талаар 2 төсөл, түүнээс гадна энэ ажлын одоо энэ бизнес сая Алдрагийн хэлсэн бизнес дээр одоо дроныг ашиглаад орох юм бас төсөл. Түүнээс гадна энэ бүх одоо бизнесийг бүтээх хүмүүсийн тэр талбарыг бий болгох бас Week Lab гэдэг ийм төслүүд орлоо. Тэгээ ерөнхийдөө бол бүгдээрээ шинэ одоо шийдлийг эсвэл одоо байгаа шийдлийг илүү сайжруулсан шийдлүүд орж ирж байна гэж харж байна. Тэгээд миний бодлоор яг Японд одоо иймэрхүү бизнес ямар байдсан болоо гэж харах юм бол ер нь бол бүгдээрээ одоо нийгэмд өдөр болгон бид нарын тулгарч байгаа. Гэхдээ энэ бизнес болчих юм болов гэсэн одоо тэр асуултанд хариулсан болов гэж бодож байна. Жишээлбэл нойлын төсөл ч юм уу эсвэл усны төсөл дээр нэг өдөр одоо нэг хүн гарч ирээд би бизнес хийнэ гэд. За би одоо энүүгээр л одоо нойлын төслөөр бизнесээ хийгэж бодоод явах бол хэцүү байдаг. Гэтэл яг энэ social innovation гэдэг энэ ойлголт маань өөрөө энийг бизнес хийж болт юм байна шүү гэдгийг маш олон хүнд ойлгуулж байгаа гэдэг утгаараа одоо илүү шинэлэг юм болов. Тэгээд маш олон хүнд энийг хүртээмжтэй болгож байгаа гэдэгт би их баярлж байна. Японы хувьд ч гэсэн яг одоо өдөр тутам бид нар амьдраад анзаарахгүй байгаа маш олон шийдлүүд байдаг. Жишээлбэл өөрсдийнхөө одоо энэ урагцсан хувцас яаж уях вэ гэдгийг хүртэл ингээд бизнес болгоцсон явж байгаа хүмүүс байдаг. Хогоо яаж борто болох вэ гэдэг ч гэсэн айгүй том бизнес болцсон явж байдаг. Тэгэхээр энэ одоо шийдлүүдийг бизнес болгож болт юм байна гэдэг илүү олон хүнд таниулаад илүү олон хүнийг татаж оролцуулах нь илүү чухал юм болов. Энэ утгаараас KITE Mongolia-гийн энэ үйл ажиллагаа маш их өөр одоо ач холбогдолтой ивент болж байна гэж бодож байна. Баярлалаа.
За болмоодо баярлалаа. Японы бас туршлагаас хуваалцсанд баярлж байна. Одоо бид нар Нандин Эрдэнэ тос төслийн түншлэлийн менежерээс бас санал сэтгэлийн сонсъё. Энэ хүү шийдлүүдийг сонсоод юу гэж бодогдов?
За баярлалаа. Ерөнхийдөө би нөгөө хийж байгаа ажилтайгаа айгу холбож бодлоо. Тэгээд хэрвээ яг ингээд төслүүдийг хуваагаад авч үзэх юм бол 3 нь яг одоо green finance чиглэлийн, нэг нь climate finance чиглэлийн, нэг нь бол илүү social finance чиглэлийн одоо төслүүд бас ийм санаанууд байна. Тэгээд одоо манай дээр жишээлбэл одоо банкны байгууллага ч юм уу те санхүүгийн байгууллагт яг одоо иймэрхүү төслүүдийг санхүүжүүлэхэд юу ийг хардаг вэ гэхээр хамгийн эхлээд traceability те одоо нэг энэ одоо санааг газар дээр болгосны дараа үр дүнгийн хэмжих боломж байна уугүй юу гэдгийг хэмжих нь хамгийн чухал байгаа гэдэг. Одоо бидний өгсөн фонд зориулалтаараа ашиглагдаж байна. Энэ үнэхээр яг одоо $1 тутамд үнэхээр одоо carbon dioxide болгож чадж байна уу? Эсвэл ямар нэг нийгмийн эсвэл одоо байгаль орчны асуудал шийдэж чадж байна уу гэдэг нь аягүй чухал байдаг. Тэгэхээр энэ төслүүдийг сонсоход бол яг эднэрийг одоо энэ асуултад хариулж чадхаар шийдлийг нь олсон юм шиг санагдлаа. Тэгээд бид одоо энэ дискшныхаа үеэр оролцогч байгууллагуудаас асуулт асуух боломж байгаа бол би бас хэд хэдэн асуулт бэлдсэн байгаа.
Бид нар бүх зочдоос сан сэтгэлийн сонссны дараа мэдээж та бүхэнд асуух маш олон асуулт байгаа. Тэр асуултыг асуух боломжийг бас олгоно. Өнөөдөр бидэнтэй хамт бас KITE Монголын үүсгэн байгуулагч Болормаа захирал Zoom-ээр бас нэгдсэн байгаа. Болормаа захирлын хувьд энэ шийдлүүдийн талаар бас өөрийнхөө саналыг хуваалцсан уу гэж урьж байна.
За маш их таанаас бидний яриа сонсогч нэг үе би нөгөө офисаас холбож байгаа учраас интернет жоохон тасраад байж магадгүй гэж бодож байна. Миний хувьд болохоор энэ хамгийн анх танилцсан SkyCatch гэдэг энэ маш их сонирхолтой санагдсан. Манай Монгол шиг одоо яг энэ уул хөгжсөн энэ оронд бол яг нэг иймэрхүү те энерги хэмжих бууруулах те ийм технологиуд орж ирэх нь өөрөө аягүй чухал байгаа юм. Тэгээ ийм технологиуд бас орж ирснээр бид нар бас бусад орнуудаас одоо жишээ авах тэгээд хамтран ажиллах ийм бас боломжууд нь манай стартапуудад бас нэгдэх юм болов уу гэж бодогдлоо. За тэгээд энэ дээр бас тэр нөгөө ферминг аж ахуйн талаар 2 компани орж ирлээ. Тэгэхээр бид нар зөвхөн юу биш ногоочдынхаа асуудлыг шийдэхээс гадна еще бас жижиг фермэд манайд бас их байдаг мөнхөрийн янз бүрийн үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг Тэгэхээр тэр фермийнхэн бас энэ технологи маш хэрэгтэй гэж магадгүй. Тэгээд яг бүгдээрээ өөр үе шаттай байгаа учраас асуулт асуугаад ингээ явах нь хэцүүтэй болов уу гэж бодлоо. За баярлалаа.
Болормаа захиралтаа баярлалаа. Ингээд бид Улаанбаатар хот дахь шинжлэх ухаан аж үйлдвэрийн хөгжил инновацийн газрын технологийн газрын дарга жаргалмаатай холбогдсон байгаа. Жаргалмаа өөрийгөө танилцуулаад манай ивентийн талаар мөн сая сонсон шийдлүүдийн талаар өөрийнхөө санал сэтгэлийг хуваалцсан уу?
За баярлалаа. Одоо миний яриа сонсогдож байгаа гэж найдаж байна. Жохон техникийн садлах гарлаа. За нийслэлийн шинжлэх ухаан үйлдвэрлэл инновацийн газрын шинжлэх ухаан технологийн хэлтсийн дарга жаргалмаа байна. Энэ арга хэмжээнд энэ өмнө энэ арга хэмжээг маш мэргэжлийн түвшинд амжилттай зохион байгуулж байгаа KITE Mongolia хамт олондоо баярлалаа. Баяр хүргэе. Тэгээд нийслэл хотын зүгээс ер нь бол бид нэр нийслэл хотод тулгамдж буй асуудлууд болох одоо хөрсний бохирдол, агаар орчин цаашлаад бид нэрийг аль болох сэргээртэх юм уу ч ногоон технологи ашиглах гарц гаргалаа solutions хайж бас энд оролцож байгаа компаниудын бүтээгдэхүүн үйлчилгээг сонирхоход их татай байна. 2 компани сонирхлыг их татлаа. Тэгээд бас мөн асуулт бэлдсэн байгаа. Ладис буюу одоо ус цэвэршүүлэх технологи гэсэн мөн Wiglab дээр одоо манайха жижиг дунд бизнес эрхлэгч гарааны компаниудыг бойжох дэмжих үйл ажиллагаа явуулж байгаа учраас манай газрын үйл ажиллагаатай бас илүү холбоотой Wiglab буюу одоо Women Empowerment-ийн жижиг дунд бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдийг дэмжсэн платформ хийсэн компани тухай сонсоод энэ талаар бас асуултууд тавихаар байна. Тэгээд хэлэлцүүлэгт оролцож байгаа таатай байна.
Жаргалмаа даргада баярлалаа. Ингээд бид та бүхний асуухыг хүсэж байгаа асуултуудыг шууд тавиад явуул цагаа бас хэмнэх юм байна гэж ойлголоо. Тэгэхээр алдраагаас эхлээд эдгээр шийдлүүдээс асуух асуулт байгаа юу? Алдраагаас эхлээд асуултуудаа асууад.
За би зүгээр нэг юу л ботчлаа л доо. Эн чинь яг Монголын хувьд бол хөгжиж байгаа улсын хувьд яг эдгээр шийдлүүдийг аваад иргэд юм уу бизнес хэрэглэхэд тэр entry одоо access хэрэглэх юу боломж нь тэгээд хэрэглэхэд шаарддаг одоо мэдлэг юу инфраструктур дэд бүтц тэрний хэмжээ хэр их байгаа гэж харж байгааг нь хариулчих боломжтой хүмүүсээс асуучмаар байна л да. Яагаад тэр одоо жишээлбэл зарим нэг нарийн технологиуд байгаа шүү дээ. Тэр одоо мал аж ахуйн үйлдвэрийг хяндаг ап юуг ашиглахад яг жоохон мэрэгчсэн байх хэрэгтэй юу, нэмэлт одоо ойлголттой хүн байх хэрэгтэй юу, зүгээр аваад хэрэглэж болох уу? SkyCatch ч гэсэн мөн адил те. Тэр ирээд зураглалыг хийхлээр тэр хүнийг одоо шууд энд байгаа хүн ямар ч хамаагүй одоо өөр ерхэд ойлголттой авах уу, заавал эсвэл нарийн технологи авах хэрэгтэй юу? Тэгээд цаашлаад ярих юм бол яг хуу ладс дээр би бол шууд харахад бол яг хэрэглэхэд айгүй ойлгомжтой амар гэдэг нь харагдаж байна. Тэгээд жорлонгийн шийдэл дээр бас жоохон тайлбар өгсөн те. Ингээд бэлэн аваад зугсраад өөрөө угсрах боломжтой модельийг гаргаж байгаа гэдэг шиг. Тэр шиг яг хэрэглэгч эсвэл бизнес аваад хэрэглэхэд ер нь бүтээгдэхүүн нь хэр их одоо хүндрэлтэй ямар шатанд явж байгаа юм бэ гэдгийг жоохон нэмж тодруулбал зүгээр санагдлаа. Тэгээд яг боломжтой хүмүүсээс нь хариулаач болох хаа баярлалаа.
За баярлалаа. Do we have a Deep Farm company here with us? Mrs. Altra had a question about your technology in terms of how accessible is it in the market?
Yeah, I can address that. This is Darren from SkyCatch. So the software, the apps we develop and also provide is very user-friendly, meaning you don't have to be an engineer, you don't have to have master degrees, bachelor degree, and it's just few clicks. And then you can fly the robot, fly the drone, and then better yet, all the data you capture, the user capture, will be uploaded to our on-premise or in the cloud, and then everything else will be processed automatically. It's all unmanned process. And then after that, you'll get the final output pretty much in an hour or two, right? Versus the conventional method require days or weeks or month to get your data. And also it's very safe, meaning you don't have to go to the mine site, you don't have to go to the job site, you can just remotely capture and process the data, right? And then you don't have to disrupt the operation, right? I think you mentioned about mining, right? So it's very dangerous sometimes. You have trucks, you have equipment, right? So the beauty of the technology is you can do a lot of the things remotely, and also you can view your data, you can discuss in the office or in somewhere safe. So I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
I got a gesture from the technological team here that Mrs. Oyenga from WIC Club, she wanted to address this question as well.
Тийм за манай WIC Club-ийн хувьд болохоор бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдэд зориулсан цахим талбар байгаа. Тэгээд талбар маань болохоор яг одоогийн байдлаар веб болон мобайл аппликейшн хэлбэрээр бизнес эрхлэгч эмэгтэйчүүдэд маань хүрэх байгаа. Тэгэхээр мобайл аппликейшны хувьд бол манай эмэгтэйчүүд ерөнхийдөө нэлээд сайн хэрэглээд сурсан. Дээрээс нь бид нар яг энийг зах зээлд нэвтрүүлэх эмэгтэйчүүд маань илүү сайн ашиглахад зориулаад өөрсдөө одоо нөгөө бизнес эмэгтэйчүүдийн ментор клубтэй хамтраад бас сургалтуудыг явуулах байгаа. Тэгээд хэрхэн ашиглах талаар бас видео танилцуулгууд хүрхээр байгаа. Тэгэхээр ерөнхийдөө яг ашиглах талаар бол нэлээд friendly байна гэж бодчих.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion, Oyenga, with us, and thank you, SkyCatch Company's director as well for your answer. And here we have Agroli's founder, Chimka, with us to answer this question as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Chimka from Agroli. As I explained, our solution is like totally software. It's a mobile app for rural household farmers in emerging markets. Like for us, I would like to address this question as that we are actually the open source, and our solution consists of open source and closed source. So basically, like from this, even from the scratch, we started working with the rural household farmers right away. We just included their voice of our customers. So like our designs and everything, even the operation, how it should be connected to the certain problems, how it should address the problems, are totally integrated the voice of the rural household. So in Mongolia, we are like currently testing our design application. We are testing 3 times. Like every time we just process in our solution, we are actually testing the app with the farmers. So even after our launch, our rural household farmers, it's going to be really easy for them because they're the one who participated and helped us to design the entire application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chimka, for your thorough explanation. And I would like to ask the guests if you have any other questions from the participants. Please welcome. The microphone is yours. I'd like to start from Nanding Erden, partner manager of TOS. Nanding Erden, are you here with us?
Yes. Танилцуулагдсан 6 шийдлээс хамгийн одоо тий Монголд тулгамдж байгаа priority гараа гэх юм бол хөрсний бохирдолтой холбоотой LADIS, тэгээ Green Solutions хоёр бол таалагдсан. Тэгээд хамгийн ихний асуулт болохоор зэрэг Green Eco Solutions-аас за яг үний хувьд ямар байх вэ? Тэгээд түрүүн бас Wiki House гэдэг зургийг харуулсан. Тэгэхээр Wiki House-ийн хувьд энэ барилга нь жижиг хэмжээний байшин нөрөө эрчим хүчний хэмнэлттэй эсвэл дулаан алдагдал багтай гэсэн ийм зүйл байгаа юу. За тэгээ дээрэс нь дагалдах хэрэгслүүд бас байгаа. Одоо байад хоёултаасаа гадна янз бүрийн пайпууд ч юм уу тий. Тэгэхээр энэ дагалдах хэрэгслүүдийн үн өртөг ерөнхийдөө тусдаа байд юм уу? Одоо тусдаа харилцагч ах боломжтой юу? Тэгээд угсрах боломжтой эсвэл зөвхөн одоо жолонгийн салгаад ингээд ах боломжтой юу? За дараагийнх нь асуулт болохоор яг энэ нойлоос суулгах, за тэгээд гадна талынхаа энэ хаусыг барихад хичнээн хэмжээний хугацаа шаардагдах вэ гэдэг ийм асуултууд байна. Баярлалаа. Хоёр дахь нь болохоор зэрэг LADIS бас маш их таалагдсан ийм solution байгаа. Тэгээд нэгж бүтээгдэхүүний үн өртөг одоо харилцагчид affordable одоо худалдаж авах боломжийн үнэ нь одоо хэр зэрэг вэ? Тэгээд дээрэс нь үйлдвэрлэлийн хувьд бол одоо жилд ч юм уу те сард үйлдвэрлэх хүчин чадал гэж байгаа юу. Тэгээд ямар хугацаанд хичнээн хэмжээний бүтээгдэхүүн үйлдвэрлэх тэгээд нийлүүлэх юм боломж байгаа вэ гэдэг асуулт байна байлаа.
За асуулт асуусанд баярлалаа. Тэгэхээр ерөнхийдөө бол манай шийдэл болохоор өрхийн, за нийтийн, за тэгээд сургууль цэцэглэг гэдэг ингээд нэлээд 3-4 type байгаа. За хөрсний бохирдол Улаанбаатар хотын хувьд одоо юутай хүмүүсийн сонирхол татж байгаа нь болохоор бид нэр энэ гэр хороолт амьдралыг иргэдэд зориулсан bio toilet хуурай нойлыг илүү санал болгож байгаа. За энэ нойлын хувьд яг түрүүн би хэлсэн одоо ер нь бол Wiki House үндсэн зарчмыг ашиглаж байгаа учраас за энэ бол гадна нойл байгаа. Тэгээ энэ door outdoor гэдэг дахиад бас 2 хуваагдаж байгаа. Тэгэхээр outdoor-ийн хувьд бол бид нэр ер нь бол ойлгомжтой хэлгээд яг inspiration авсан зүйл бол яг энэ IKEA-гийн тавилга шиг байя. Хүмүүс партуудаа аваачаад өөрсдөө угсардаг байя гэсэн энэ зарчмаар яг энэ Wiki House-ыг хөгжүүлж байгаа. Одоо Render гэж Монголын хам нэлээд том инженерийн компани байгаа. Эднэртэй хамтраад хөгжүүлээд бид эхний загваруудыг гаргацсан. За энэ бас нэг давуу тал нь урд нь бол энэ жолонгийн бүхээг хийх явц бол яг юм одоо мужаан ч гэдэм үү тийм мэрэгчлээ боловсон өвчнөөс хамааралтай. Хамгийн одоо хямдхан өртгөн сая төгрөгөөс эхэлдэг байсан жолонгийн бүхээг. Гэтэл ингээд нойлтой холбоотой судалгаа хийгээд үзгээд яг жолонгийн бүхээг одоо хэдэн төгрөг зарцуулж чадах вэ гэдэг судалгаа харахаар ер нь иргэдийн дунд чинь 250,000 төгрөг гэсэн юм байдалтай байдаг. Тэгэхээр үндсэндээ бол хүмүүсийн гаргаж чадах одоо capacity, за нийлүүлэлтийн үнэ хоёр бол матч хийхгүй байна гэж бид нар хараад тэгээ энэ дээр өртгийг буулгах дээр анхаарсан. Тэгээ өртгийг буулгахын тулд бид нар энэ автомат одоо үйлдвэрлэлийн гормоор олноор үйлдвэрлэдэг бай. Нэг нийт зах зээл маань олон хүнтэй учраас одоо нэг мужаан 14 хоногийн дотор нэг бүхээг гаргадаг биш. Өдөрт одоо ажлын 8 цагт дор хаяж 10-аас 20 ширхэг гаргадаг байх юм зарчмыг хайсан Wiki House-ын шийдэлээр очсон байгаа. Иргэд өөрсдөө угсардаг байх нь нойлынхон зардлыг буулгаж байгаа. Одоо зааварчилгааны дагуу угсардаг байх нь. За тэгээд үйлдвэрлэл маань Wiki House-ын CNC-ийг бүрэн автомат CNC машинаар одоо хийгддэг учраас ойролцоогоор нэг 2 цагт бид нэр 5 орчим бүхээгний модыг зүсээд дуусч байгаа. Тэгээ энэ бас үйлдвэрийн шатндаа хүний одоо оролцоо бас багтай, зөвхөн хавтангаа одоо өөрөө татаад өөрөө зүсээд ингээд гаргадаг ийм үйлдвэр байгаа. Тэгээд ирэхээр бид нар бол энэ бүхээгний өртгийн үндсэн материалын өртгийг үндсэндээ бол одоогийн зах зээлд байгаагаас 2 дахин буулгаж чадсан. За тэгээд угсралтын зардал гэдэг юм иргэд өөрсдөө бодлож авч хийдэг учраас тэр зардлыг бас асч байгаа. Дээр нь бол манай Монголын зах зээлд байсан энэ ялангуяа жорлонгоо өөрчлөлт гэдэг юм уу бусад төсөөтэй одоо биожорлонгуудын багтаамжийн одоо нойлын багтаамжийн асуудал байсан. Тэгэхээр энэ бол нэг өрх одоо жишээ нь таамбартаа ч юм уу гэртээ хийж болоод байдаг боловч одоо хашаанда гуруулаа дөрүүлээ амьдэрдэг хүмүүс энэ шийдэл бас болж өгөхгүй байсан. Жишээ нь зөвхөн нойлд орох гэж хажуу айлд орох боломжгүй учраас. Тэгэхээр энэ олон одоо иргэд одоо дундаа шеэрлдэг тойлоод байх боломжтойгоор хийснээрээ нэг айлд одоо ноогдож байгаа өртг нь бол ер нь одоо 4 айлтай ч гэдэг юм 3 айлтай гэж үзэх юм бол зах зээлд байдгаас үндсэндээ нэг 30-аас 40% хямдхан болгож ингэж гаргаж ирж байгаа. Тэгээд хэрвээ төсөл хөтөлбөрч гэдэг юм уу олон одоо юу гэдэг айл зэрэг нийлүүлэх боломжн дээр бол бид нэр энэ үйлдвэрлэлийн одоо efficiency-г өсгсөн учраас ийм боломжтой байгаа. За түрүүний дудлаа таталтай холбоотой юм дээр бол бид нар Wiki House төсөл дээр яг зориулаад айлын хаус хийж үтсэн. Одоо нэг хүн амьдарч байгаа. За энэ хүн бол халаалтгүйгээр амьдарч байгаа. Тэгэхээр 25 см-ийн зузаантай одоо яг бүгд нөгөө plywood-ээр хийж байгаа учраас цонхоор авсан нарны гэрлээрээ өдрийн 100 за халуун бөхчм орчин байдаг. Тэгээд шөнө бол нэмэлтээр халаалт тавьдаг учраас тэрийг ашиглахгүй байдлаар амьдраа байж байгаа. За энэ Wiki House-ийн бас нэг давуу тал нь шугамн суурь хийдгүү. Зөвхөн одоо дахиад үлдээ суурь гэдэг шиг газар ухрахгүйгээр одоо газраас хөндийлөөд тэр одоо төмөр каркасын гацсан суурьуд дээр хийдэг учраас газрын одоо шорооны ажил бага байдаг. Дээр нь одоо үжил болон 2-3 дахин үн нэмэгдэж байгаа цемент арматур гэдэг ийм динамик үнийн өсөлттэй бараа материалуудаас салаад нэгсэндээ төмөр каркас гэдэг үе тогтмол үнэтэй бүтээгдэхүүн рүү шилжүүлсэн учраас манай нойлын байшингийн өртөг одоо Улаанбаатар хотод ч бай, за өөр захын одоо ч юм уу эсвэл бол хаслагдсан аймаг сум дүүргэд очсон ч гэсэн одоо тухайн орон нутгийн мэрэгчлэн боловсон хүчин болон барилгын материалын үнээс хамааралгүй нэг үнээр ингээ гаргаж байгаа нь давуу талтай. Тэгээд зүй тээвэрлж болдог халаалт нэмэлтээр тавих шаардлагагүй байгалийн гэрлээрээ дулаад байдаг.
We have a very tight schedule, so I would like to address the question to Laris. So I believe the question was about the product production capacity from Nandang Erden, Project and Partnership Manager of Mongolian Sustainable Finance Association. So do we have the founder of Laris here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Right. Welcome.
So in terms of cost and some production, so as you might have seen from our product, it's pretty simple product. So all we did was we imported the important lamp from the Chinese manufacturer that we found that's really credible. And what we did was we imported those lamps from China to Korea where we are at, and we assembled our product in Korea while using the lamp, which was produced in China. Then we assembled in Korea with the other plastic pieces. And of course, we did the quality assurance, and because we did assemble in Korea, it was like definitely our cost was like really easier for us to reduce. And so what we did was like we brought lamp from China and we did assemble in other factory in Korea, and I think it took like around like 30 like definitely less than like 10. It was like 15, like $16 a round to produce. And yeah, that's a production cost. And every time we produce our product, we do the quality assurance, like we do by hand, and we always like do it by ourselves. So definitely we can assure those quality. Mm-hmm. Was there
Thank you. I hope the answer you answered the question pretty good. And we have a question from Boltma. Mrs. Boltma, please welcome.
За баярлалаа. Би юу SkyCatch тэгээд Ladis, Deep Farm, Agroli энэ дөрвөөс асуулт асууя. Гэтэ яг их богинохан асуулт асууя. SkyCatch-аас асуумаар байгаа асуулт нь би өмнөх эхний өдөр энэ дронтой холбоотой бас асуулт асууж байсан. Бусад улсууд руу ч юм эсвэл салбарын ийм өөр салбар руу энэ дроноо ашиглахад хууль зүйн хууль одоо эрх зүйн ямар ийм асуудлууд гардаг вэ? Тэгээд тэрийг компанийн хувьд яаж шийддэг вэ? Магадгүй бас улсын тийм байгууллагуудтай харилцдаг бол эсвэл тухайн нэг үйлчлүүлж байгаа компаниараа дамжуулаад тэр зөвшөөрлүүдийг авах юм болов уу гэдэг нь эхний асуулт. Хоёр дахь нь болохоор Ladis-аас асууя гэж бодож байна. Тэр нь юу вэ гэхээр одоо болвол ийм энгийн зүгээр юм пет ботлоо шүү дээ. Усны савнд ингээд байрлуулж байгаа юм байна гэж ойлголоо. Жишээлбэл энийг илүү том хэмжээгээр нийтийн одоо юм усан санд ч юм уу илүү байгууламж, хороолол суйрлуулыг гэвэл тэрийг бодож байгаа юу, тэр юу нь боломжтой юу танаа шийдлээ гэдэг нь дараагийн асуулт. Гурав дахь асуулт нь Deep Farm, Agroli хоёрт хоёулангаас нь асуумаар санагдлаа. Тэр нь юу вэ гэхээр аль нь олвол мэдээллийг ил байлгах шийдэл юм байна гэж ойлгосон. Жишээлбэл ялангуяа одоо энэ ESG ч юм уу SDG гэсэн энэ концептоор ярих юм бол энэ life cycle assessment гэдэг тухайн одоо бүтээгдэхүүн бий болох хүртэл ямар хаягдлууд ч юм уу байгаль орчинд бас нийгэм нөлөөлж байгаа гэдэг ийм assessment-ийг бас хийгээд ийм одоо дүгнэлтүүдийг ч юм уу хяналтуудыг хийгээд тэрийгэ ил болгох боломж байд юм болов энэ талаар бас бодож байгаа юу гэж асуумаар байна. Баярлалаа.
Надагч. Thank you, Bolma. So I believe the first question was from to SkyCatch. So the question was, is there any legal issues to implement your solution?
Yeah, happy to answer. So good question. I think different country, different regions has different regulation. For example, in US or in Australia, Southeast Asia, it's like a driver's license, right? So you take some written test and then you can fly drone. And in some other country, you have to take the driver's license and you have to apply as an entity. You know, the company who operate need to get a license, a permit as well. So different country has different rules. And also we do work with public sector, which is actually easier, right? Because that's government-owned project. So even though the permit is still required, but it's much faster, right? Because the government actually own the process. So we see working with the government has acceleration sometimes to move things faster. But I definitely would love to learn the regulation in Mongolia, and then we can definitely work with you on that. Thanks.
Thank you, SkyTech. So the next question from Boltma was to Ladis. I hope you heard the question. So the microphone is yours.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of legal issue with our product, it's like relatively easier because unlike other services or software process, all we do is we are manufacturer basically. So it's easier for us to get a certification for each countries compared to other software where you use data. So what we do is, because each and every country has different standard for the product exportation. So what we did in Korea and United States was that we looked for the certification process, and it was relatively easier for us to get the certification, like a safety certification. So we believe that if you were trying to do the business in Mongolia, I'm pretty sure that they have this similar regulation as well. So we're trying to pass the test and all those safety regulations. And from our experiences in Philippines and Laos, I believe that it's going to be, I think we were pretty confident to pass the same test process in Mongolia as well. Hope it answered your question.
Thank you to Ladis. I hope you answered the question. So I would like to ask Mrs. Baltharma. She's with us, KITE Mongolia's founder. She has a question for the participants. So Mrs. Baltharma, welcome.
Sorry, I have just a very quick questions for three participants. So number one, for deep farm. And the question is, what stage of development are you, and what are the support you would like to see in developing further your application? For the SkyCatch, I wanted to check whether there are other competitors in your field. I'm sure there are, and what would the advantage of having your solutions in terms of cost perspective, ease of use, and those things. And for Ladis, would be, are you looking for a partner here in Mongolia to start this in Mongolia, and what would be looking when you look for the partners? And I think there was 2 questions for from Voldemar that I want to just to reiterate. For Ladis, it was
as for our solution can provide the service for the farmers, because in the farm, especially in developing countries, they can provide the behavior analysis for the livestock. So can you hear me? Yeah. For the livestock in the real time. And the second one is that our service can provide the service for the consumer. And also in the developing countries, some brand in their country, the consumers in their country didn't believe that their product. So we provide this service to let the consumer know the real time in the farm of the feeding process to make them believe the Korean process. So that are the 2 services of our AFA system.
And for us, thank you for first of all, thanks for asking me a question that I want to answer. Definitely, we're looking for partners in Mongolia who can actually invest and collaborate with us when we're trying to bring our products to Mongolia. So, for instance, in Korea, what we did was we partnered with Samsung Electronics, and they supported us with the asset with their engineers for the cost reduction. And it really helped out, and our business had really proceeded within the Korea. And if we were to do in Mongolia, it's definitely going to be, we're looking for partners who can actually invest, and we can collaborate and also provide our channel to distribute in Mongolia. And because of our cost of our product, we're not trying to actually sell to people. We're trying to help and donate. So if there's a good route or channel that we can utilize, I think it would be great. And that's a partnership that we're looking for in Mongolia.
Thank you for your answer. And I think there was a question from Mrs. Botharma to Darren SkyCatch. Are you with us?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for unmute me. So great question regarding competition. In fact, we are very happy to see competition, because that's a great way to validate the market, right? Because we are growing, we are creating the market as a startup, right? So, more competition, meaning this is a true market. We can grow together. In fact, we are also friends with a lot of the players in the same market. However, the big difference of SkyCatch is we are end-to-end, meaning, we build our processing, capture, analytics in one box in-house, right? So we have everything. We have patterns for everything, right? So that make a big difference. Also, we are able to provide a more accurate data than other player, right? So the data for construction, infrastructure, mining can really be actionable versus something, can only present, but cannot be measured, cannot be tracked, right? So that's another big difference. And the last difference is we have been validated by global players everywhere, right? So we are deploying in North America, South America, Asia, Southeast Asia, China, Africa, everywhere, right? So that require a lot of the validation, credibility, trust, test, and test. So we are happy to see more competition and then more player to jointly grow the market. I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren, for your explanation and answer. I see the high rises of San Francisco right behind you. I used to live in San Francisco. It's really great to see you. And we have the answer from Chimka as well. So Agroli application, Chimka.
Thank you so much. I think I have to address the question raised by Ms. Baldma in terms of like how we are trying to introduce the ESG assessment in agricultural field in Mongolia. Actually, before talking about the new technology that we are trying to introduce in Mongolia, I would like to raise the point that we are not only trying to make up any new technology, we're trying to transform the entire sector into digital one. So there are already some existing ones. For example, the good agricultural practice in Mongolia, it has been already written and approved by the ministry and also FAO in Mongolia, but unfortunately, it has not been reached out to all the rural household farmers in Mongolia. Because it's quite difficult to just follow up the paper. That's why we are just also introducing it through our application. So this environment, sustainability, and governance assessment is gonna be introduced to the rural household farmers. And we are currently also working with IBM and also Linux Foundation in the US. They're working with us with the open source part where we are trying to connect our application with AI and then also cloud and blockchain. And we have some close part which is mostly addressing the Mongolian farmers' problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Since we have so many questions from the participants and the guests, so I would like to extend our session for 10 minutes. So now we have Mrs. Jargalma, Head of Science and Technology Department, Science Industrial Development and Innovation Agency in Ulaanbaatar. Please address your questions, please.
За баярлалаа. Ер нь хилцүүлгийн маань цаг давтсан учраас цаг барих үүднээс би Монгол талын компани болох одоо Wiclab-аас асууя гэсэн нөгөө Wiclab-ийн уянгаагаас асууя гэснийгээ дараад нь тусдаа жиж холбогдоод асууж гэж бодлоо. Бас энэ тал дээр энэ аппликейшн дээр бас хамтарч ажиллах зүйлүүд гарах юм шиг байна. Тэгэхээр шууд Lattice компанид бас хандъя гэж хүсэж байна. So Mr. Hyundo is, if it's correct, sorry. It's really important and necessary nowadays. The Lattice solution, especially during COVID-19. And it's really interesting, your solution regarding with the not only water sanitation and masks, cell phones, these days pens, sanitation also. And one of the you see the solution. One of the reason of the soil pollution is caused by let's say from the traditional outside toilets. And because of that, in Ulaanbaatar, just in Ulaanbaatar city, we have 200,000 outside toilets. And because of that, we can catch up from the water hole, the bacteria. It appears in the bacteria in water hole from human body. Can we use, have you tested this Lattice system in water holes? And if so, what was the results? And can we try it in Mongolia's? Can we implement such kind of project in Ulaanbaatar city?
First of all, your pronunciation of my name was perfect, so appreciate it. And in order to address your question, definitely we encourage people to use it on the surface water where there's like any other odorant. And we trying to use it on clear water, and we haven't tested on those water cleaning up the water from the sewage. So I will definitely test it out, but we encourage to use them in the surface water. So I thought like it's gonna be good because I heard like there's a good water sources in Mongolia, and I'm not sure about Ulaanbaatar, but I think it can be used in the rural area at this point now. But we're going to test more and develop our product to use in the rural, more in the urban setting, if that's what you meant. So yeah, we're definitely going to test it. But like so far, right now with our technology, right now it's going to be, we're encourage people to use it on the surface water sources.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon Hyun-do. I hope I also pronounced it well. So we're getting to the closure. So I would like to ask for closing remarks from all the participants and all the guests. So who would like to go first?
I can go first.
All right.
Thank you for taking your time to present your solutions and projects. It's really interesting, and it really is inspiring. I think it makes me just continue thinking about what could happen next. And it would be great if you could get some of the solutions introduced here in Mongolia as well, and even possibly collaborate as well. Yeah, and then really thankful for having me in this session today. Thank you.
Thanks again for your time and making contribution to the global issues through your innovation and solutions. And I'm so glad and excited about hear this innovative solutions, and looking forward to any possible collaboration or any further communication through all of the participants. And thanks for having me in these sessions. Thank you.
Thanks, KITE Mongolia, all the sponsors and participants and guests for this opportunity and invite me to this session. I'm truly impressed by all the projects, and it's actually inspiring to learn that there could be this many solutions to solve our everyday lives in business or in personal lives as well. Just want to restate what Mr. Koizumi mentioned in the earlier session about how these organizations like JICA, ADB, or any other international organizations that support ventures or the startup companies. I think everyone can be an entrepreneur, and whenever there is an issue, whenever there is an idea, that could be a business. But those business need to meet the potential partners. That could be bigger enterprises, governments, or any other bigger venture capital. So in that sense, those entities need to be the bridge between these two parties. And having that bridge as a support system, I think that could make everyone happy, including the startups as well as the bigger enterprises. So keep up the great work, and thanks a lot, and good luck for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolma, for joining us, regardless of the time difference. So now, Jargalma, you have the word for. Do you have anything to say as a closing remark?
Sure, thank you. So again, I would say my sincere gratitude to KITE Mongolia team for organizing and having me in such a great panel discussion. And as always, the time is not enough for discussing all these interesting issues. So far, I hope that we can get all the contact details of these companies, and we can contact directly for the further collaboration.
Thank you, Jargalma, for your comment. And we have the final closing remark from SkyTech company, Mr. Darren Shea. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And then again, it's a super honored to be here, and I'm always excited to see great crowd, great questions, and great technology, right? And I'm always feeling really good to working with entrepreneur and also startups like you guys to really helping the society. Thank you, KITE. Thank you, ADB, for also holding hands with us to really improve people's life, quality, safety, right? So we feel hopeful and high potential. Thank you. And then I remember I used to travel like 70% of my time internationally, right? So I definitely see I will visit Mongolia sometime after the pandemic. Stay
Welcome
safe,
to Mongolia.
stay healthy. Thank you.
Welcome to Mongolia, Mr. Dan. We will be really happy to see you here. And thank you all the participants and guests for joining us today. And this session is coming to an end, but we will continue at 2 p.m. after the lunch. So please tune in with us. Welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. So we will have our next discussion and session with the topic of edutech, health tech area. So I would like to introduce our guests for this session. The first one is Mr. Narambayar, who is a Good School EU NGO's founder. Mr. Narambayar.
Hello, everyone. It's very nice to meet you through this internet. Thank you. Наран баяр байна. Та бүхэнтэй танилцж байгаадаа баяртай байна.
Thank you, Mr. Narambayar, for joining us today. We have advisor of underdogs, Mrs. Youngju, with us. Mrs. Youngju, 안녕하세요.
Hi. Hello.
Yes, we can
Good
hear you.
afternoon, everyone. Very good to meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well. And the last but not the least, Mr. Tim Jenkins from PIN Mongolia. He's a country director of PIN Mongolia. Welcome to our session, Mr.
Hello.
Jenkins.
Thank you guys so much. Excited to be here.
Thank you. So our session will start with the video presentation of Deep Tech company from India. It's a transforming radiology leveraging AI solution. So let's watch the video presentation.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. No, thanks everybody. It's indeed an opportunity to get this chance to present to you all. And I would like to present what we are doing at Deep Tech. Deep Tech is working in the radiology AI space actually. And using the power of AI, we are trying to transform radiology workflow and make it more affordable and accessible in the far corners of the world. That's about Deep Tech. And I'm one of the co-founders of Deep Tech. Can I request to go to the next slide, please? Yeah. As you can imagine, like autonomous driving, autonomous radiology has a huge global market opportunity. And I'm sure in the near future, maybe in another 5 years or 10 years, when you take a medical scan, like an X-ray or a CT or an MRI scan, you won't have to wait for the radiologist, the doctor, to look at your scan and report the scan for you actually. The machine will automatically analyze the scan and print the clinical report for you. And as you can imagine, this really helps improve the turnaround time dramatically and also improve the quality and the patient health support service in a very, very dramatic way, actually. So that's the space we are working on. If we can go to the next slide. And the radiology world is plagued with a huge problem of lack of or shortage of radiologists, actually. In a country like India, there are only 15,000 radiologists servicing a population of 1.3 billion people actually. And not only developing countries like India or developing regions like Africa or South America, but even developed countries like UK, Australia, Japan have a huge shortfall of radiologists. So bringing AI in the radiology workflow really has a huge benefit. And as a result of that, there's a lot of anticipation around radiology AI business, a lot of expected growth to come up in the coming years. But if you ask me the question as to how much real adoption of radiology AI has happened in the clinic today, in the clinical workflows today, the answer is not much. Not much adoption has happened. And there are several reasons for that. Some of them I have listed it here in the slide, you can read it. One of the top reasons is model decay or data drift, actually, that an AI model which is built on a certain set of data might not work on some other scanning machine or some other scanning machine setting or some other cohort like Indian or Japanese or American cohorts actually. So these are some of the key challenges. Also, the lack of comprehensive solutions, like not just point solutions identifying one pathology, but comprehensive organ-based solutions. Lack of integration with the workflows, and so many other reasons put together, there is not much adoption of AI in the radiology workflow today. If I can go to the next slide, please. Having said that, we have a reasonably good adoption at Deep Tech. We have more than 90 plus hospitals and medical imaging centers across India, across Japan, across Asia Pacific using our technology. And why so? We had the advantage of starting late in the industry. Actually, we started just about 3 years back. And at that time, we could see all the other startups, what problems they are facing, why are they not able to find clinical and commercial adoption. And looking at that, we decided a go-to market which is slightly different. So we are not offering technology as an offering to the customers today. What we offer is an expert in the loop model. And the expert in the loop model, the technology output, the AI output is reviewed on a statistical basis by a clinical expert, and only then it is given to the customer. And with that, we are able to assure accuracies to the customer, irrespective of machine type, machine settings, cohorts, and hence we have found a good adoption. Also, Indian government is using our solution. Indian government is using our solution for public health screening, especially for tuberculosis and COVID. And I'll talk a bit more about that later on. We are processing almost 30,000 scans today, every month on the platform. We have a lot of papers and patents, and we currently have a team of 70. We are based out of a city called Pune, which is in India, very close to Bombay city. A team of 70, which is a mix of technology resources, around 35 people in technology and around 20 people in radiologists. So we have a very good mix of technology and domain experts with us. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this slide kind of gives a broad overview of the technology we have. It's a cloud-based solution which connects with several hospitals. Scans in those hospitals are pushed to the cloud. And there are radiologists who can sit in different locations and review the AI output, confirm the AI output, so that it can be given back to the hospitals quickly. And in the center, the technology piece, you can see there are very interesting AI components. We have automated triaging, for example, which will automatically categorize the scan, say an X-ray or a CT or MRI scan, as normal, abnormal, and within abnormal, critical, non-critical. So even within a minute of the scan being taken, the radiologist comes to know whether the person is normal, abnormal, or critical, non-critical. Also, we have pathology prediction. The pathology is automatically predicted, which disease is there and where it is automatically predicted on the scan. Also, we have smart reporting. The entire clinical report, which a radiologist writes, is automated. And it is not only automated, but it's very structured now. It's very quantified. And we use the Radiology Society of North America standards for writing the structured reports automatically. So a very, very high quality reports get created, which usually for a radiologist is very time consuming, effort consuming. So it really helps improve productivity substantially. And there are some other tools, including a self-learning AI feedback loop. Whenever the radiologist makes any changes in the AI output, that feedback goes back to the AI engine and helps the AI engine improve over a period of time. So that's the broad technology offering we have. Can I go to the next slide, please? One of the important use cases of our technology is tuberculosis screening program. So as you know, tuberculosis is a huge epidemic. Last year, more than 1.4 million people died of tuberculosis, almost equal or more than the COVID deaths actually in this last year. And globally, there is a lot of effort being put to eliminate tuberculosis epidemics. WHO has announced to stop programs to stop tuberculosis epidemics by 2030 actually. And our solution, an X-ray based solution, automatically analyzes chest X-ray to identify if the person is tuberculosis positive or not. It has been used by Indian government. More than 100,000 people have been screened using our solution. And it not only automates and makes the entire process fast, but it has also helped improve the yield of finding tuberculosis patients by 25-fold actually. compared to the conventional techniques. So we can find 25 times more patients or infected people with our technology. Can I go to the next slide, please? And coming to the accuracy, our tuberculosis algorithm has been tested by many third parties, which are WHO supported organizations like Stop TB and also Friends of International TB in Vietnam. And all these tests have identified that our solution is better than the radiologist. If you look at the graph, the red line is the accuracy curve of our solution. The white dot is the expert radiologist with 10 years experience. So we are better than the radiologist with 10 years experience. The black dot is a radiologist with 25 years of experience. So we are at par with a radiologist with 25 years of experience. So that's the power we bring in through our technology. Can I go to the next slide, please? We have been growing steadily. We are doing a revenue of around $85,000 to $90,000 per month, which is an annual revenue run rate of around 1 million, like $1 million actually. And we have a revenue split of around 50% from India and the 50% from Japan and Asia Pacific region. So that's our revenue split. I'll go to the next slide, please. We are based out of India primarily, and India is a huge country with big population and large hospitals. And we have been able to form research agreements with many big hospitals. And using the research agreements, we get anonymized data, big medical imaging data, medical health record data from these hospitals. That becomes a very strong foundation. And all this in a very, very cost-effective way. Also, the hospitals help us validate our products and solutions. Also, being in India, we have access to medical experts and AI experts in a very cost-effective way. I think this entire foundation is the core foundation on which the company is built, actually. Going to the last slide, the one previous slide. This is a core team. In the co-founding team, we have Amit. He's a radiologist with 15 years of experience. A lot of research in the radiology space, a lot of papers and publications. Me, Ajit, I have been a serial entrepreneur in some way. This is my third venture and have been successfully exited a few ventures earlier. And Viraj, who is a data scientist from Berkeley University in the US, and he has more than 10 years of experience. And he had his own company before he joined us. We have very strong strategic partners. We have NTT Data of Japan as one of our investors. They have invested with us and they are our equity partners. Also, Nobori, which is a Mitsui Group company in Japan, is also one of our investors. Also, we have some other investors from Japan, from Singapore, and India. We have not raised a lot of money. We have raised about $3 million so far. And we have a fairly high gross margin business today, which sustains us. And we have a strong position in some sense, I would say. Also, GE Healthcare, which is a very large company in this space, has incubated us. So we went through a 1-year incubation program through GE. So that's broadly about deep tech. I think this is the final slide. So I'll just stop here. In case you have any questions, do let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit, for your thorough presentation. Coming up next, we have LibreApp from Nomch IT Consulting Company. It's an ERP solution in the field of education. So let's watch the video presentation.
За сайн байцгаана уу, намайг Ундрал гэдэг. Би Nomch IT Consulting компани үүсгэн байгуулагч байна. Манай компани нь Nomch аппликейшнийг бүтээдэг. За энэхүү аппликейшнээр сургууль, эцэг их багш нар хоорондоо мэдээлэл солилцсон хамтран ажиллахад дэмжлэг үзүүлэх зорилготой ийм аппликейшн юм. За 2016 онд ноос эхлэн энэ аппликейшнээ хийж эхэлсэн. Хийж эхлэхдээ бол 4 хүүхдийн ээж мөн мэдээллийн технологийн салбарт 10 жил тасралтгүй ажилласан туршлага дээрээ үндэслэн энэхүү аппликейшнаа хийхээр эхэлсэн. За 2017 онд бид нар хамгийн анхны сургууль дээрээ нэвтрүүлэн ашиглаж эхэлсэн. За 2018 онд бид KITE accelerator хөтөлбөрт хамрагдаж анхныхаа seed хөрөнгө оруулалтыг авснараа сургуулийн удирдлагаас гадна хоол, автобус, Гэх мэт хүүхдийн аюулгүй байдлыг хангасан шинэ нэмэлт функцүүдэд хэрэгжүүлсэн. За өнөөдрийн байдлаар манай системийг 15 сургуулийн 20 гаруй эцэг эхчүүд, 7500 сурагчид, 1000 гаруй багш нар ашиглаж явж байна. За энэхүү аппликейшн маань мөн 2019 оноос эхлэн Libre гэдэг нэртэйгээр зах зээлд байршаад сургуулиуд маань ашиглаж явж байна. За бидний энэ системийг бүтээснээрээ сургуульд эцэг эхчүүдэд дараах үр дүнгуудыг үүсгэсэн гэж бол үзэж байгаа. Хамгийн ихэнд бол сургалтын боловсролын чанарыг бол дээшлүүлсэн гэж үзэж байгаа. Өмнө нь бол багш нар 4 удаа хийдэг байсан үйлдэлийг 1 удаа хийдэг болж мөн анализ тооцооллыг систем дээрээ хийснээр багшийн ажлын бүтээмж нэмэгдэж мөн тооцоолол дээр үндэслэж сурагч нэг бүрийн ахиц дэвшлийг харах боломжтой болсон байгаа. За дараагийн өгсөн үнц нь бол хүүхдийн аюулгүй байдлыг бид нар бол хангахад дэмжлэг үзүүлж гин гэж бол үзэж байгаа. Яагаад тэгэхээр эцэг эхчүүд болон сургуулийн удирдлага жолооч нар маань сургуулийн удирдлагын системийн GPS төхөөрөмжийг ашигласнаар хүүхдүүд автобусандаа суухад ээж аавын гар утсан дээр хүүхэд автобусандаа суулаа гэдэг мэдээлэл очихоос гадна эцэг эхчүүд маань гар утсан дээрээсээ хүүхдийгээ хаана явж байгаа вэ гэдгийг харж хүүхдэд тосож авдаг болсон. Ингэснээр хүүхдийг зам тээврийн осолд өртөх эрсдлийг бол бууруулсан гэж бол харж байгаа. За дараагийн зүйл бол сурагчдын бэлэн мөнгөний хэрэглээг бол бид нар ашиглаж байгаа сургуулиуд дээр байхгүй болгосон. Хүүхэд бэлэн мөнгөтэй байна гэдэг нь бол хүүхдэд тэр хэмжээгээр эрсдлийг бол дагуулж идэг. Тэгэхээр эцэг эхчүүд маань онлайнаар хүүхдийнхаа картыг цэнэглэж зарцуултыг хардаг болсон. Мөн хүүхдийн бэлэн мөнгөний хэрэглээ зэгцтэй болсон гэж бол харж байгаа. Бид цаашдаа үргэлжлүүлэн хүүхдийнхаа аюулгүй байдал сурах хөгжигтөнд зориулан онлайн хичээл, онлайн шалгалт зэрэг модулуудыг хөгжүүлж гин. Мөн номын сан, хүүхдийн аюулгүй байдалтай холбоотой сургуулийн ухаалаг хаалга гэх мэт нэмэлт хөгжүүлэлтүүдийг цаашид хийнэ. Боловсролын салбарт гарч байгаа шинэ технологиудыг системдээ нэвтрүүлэн ажиллах болно.
Thank you to Nomj IT Consulting Company. And our next participant is Memo Words. Let's watch the video presentation.
Сайн байцгаана уу? Намайг Ханц Сүрэнгийн Хатанбаатар гэдэг. Монголын оюухан академи болон MasterCode технологийн компаниг үүсгэн байгуулагч. За бид Монголын оюухан академи дээр 10 гаруй жилийн хугацаанд хэрэгжүүлсэн ойдогтолтын аргаар гадаад хэлний үг цээжлэх энэ сургалтынхаа хүрээнд технологийн залуустайгаа хамтдаа нэгэн сонирхолтой аппликейшнийг бүтээсэн байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ аппликейшн маань ямар учиртай юм гэхээр хүний тархины ажиллах онцлог тохирсон энэ арга аргачлал буюу ойдогтолтын аргаар олон хэлний үг цээжлэх Memo Words аппликейшн юм. Тэгэхээр энэ олон хэл маань болохоор монголчуудын хамгийн түгээмэл үзэж байгаа хэлүүд дундаас 10 хэлийг сонгож бид нэр хамгийн өргөн хэрэглээний үгсийг энэ аппликейшнд агуулж оруулснараа онцлог байгаа. Энэ 10 хэлний хамгийн өргөн хэрэглээний 1000 үгсийг оруулж өгсөн байна. Тэгэхээр яагаад өргөн хэрэглээний 1000 үгсийг оруулж өгсөн бэ гэхээр нэг судалгаа байдаг. Хэрвээ хүн тухайн хэл дээр өргөн хэрэглээний 1000 үгийг мэдж байгаа нөхцөлд өдөр тутмын хэрэглээнд одоо 84.3% ойлгодог гэсэн энэ судалгаан дээр тулгуурласан байна. Тэр утгаараа одоо Англи, Япон, Солонгос, Итали, Швед, одоо Орос, Франц гих мэтлэн одоо Турк хэл хүртэл байгаа. Ингээд 10 хэлний нийтдээ 11,000 үгийн сананг бол ингэж оруулж өгсөн. Тэгэхээр энэ хэлний эдгээр үгс маань болохоор яг энэ арга аргачлалын дагуу өөрөөр хэлбэл одоо хүний ой санамж хэрхэн ажилладаг вэ гэхээр аливаа зүйлийг бид нэр төсөөлж чадах юм бол тогтоох нь илүү хялбар байдаг. Бид нар харсан зүйлээс сонссноос, үнэрснээс, амтлснаас, хүчснээс илүүтэйгээр бид нар тогтоож чаддаг. Тэгвэл гадаад хэлний үг цээжлэх гардаг гол бэрхшээл бол энэ гадаад хэлний үгийг харж чаддгууд байгаа. Хийсвэр мэдээлэл байгаа. Тэгэхээр бид нар яаж юм гэхээр эдгээр бүх үгсийг харах тэр боломжийг олгож дүрс зургаар илэрхийлсэн гэсэн үг. Тэгэхээр өөрөөр хэлбэл тухайн гадаад үгтэй дуудлага төстэй үгсийг бид нэр сонгож гаргаж ирж чадсан. Энийг одоо дүрс зургаар илэрхийлж зуруулсан гэсэн үг. За тэгээд энэ зураг нь болохоор ямар учиртай гэхээр ерөөсөө энэ тухайн дуудлага төстэй үгээ орчуулгатай холбосон хөгжилтэй ер бусын төсөөлөг бид нэр гаргаж ирсэн байна. Тэгэхээр яагаад хөгжилтэй төсөөлөхээр бидний тархины ой санамжийг хариуцж яадаг завсрын тархи гэж байдаг. Завсрын тархи дээр одоо завсрын тархи дээрх хиппокампус гэсэн одоо онцгой хэсэг байдаг л да. Энэ бол бидний ой санамжийг хариуцдаг. Тэгвэл энэ хиппокампус ямар тохиолдолд ажилддаг вэ гэхээр сэтгэл хөдлөл бий болсон үед ажилддаг. Тэгэхээр бид нар сэтгэл хөдлөлийг бий болгохын тулд энэ аль болох хөгжилтэй үйл явдлыг оюун санаанд дүрсэлж харах хэрэгтэй. Ингэж чадах юм бол мэдээлэл тогтооно. Тэр утгаараа бид нар дуудлага төстэйг болон орчуулгыг холбосон ер бус ийм хөгжилтэй төсөөллийг гаргаж ирж энэ бүх төсөөллүүдэд зургаар илэрхийлсэн гэсэн. Мөн давхар бас зарим хүний сонсож хүлээж авах чадвар өндөр байдаг учраас энэ аппликейшн дээр сонсох боломжийг олгосон. Өөрөөр хэлбэл энэ төсөөллийг аудио хэлбэрээр оруулж өгсөн нь зарим хүний хувьд бол илүү үр дүнтэй байна. За тэгээд энэ аппликейшн маань тухайн үгээ тогтоосныхоо дараа бас хэд хэдэн янзаар өөрсдийнхөө сорилт тестээр бас шалгаж болно гэсэн. Энэ дээр бичих, за англиас эсвэл тухайн хэлнээс монгол орчуулгаа санах, монголоос тухайн гадаад үгээ санах, зөв бичих жинү гэдгээ бас бичих чадвараа ингээс шалгах. За ингээд сонголтууд их гих мэтлэн одоо 4-5 төрлийн дасгалуудыг оруулж өгснөөрөө тухайн үгээ бүр илүү сайн одоо тогтоох энэ боломжийг бас ингээд олгож байгаа. За энэ аппликейшны бас хамгийн өвөрмөц онцлог хэсэг нь бол энэ челленж буюу байнгын тогтмол одоо энэ тэмцээн уралдааны хэсгийг гаргаж өгсөн хүмүүсийг үнэхээр энэ аппликейшнд бас донтуулж байгаа. Энэ ямар учиртай юм гэхээр ерөөсөө та хин нэгэн найзтайгаа тухайн хэлийг үзэж байгаа нөхцөлд магадгүй хэдий ч хамаагүй хүссэн үедээ нэг тусгай кодтой өрөө үүсгэж тэр өрөөндөө ороод хоорондоо одоо үгсийн сангаараа өрсөлдөх, левел төвшин болгоноор өрсөлдөх ийм боломжийг бас олгож байгаа. А эсвэл одоо нийтэд энэ аппликейшнийг ашиглаж байгаа тэр 100 мянган хүмүүстэй хүссэн үнэтэйгээ бас энэ аппликейшнэрээ шууд real time өрсөлдөхийн боломжийг олгож байгаа. Дээрэс нь энэ аппликейшны гол зорилго нь бас онлайн сургалтаа агуулж өгснөөрөө яагаад заавал энэ арга аргачлалыг ашиглах ёстой юм бэ гэдгийг илүү сайн ойлгож байгаа. Энэ арга аргачлалыг бас одоо энэ үгсийг тогтоох энэ дадлыг бий болгосноор энэ аргачлалыг ашиглах ийм зуршилтай болоод эхэлж байна. Өөрөөр хэлбэл энэ арга барилыг эзэмшүүлж байгаадаа бас энэ ач холбогдол нь оршиж байгаа. Тэгэхээр бид нар өнөөдөр энэ 10 жилийн хугацаанд энэ явуулсан энэ сургалтынхаа үр дүнд бид нар одоо энэ аппликейшнийг нийтийн хүртэл болгоод явж байна. Тэгэхээр энэ Memo Words аппликейшн бол таныг аз жаргалтайгаар, хөгжилтэйгээр, баясгалантайгаар одоо үгсээ тогтоох, үгсийн сангаа нэмэх, зөвхөн өөрөө бус гэр бүлээрээ бас хамтдаа ажиллах энэ боломжийг бас олгож байгаараа ийм онцлог байгаамаа.
Thank you to Memo Words. And coming up next, we have Korea Ichidor company from Korea. So I would like to welcome Chief Executive Officer of Korea Ichidor, Mr. Kim Hyunjin. He will give you a presentation.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I didn't prepare my presentation in Mongolian, but in English, if that's okay. So can you see me and the presentation well?
Yes, we can see you and the presentation as well.
Very good. Okay. Okay, so my name is Hyunjin Vanessa Kim. I'm the CEO and the founder of Korean at Your Door. It is a ed tech platform that gives jobs to people with disabilities using low tech and AI. Before we move on, I would like to give you a brief understanding of the market we're going in. By law, Korean corporations with more than 50 people have to meet the quota for the employment of the disabled. Otherwise, they have to pay fine. But most of them instead pay fine instead of the actual employment, just because it is just complicated. And the penalty market is up to $4 billion simply because it is just too complicated. Our solution is to create instructor jobs for the visually impaired people to teach Korean languages just using their verbal communication skills. In order for this to work, we need to have 3 sides working perfectly. First of all, in the visual side, we have more than 150 people every month to get in line for the training course and the chance to work, thanks to many articles and news about us. Next, we have the corporate side. We have online system that allows corporations to put their time and supervision to the minimum. from GPS integrated attendance to monthly reports. In results, we were able to acquire clients like Tucson and KIST only at the first 6 months of the business. Lastly, we have a class material and platform that meet both tutors and the client's accessibility and needs. There are many players in the market, but ours is the most efficient method. What the 3.04 at the bottom of the table means is that the client will get 3 times more benefit than they give us. We start with the initial market of 4.2 million US dollars and then go for the total market of 4.3 billion. We've succeeded in acquiring 4% of the initial market only within the first 6 months. Even though we have great accomplishments so far, we still have a lot to go, market expansion and scalability. We are going to launch an application where all the manual work is going to be automatized. And after that, we're going to reduce the cost and create bigger demand by using AI face swapping with the virtual human and K-pop celebrities, which we are already started doing the business. We might have been slow at first, but we found a way to be in the niche market in short time. We are looking for $200K US dollar for seed investments who have same vision as ours and have ability to move us or to accelerate us to the next round within half a year. We've gained many awards. We have great team with people who have expertise in their backgrounds. And we have gained many awards and awareness because of what we believe in. We believe in new possibilities can come from disabilities only if you are willing to observe it. And we are looking for great partners for our journey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Mrs. Kim Him-jeon. Coming up next, we have Mongolian participant, telemedicine solution called Clinica. So let's watch the video presentation of Clinica.
Hello, my name is Basandosh Dawasurin. I'm a founder and team lead for a startup company called Clinica.
Telemedicine became popular in the 1960s and it was used by NASA to provide medical support to astronauts when they were in space. In Mongolia, 11.3 million doctor visits are conducted as of 2019 and only 0.5% of them were categorized as telemedicine. International standard for this category is 20% and we see this as a great potential market. People who are living in Ulaanbaatar spend about 150 to 180 minutes for a 15-minute long doctor visit, and it is mostly spent between traffic jam, public transportation related issues, and queuing in line even when you're on time. And with the help of Clinica, you can see medical professionals anytime and anywhere. Customers will be able to access licensed medical professionals on their own leisure, and for doctors, our platform provides additional income stream, flexibility, and it extends their reach. In terms of scalability, since Clinica is a medical platform, we are looking at 1.5 million people living in Ulaanbaatar, also 1.7 million people who are living in 21 provinces. There are also 287,000 Mongolians living abroad that can't access medical services due to financial issues, documentation issues, and language barriers. We also intend to expand to this market as well.
We have completed a small promotional video that describes our core functionalities. Please enjoy.
Thank you to CEO of Clinica, Mr. Basendorj. Basendorj is here with us on the Zoom call. Basendorj, are you with us here today? Let us hear your thoughts about this event and how are you doing today?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Welcome to the session.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
All right, so I think founder of Liber Application, CEO of Namtra IT Consulting Company is also joined us just now. So welcome to the session, Mrs. Undrat.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, it's nice to have you here. And also Hatun Batar, Mr. Hatun Batar, CEO of Mastercode Company is here with us as well. So greetings to you, Mr. Hatun Batar. All right. So I think since we had all the presentations given, let's start the discussion about EdTech and health tech sector. As I introduced before, we have here Mr. Narumbayar from the Good School Near You NGO, Mrs. Yoonju, advisor of Underdogs, and Mr. Tim Jenkins, who is the country director of KITE Mongolia. Also, we have our founder of KITE Mongolia, Mrs. Botherma, with us. So I would like to hear the thoughts and feedbacks from the guests. How do you feel about the solutions and what are your thoughts and comments? Let's start with Mr. Narumbayar.
I have to use English or Mongolian? Can I use Mongolian also?
Yeah, Mongolian, yes.
Okay.
We have a simultaneous translation, so feel free to use Mongolian.
Thank you. Thank you. It is very good for me. За тэгэхээр энэ deepgate энэ anything AI ашигласан энэ маш сонирхолтой юм юу байл та танилцуулга төсөл хэрэгжүүлж байгаа юм байна. Тэгээ Японтай хамтардаг гэж ойлголоо. Тэгэхээр энэ AI-гаар одоо юу гэдэг бид нар Монголоос бас энэ шууд энтэг эмчтэй биш AI эмч одоо мэдээж AI чинь англиар л байгаа л та. Тэгээ англиар харилцаад тэгээд өөрсдөө бас Монголоос жишээлбэл энэ хил хязгаар харгалзахгүйгээр одоо зураг явуулаад гэдэг юм онцлог авах боломжтой байдаг юм. Таны энэ юу их маш сонирхолтой байлаа. Тэгээд Монголоос жишээлбэл танай AI-г ашиглаад бид нар ингээд онцлогоо авч болох юм уу? Тэр туберкулоз тэр нөгөө нэг юуны радиологийн чиглэлийн тийм диагноз гэдэг юм онцлогоонуудыг авч юм боломжтой юу? Тим хэмжээнд хүрсэн үү гэж асуусан.
So the question from Mr. Narumbayar was, are we able to use your technology from Mongolia as well?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We haven't gone to the Mongolian market yet, but our solutions are being used in India, in Philippines, in Indonesia, in Japan, and few other countries actually. So we are very keen to explore how we can bring our solutions to Mongolia and see what value we can create.
If I may clarify a question a little bit, the question was also about whether you would be able to provide those services from India or Japan without coming to Mongolia. And I think the question would be primarily, are you looking for a Mongolian partner to operate here? Does it have to be physically here? And what type of support you would need to open in Mongolia these services?
Correct. No, absolutely. We would need a local partner in Mongolia, and we would like to explore if there is a good partner who you would like to recommend. We would like to talk to them and explore how we can build an association. And in the last 1 year, we have spread our business in quite a few countries without traveling. Because of COVID, we just couldn't travel actually. But we could expand in quite a few countries globally actually. And I think similar way, we can certainly work with a Mongolian partner and support the customers in Mongolia. And the technology is a cloud solution. It's a cloud solution. So we can deploy it, install it from here, from India or some other region actually. It's not necessary for us to be physically present in Mongolia.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the microphone to Mr. Tim Jenkins, Country Director of KITE Mongolia, about your impression about the solutions and maybe questions to ask them.
Hi, thank you guys so much, and thanks to all the presenters. This was a lot of fun. I think let me start with just sort of an overarching kind of, I guess, thesis that I have, and that's, I think, like all of the pitches today, if I can call it that. I can see huge scalability across Asia. So it's something about me. Yes, I'm the country director of People in Need, but I also spent 8 years working for UNDP and UNFPA across Asia. And if I can start with deep tech, for instance, Ajit, I was really inspired, and I was thinking about villages I've been to in Indonesia and Cambodia, and of course here in Mongolia, and how like your platform could really bring equitable access to healthcare. And so I would really encourage, not only to keep looking for investment, but to reach out to folks at like WHO and UNICEF, maybe not necessarily for funding, but so they can become champions for your product. And that it's the same sort of thing for Clinica. I see that you're really hyper-focused on the Mongolian market. But having spent 5 years of my life in and out of Mongolia, I have doctors that I always use here, and I think Mongolian medical professionals are top notch in the region, and a lot of times they're not given the due credit that they deserve. And I think if you were to sort of combine a bunch of English-speaking Mongolian doctors with a lot of experience and expertise, I think you could sell your product across Asia. In places like Cambodia, Bangkok, where sometimes it's a bit hard to, especially when I moved, to find like a country, to find a hospital that I know and trust. And is it okay, Balderma? Can I add on the other three? Is it okay? Yeah. And when it comes to the Korean at the door, I love it. I was just doing some Googling, and I mean, there's huge market potential, of course, in Korea, as you mentioned, but in Bangladesh, there's nearly $1 billion in lost economic potential because of marginalization of people living with disabilities. Morocco, 1.1 billion. South Africa, it's nearly 3 billion. So I think, again, scalability could be huge for your product. And I know you have to kind of work out the kinks in Korea, but it's really exciting. In terms of MasterCode, I think this is a great tool, for Mongolians like living in the US. I know it's a concern for parents that they're losing their Mongolian language. So it'd be a fun way for kids to stay engaged with their ethnic language. But then it's the same thing for all these minority ethnicities across Asia. So you could really, begin to kind of pitch it to these like minority groups that might not be getting their ethnic language education within schools. And it's a fun way for kids to engage with their language. And then the Liber app, I think as a parent myself, and again, living in places like Cambodia and Bhutan and here in Mongolia, kids going from home to school and school to home is always a concern, particularly because there's not that infrastructure of school bus systems. And I think, again, just like that overarching theme of like, Mongolia is a great place to pilot, work out kinks, and scale it. Because we have issues of urbanization, of being remote, having vast landscapes. So imagine like being able to take this and take it to Indonesia. You can work out all the kinks here in Mongolia, same problems we have here, they have in Indonesia, easily scalable. So I guess like my final thing is just like, don't let geography limit you. And I think a great example is deep tech. They're already jumping into other countries, and I hope the other entrepreneurs also picked up on that like I did. So thank you, Boulderwell and KITE, for letting me comment.
Thank you, Mr. Tim Jenkins. We have up next our guest, Mrs. Yunju, the advisor for underdogs. Welcome, Yunju.
Hello again. So I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's about, I think I remember it's about 4.5 hours away from Mongolia by flight, from Mongolia to Korea. And it's quite chilly today here. So I hope the wind is blowing from Korea to Mongolia direction, so you can hear me better. So I represent Underdogs, which is like a trainer for startups in Korea, and we do give lots of Hyunjin may have experienced us before, and we are very notorious for giving out lots of mean comments and challenging questions and pushing the entrepreneurs to the very edge of a cliff and so on. So for me, I have like two individuals inside me. So one is myself as a customer, and as an individual that is facing or experiencing all the areas of life that your businesses are covering. So I myself is also a mother. I have to take care of my old parents, and so many other things. So it's always very much, I'm always amazed how similar patterns of life that we share, despite the cultural and geographical distance. And I always think that that's the power or the potential of all the social businesses, that you actually have the whole world as your potential customers. So having said that, I guess I would probably want to ask you, or maybe you can share with share your experiences with all of us on how has your target market or your target customers have responded to you, whether it has been a pilot sales or whether it was a proper market testing of your product or service, whatever it was. How did they respond? And if it's okay, I will keep my mouth shut so you can just share with us the very honest feedback from your customers. It will be just between us. So and maybe in addition, what were your real learnings from facing the customers directly with your products and services? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yunju. Yes, I really I agree with Mr. Tim Jenkins saying, don't let geography limit you. So it's amazing that we all can connect today from different parts of the world. And now we have our, yes, I think.
Yeah, that was the question for the participant. So let's open the floor to participants to answer Jung's questions.
Mrs. Yunju, yes.
How your customers respond to your innovations,
yes.
Whether it was tested, is it the early stage or already you have a market?
Yes, the customer feedback question. So whoever is ready, we can open the mic and then.
Let's start with deep tech because
sure.
Let's go in the direction that we had,
yes.
after the presentation is done.
Mr. Ajit,
yes, thanks again. I think very valuable insights, all of you. Thank you for your comments. So about us, we have been in business for about 2 years. In terms of the first year was largely research, the next 2 years was building business, and currently we have 90 plus customers, basically largely across in India, and then quite a few in Asia Pacific region. And one of the challenges we have in the radiology AI business is the doctors are afraid of AI. They feel that eventually AI will take away the jobs, basically. But it's a long, and I believe in the long term they will, or there could be a large amount of work which will get automated. But the way we see it is in the next 10 to 15 years, AI will only augment the doctor. AI will only assist and help the doctor improve productivity, improve quality, improve turnaround time. So initially there was a lot of resistance. Whenever we said, hey, we have a radiology AI solution, we can help improve your workflow. There was a lot of resistance of the doctors. They were not very keen to talk to us. But over the period, even the doctors community has appreciated that it's going to be a long journey for AI to really replace doctors, and doctors can actually leverage AI to improve their service, improve their the quality and turnaround time of their service. So initially it was a bit difficult, but I think it has progressed well, and we are now, it is well accepted in the industry that AI is going to help radiologists, and we are now able to onboard customers quite fairly fast. Every month we onboard about 5 to 10 new hospitals, and I think it's moving quite well. One of the challenges we have is regulatory approvals, and for us to expand globally in developing countries especially, we need to have regulatory approvals in place. And currently we are working on that. We are working on FDA and CE and some other regulatory marks. And with those in place, I think it becomes much easier for us to create trust and confidence with the customer and then scale the business globally. So that, sorry, I hope I have touched upon the question, but that's the broad response from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit. I hope Non-JT Consulting's CEO Undras will answer this question as well.
За сайн байна уу? Ерөнхийдөө нөгөө бүтээгдэхүүнээ яг анх зах зээл гаргаж ирэх үед ямар бэрхшээл байсан бэ гэдэг талаар асууж ийн гэж ойлголоо. Тэгээ манай бүтээгдэхүүний хувьд бол маш олон талын оролцогч талууд орж байгаа. Сургууль, багш, эцэг их сурагчид гэх мэт олон талын оролцооноос бүрдэж байгаа. За хамгийн ихний хэцүү байсан зүйл бол хэрэглэгчдийн хандлага байсан. Багш нар болон сургуулийн удирдлага, эцэг эхчүүд бол үр дүнтэй юм байна гэдгийг аюул амархан ойлгож ирсэн болвол сургууль багш талаас бол ямар нэгэн мэдээллийн технологи буюу IT-г ашиглан өөрийнхөө ажлыг хөнгөвчилж болно гэдэгт бол ерөөсөө итгэхгүй байсан хамгийн их хэцүү зүйл байсан. Тэгээд уламжлалт өөрийнхөө сурсан арга барилаараа зүйлүүдээ хийх гэдэгтээ системээ ашиглахгүй байх, тойрох гэдэг тийм хандлага бол их байсан. Тэгээд явцын дунд 1-2 жил яваад одооноос болоод манай харилцагч сургуулиуд хүмүүсүүд суралцаад мэдээллийн технологиг ашиглаж би бүтээмжээ нэмэгдүүлж болох юм байна, ил тод байж болох юм байна гэдгийг ойлгож эхэлж байгаа гэж харж байгаа. Хамгийн төвөгтэй байсан зүйл бол технологийн шийдэл ч юм уу, баг хамт олон ч юм уу тэр бол биш, хэрэглэгчийн харилцаа хандлага байсан гэж би бол хэлэхээр байна. Баярлалаа.
Undras Захиралтай баярлалаа. Now, MasterCode CEO, Mr. Hatun Bhatta, will answer the question. Okay, let's move to the Basca CEO of Clinica. Do I need
hey,
to?
How are you guys?
Do I need
no,
to?
No, it should be fine.
Sure.
Yeah. So thank you so much for Youngju's question. So our startup company is currently in the process of testing our product. We have launched our product to the market last week. We have about 50 to 100 users right now, and we are currently in the testing stage. And just like what Ms. Ondra said, we have the same issue as well. So since our platform, it's pretty much similar with every other platform business models, we have to keep both sides happy. So for Ms. Ondra's business, it's teachers and communication issues. And for us, it's customers, patients, and doctors. So compared to teachers and doctors, I'm not sure if we can compare them or not, but doctors are more keen towards using the traditional way, the traditional approach. So we're trying to make sure that our doctors understand the value that this platform brings to the customer and to themselves and the certain hospitals, the amount of money they are saving, the amount of money that they are receiving, and the certain cost funding, time management. All of these issues are being solved by the use of our platform. So we need to make sure that our doctors are fully understanding this platform and make sure they're using it. That's the first issue that we have, and we're currently working on it. The second part, I don't know if you guys know Mongolian market or not. I think about like 10 minutes ago, I think Ms. Palerma touched on this. So we have about 3 million people, and in city we have about 1.5 million people living here. And if you look at the statistics, economically active people are 1.3 million people. So these people are basically running the country and bringing their contribution to the GDP. However, I would like to, I agree with Tim's comments as well. We are looking at our solution and testing our solution here in Mongolia as a sandbox testing. Since it's a very small small economy and small market, we're looking into other countries to expand. So that's the certain issue or / concern that we have. And the other question was the customers. So from the COVID-19 pandemic era, if you guys have heard this, or I'm not sure if you guys have heard this or not, but even the word telemedicine has become very popular, even for the customers and the doctors. So right now our team is seeing that customers are pretty much ready. They have the need for this product. They want this product. They were looking for this product. And as far as in the industry, there are no other telemedicine solutions currently in Mongolia. And it's also similar on the doctor side. A lot of hospitals are run like a traditional business, and a lot of their income streams have been cut off during the pandemic era. So they are looking at ways to tweak or change their business model and looking into telemedicine solution. So maybe if we have introduced this platform back in 2019 or 2018 in Mongolia, it wouldn't have had much of a demand or excitement as it is now in 2021. So we're looking at this COVID-19 era as a very good influence for our business. Yeah, as far as for the customer side, that's our thoughts on it. That's all about Clinica. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhaskar, so much. And our last participant, international participant, Mrs. Kim Hyunjin. How's it on your end?
Yes, thank you, Youngju. Always good questions. Well, I have to confess, though, this was not our first business. We have our original business was to sell these Korean language classes to people living overseas. So it was more of a B2C side. But then we were struggling to create the demand, because we originally focused on the Vietnamese market because they have great growth of the Korean learning demand. But our main goal was to create our social vision. Our social mission was actually to give job opportunities to people with visual impairment. And that's why we are doing this business. But we had problems getting revenue from the Vietnamese market because of the geographic reasons and other reasons. So, and what is social impact if it's not sustainable, right? So we pivoted our market into more bigger and painful market, which was Korean B2B, the penalty market. So that's kind of our time to check off the testing our product, and it was very happy. I was very happy when we first interviewed with our first client in Korea, and I remember him saying that we really needed this product. How did you come up with this? So we were happy that we found the right market, right niche market to begin with. And we are we're becoming more sure that we are focusing on the right market, because the marketing output is very good. We put $1 and we get like 10. So that was our confession and also our story of this journey.
Thank you, Kim Hyunjin, for your answer. How to say, attitude is the key, right? And we'll have up next Mr. Tim Jenkins.
All right, thank you guys. Really interesting discussions. I guess my question is sort of two parts. So for all the guests today or presenters today, what's your biggest bottleneck as a startup or an emerging company, and what do you think you need to do to overcome that bottleneck?
Thank you, Mr. Tim Jenkins. So our participants will answer by the order. So I think the first one will be the deep tech AI India.
Yes.
What's the biggest bottleneck?
No, thanks, Tim. Absolutely. Actually, the biggest bottleneck today is regulatory approvals for us. By regulatory approvals, I mean FDA or CE mark, because we are a medical device kind of a solution company, and we need to kind of establish trust with the customers by having the right regulatory documents in place, especially international customers. And that's what we are working on. So we have established a team of experts now, and by October, we are targeting to get some of these basic regulatory approvals in place. And that will help us aggressively scale internationally. I think that's one of the key challenges. The other has been, of course, COVID. I think the lack of opportunity to travel and meet customers face to face and kind of talk to them in person has been one of the issues. We have, I think, very, very eagerly waiting for the world to open up and travel and meet our customers globally. So that's the next action I think I would wait for. I would also like to thank the earlier gentleman who spoke, and he said very kind words for India. Thank you so much. Actually, I have been lucky to have some Mongolian friends, and it has been a very, very warm relationship. In fact, one of my earlier organizations, we had a Mongolian person working with us in India, and I have all the good memories of working with them. And I'm hoping that I can get a chance to be in Mongolia, establish the partners in Mongolia. Very keen to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit. As Mr. Narumbayar said, we're very thankful to India in terms of the vaccination support to Mongolia. So up next, our next participant, CEO of Clinica, Bhaskar, would you answer the question?
Sure. Hey, Tim, thank you so much for your question. So as far as the bottlenecks go, as I said earlier, we are looking to scale. The Mongolian market, we're looking at it as a test sandbox. So in order for us to scale, it's somewhat similar to Ajit's point. The regulatory process of other countries, certain law enforcements are very difficult to complete. And if you guys know, there are a lot of international companies that audit the telemedicine service providers and get international license from them. We have contacted multiple companies from England and United States to get licensed as a telemedicine provider. I have done that, but however, all of them asks just one question, all of them. So the question is, do you have a telemedicine license in your home country, in Mongolia? So in Mongolia, there's no such thing as telemedicine license. We have clinical hospital license from the Ministry of Health, and we have certain lab license, we have doctor's license, but there's no such thing as telemedicine license. However, due to the COVID pandemic, the government is working hard. They're under development of coming up with the telemedicine license for Mongolian businesses. So after we get that license, we're trying to get credited with international companies so that we can actually scale and go to other companies. It will bring assurance and trust to other countries' people so that we can store their medical data safe and our system infrastructure is safe. So those kind of things are in need, and it's kind of becoming a bottleneck for us. So in order to overcome this, we have contacted the Ministry of Health. There's actually a task force that is trying to fasten the telemedicine license procedure. So I'm actually registered on that task force as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhaskar, for your answer. And we up next have Korea Chador CEO, Mrs. Kim Hyun-jin, to answer the question. What's the biggest bottleneck for you guys?
Sure. Thank you, Tim, for that question. Our biggest bottleneck or the problem that we're facing right now is the automation part, because we have found the right market to begin with. We have clients waiting, we have tutors, we have people with disabilities waiting for us to match with them. But right now we don't have engineers in-house. Right now we are looking for our CTOs at the moment, but we are making the application right now. But still, we need to expand. We need to expand in our market as soon as possible, because I understand that our business is not high technology. So the time is limited, I understand. And that is why in order to be the largest one in the market, we have to get faster. We have to have the technology in it. So that is the main problem that we're facing right now. And after that, we are trying to decrease the cost because we have people. We have 16 right now in us, and that is a lot. And we are creating a way of reducing the cost of our people, or not the cost of our people, but like, you know what I mean? So we are or to create a bigger demand by the combination of our class materials, our videos with the AI, the deep fake of the face swapping. So that are the two bottlenecks that we're facing right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kim Hyunjin. So our last participant, Mrs. Undral from KITE Consulting Company.
Манай байгууллагын хувьд ч гэсэн яг өмнөх оролцогчдын хэлжсэнтэй адилхан манайх төрөөс бас хууль эрх зүйн болон төр дээр байдаг системүүдтэй холбох шаардлагатай байгаа. Энэ нь өөрөө манай Монголд бас скейл хийх боломжийг манд хязгаарлаж байгаа. Тэгээд бас мэдээж нөгөө энэ Монгол орн бага зах зээлтэй учраас бид нар Монголын зах зээлээ тодорхой хэмжээнд хэрэглэгчтэй болоод тэр хэрэглэгчийнхаа үр дүнг бол гадаадын зах зээл дээр харуулж хийж бид нар гадагшаа гарна. Тэг Монголын зах зээл дээр олон хэрэглэгчтэй болж өөрсдийнхөө хийж байгаа бүтээгдэхүүнийг үр дүнтэй байна гэдгийг нотлохын тулд төр дээр буюу одоо манай Монголын боловсролын яам дээр байгаа системтэй уялдахгүй болохоор манай үйл ажиллагаа давхардал үүсгээд байгаа. Тэгэхээр манай хувьд бол хамгийн том асуудал бол төрөөс бас тийм аль биесний хууль журам байхгүйтэй холбоотойгоор манай үйл ажиллагаас томорч чадахгүй юм асуудал бол байгаа.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Undral. I'd like to ask Mrs. Youngju, advisor of Underdogs. Do you have any questions from the participants and or any
final remarks?
Or maybe final remarks in terms of these solutions?
I would say that as a representative of Underdogs in Korea, I had been listening to the morning session, earlier session as well, and I learned how JICA was actively involved in empowering your own ecosystem. And I'll have to say that a very similar organization called KOICA, I'm sure I know they have an office in Mongolia as well. They are now looking at more innovative ways to work with smaller partners. They've only started working with Korean social ventures for a startup, but they are also expanding their domestic experience towards the other countries that KOICA is already operating. So maybe not the final words, but please do keep in mind that there will be some other opportunities, more funding or investment opportunities coming from the Korean government, not only from KOICA, but the arms of the Korean government are looking at overseas market for investing in an impact businesses. And they are only testing what or how they can do that with more effectively in Korea, and maybe in the coming years they will be reaching out to other partners globally. So do keep in mind that Korea is on the way, and hopefully that will be another good opportunity for all of you. So that's I guess that's more like a very practical final encouraging words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Yeonju. And I agree with you. According to the research, collaboration is the key to the social innovations. So I'd like to ask Mrs. Palorma, what are the future thoughts on collaboration in the global market?
Okay, maybe I should switch to Mongolian because our session is going live on Facebook. So our audience, unfortunately, the translation doesn't go through the Facebook. So I'll just switch to Mongolian, and hopefully that will actually
say a lot of more message for the audience, I think. За өнөөдөр бид нэг өглөө яг энэ эхнийхээ session дээр бол яг энэ одоо энэ partnership за одоо энэ төршлөл яаж ажиллах гэдэг энэ асуултууд дээр ярьжсэн. Тэгээ энэ дээр хит хитэн төрлийн төршлөлүүд бол бид нэр дурдсан байгаа л да. За тэгээ нэгдүгээр мэдээч хэрэг сая манай одоо оролцогч нар бүгдээрээ ярьлаа. Хамгийн том бодлонек бол ерөнхийдөө төрийн одоо зохицуулт байдаг гэж байгаа. Тэгэхээр төрийн зохицуулт дээр бид нар бол аль болох одоо ингээд JICA, UNDP, бусад одоо Азийн хөгжлийн банк гэтэргээд ийм төртөө ажиллаж чадах одоо байгууллагууд за манай өөрийн төрийн бус байгууллагууд энтертэй хамтарч энэ төрийн одоо уялдааг ингээ хангах энэ юм дээр бол тодорхой хэмжээний өөрсдийнхөө оролцоог хийгээ явах хэрэгтэй гэж бодож байгаа. Тэрүүнгүүгээр манай стартапууд инновацид бол хөгжин гэхэд бол айгүй бэрхшээлтэй болчихж байгаа. Тэр хэмжээгээр бас гадны одоо сонирхолтой одоо стартапууд үйл ажиллагаа Монголд явуулах гэхлээр бас тэнцэн бас нөгөө одоо ботлнек гэж бидний хэлээд байгаа. Тэр тулгуурууд нь бүгдээрээ бий болчиход байгаа. За хоёрдугаар партнершип гэдэг юм бол яг одоо гадаадын одоо стартапуудыг одоо Монголын компаниудтай хамрах те Монголын компаниас одоо гадагшаа гаргаж байгаа зах зээлүүдэд одоо стартапууд гадагшаа явах гэж байгаа бол тэрүүн дээр манайх бол бас гүүр болж ажиллаж байгаа. Тэгээ одоо бид нар эхнээс нь одоо ингээд яг орж ирсэн бүх одоо партнеруудаас Монголд хамгийн хэрэгжиж болохоор сайн төслүүдийн ерөнхийдөө бид нар бол өнөөдөр багтааж хийсэн байгаа. За эхний сешн дээр бол жишээлх юм бол одоо уулуурхай барилга за тэгээс салхин одоо синс гэж бид нар ярьдаг те яг нэршимт хүчин дээр яаж дроныг ашиглаж болох уу гэдэг юм дроны талаар AI-ыг ашигладаг тийм үйл ажиллагаатай маш гоё компаниг одоо оруулж ирж танилцуулсан байж байгаа. За тэрнээс гадна бол хөдөө аж ахуйд ажиллаж болох одоо Солонгосын одоо Deep Farm гэж компаниг бас танилцуулсан байж байгаа. За яг манай Монгол тулгараад байгаа одоо усны асуудлуудтай холбоотойгоор Lazis гэдэг Солонгосын компаниг оруулж ирсэн байгаа. Тэрэн дээр бол хүмүүс маш их сонирхож асууж байна те. За одоо ингээ Korea Zero гэдэг бол яг нөгөө бидний яриад байгаа хамгийн амархан шийдлэр хамгийн том асуудлуудыг яаж шийдэж болдгийг бас айгүй харуулсан айгүй хөөрхөн одоо компани байгаа одоо бидний толгоонд бол үүрээ за манай дээр одоо солонгос хэл заадаг нэг төв байгаа тийм нэг social enterprise гэж байгаа тэрүүнтэй номер 1 холбоодогч хоёрдугаар automation ярьсан байж гэн тэрүүгээрээ дамжаад ер нь бол automation яаж хийж болох нь те Монголд энийг туршиж үзээд мэдээж яг манай ч гэсэн яг энэ үйлчилгээ хэрэгтэй байгаа учраас бид нар бол энэ дээр бол цаашаа ишээ ямар хамтын үйл ажиллагаа бий болж болох нь гэж бодож байна. За ажлын хувьд болохоор одоо deep tech гэдээ бид нар ярьлаа. Туберкулез те одоо яг ингээд тэрэн залуучуудын хувьд одоо сүрья бол манай Монголын сүрья өвчин бол манай Монголын залуучууд дотор аюу өндөр байдаг гэдэг нь тоо баримт хийж байгаа. Тэгээ манайх бид нар энэ урьж оруулж ирэхтэй бол нэгдүгээр төрж орж ирсэн хоёрдугаарт одоо бид нар энэ цаашаа хамтран ажиллана гэдэг утгаараа бол энтхийн засгийн газар энтхийн одоо элчин сайттай нэгдүгээрт ажилламаар байна. Хоёрдугаарт эрүүл мэндийн яамуудад ажилламаар байна. Гуравдугаарт энийг нэвтрүүлэх хувийн компаниуд корпорацууд хэн байна уу гэдгийг бас судлаж өгч одоо компани корпорац стартапуудын холбоо энэ хоёр дахь партнершип ба тэрийг ингэж одоо хөгжүүлэе гэж бодож байгаа. За гуравдугаарт нь мэдээч хэрэг нөгөө зах зээлүүд дотоодын зах зээл, гадаадын зах зээл гэдэг ингээд те. Тэгэхээр яг би өглөөнийхөө сешн дээр хэлсэн байж байгаа. Манай одоо хамгийн гоё таргет хамгийн одоо бусдаас ялгарх юм одоо JICA-гийн стартап одоо бусад стартапуудаас ялгарх юм нь юу вэ гэхээр бид нар Монголоос томорж болох тэр бүх стартапуудыг гадагшаа гаргах зорилготойгоор энэ экосистемийг бүрдүүлж байгаа. Тэгээ тийм ч учраас тэр утгаараа бид нар бол Азийн хөгжлийн банкны хөрөнгө оруулалтын сантай хамтарч байна. Шоо олон ингээд цаашаа сая одоо манай партнер Underdog хэлээ KITE байж болон Солонгосын засгийн газрын одоо ингээд юмуд байж байгаа тий. Тэгээ өглөөний бид нар сешн дээр юу гэж ярьсан бэ гэвэл одоо нэг blended finance буюу одоо ийм нэг юм гибридний юм санхүүжилтийн төлөө явж байгаа. Тэгээ тэр нь юу вэ гэхээр грант ч ороод ирдэг. За төрний тэрний хаажгаар зээлч ороод ирдэг. За тэгээ ишүү дээрэс нь өөрийн хөрөнгө гэж ярьдаг. Эквити ч ороод ирэх ийм модель рүү дандаа харж ажиллаж байгаа. Тэгэхээр яг энэ дээр бол ишүү хийх зөндөх ажил байгаа гэж бодож байгаа. Тэгээд яг энэ одоо бидний нөө education healthcare те боловсрол эрүүл мэндийн юун дээр хэлцүүлэг дээр орж ирсэн бүх компаниудаа маш их баярлалаа. Маш амжилттай айггүй гой сонирхолтой нэвтрүүлгүүдийг хэрэгжүүлж байгаа юм байна тий төслүүдийг хэрэгжүүлж байгаа юм байна. Тэгээд та бүгдд ингээд таарсан мэднэр аль болох дэмжлэг тусалцаагаа үзүүлээ явъя гэж бодож байгаа. Тэгээд өөр бусад одоо надаас гадна өөр одоо үг хэлэх хүмүүс байна тий одоо манай партнер одоо компани Монголд хамтран ажилладаг одоо PIN гэдэг People in Need гэдэг Чехийн одоо байгууллага байж байгаа. Тэрний суурин төлөөлөгчийн дарга Тим Жинкинс байж байгаа тий. Тэгээд бид нар бүгдээрээ яг адилхан ингээд асуудлууд руу харж байгаа учраас энэ дундаас шөө цаашаа зөндөө их одоо бодлууд гарч ирэх байх гэж бодсон. За Наранбаяр захиралтай бид нар маш их баярлж байна. Яг бол үнэхээр 8 9 10 жилээр одоо хамгийн одоо тэргүүний сургуулийг байгуулсан одоо манайхаар бол нөгөө боловсролын системийн эксперт те одоо educator тэр хүний зүгээс одоо манай энэ стартапуудад боловсролын стартапуудад маш их зөвлөгөө өгсөн байгаа. Тэгээ өөрөө яг юу таны хажууд сайн сургууль гэдэг энэ төрийн бас байгууллагаараа дамжуулан яг энэ одоо equitable гэж бид нар сайн хүүх хэлсэнтэй equitable access to education гэдэг боловсролын тэгш хүртээмжтэй энэ байдлыг хангах. Тэгэд ганц тэгш хүртээмжтэй биш бас чанартай гэдэг энэ үгэн дээр нь ингээд нэмээ ярихад бол ийм сонирхолтой одоо шийдлүүд байгаа. Тэгэд маш их гой үгнүүд хэлсэн. Өглөөний бас оролцогчдод маань бас зөндөө их сайхан зөвлөгөө өгсөн байгаа тийм. Одоо өөр үг хэлэх хүн байгаа бол микрофон нээлттэй. Тий одоо оролцож байгаа гестудаас оролцож байгаа оролцогч нараас тий биднэрт одоо хандаж хэлэх үг байгаа юу.
We have 4 minutes left, so I'd like to ask Mr. Tim Jenkins to have the closing remark, if possible.
I don't know if I need a close. That's a pretty big task. But no, I was just reflecting on what Bodhrma was saying, and like I know there are some Mongolians watching online, and I kind of want to, like I said earlier, I've been working in this region for 11 years, and I think, especially in the context of Mongolia, and even in other places I've lived, like Thailand and Cambodia, we have the tendency to look towards the West, like, oh, there's a market there. We want to tap into it because they're rich, right? And it's true. But like South Asia and Southeast Asia are emerging giants. We're talking about billions of people, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, all of ASEAN. ASEAN is the Southeast Asian countries. And so for those of you that are looking to launch your startups now, like don't miss out on the economic power of South and Southeast Asia. And it's the same for those of you that are a bit younger and looking to go into school abroad or whatever it may be. Studying in India and Singapore and getting to network with people like Ajit. There's enormous upside. I personally studied in Bangkok. I built a massive network in the region because all my classmates were from South and Southeast Asia. So I guess like to kind of sum it up, don't undersell the huge economic upside of our friends in the South and Southeast Asia or in South and Southeast Asia. This region is booming, and in 25 years, it will be the economic power of the entire planet. So I just want to remind all of our Mongolian friends of that and encourage you guys to really look south.
Thank you, Mr. Tim Jenkins. And I'd like to ask Mr. Naranbaiar, as he's the expert in terms of education. As Mrs. Bodhrma said, would you please have the final say on our session, and we'll close the session.
And as Tim said, we are the future.
Yes, we are the future. Completely agree with you. Thank you.
Okay. За тэгвэл яг нэг 2 минут байгаа юм байна. 1 минут ярий. Ер нь бол Монгол бол Зүүн Азийн орн. Тэгэхээр Зүүн Өмнөд Аз, тэгээд энэ Зүүн Азийн Солонгос гэдэг энэ улсуудтай бол Монголын хувьд 3 дахь хөрш юм байна. Их ойрын. Дээр үеэсээ бид нэр шашин шүтлэг, за түүхийн янз бүрийн нухчаанд холбогдож ирж сардаг. Ингээ IT-гээр боловсрлоор эрүүл мэндээр холбогдож ирж байгаа нь маш сайхан байна. Монгол бас жижиг орн. Жижиг мөртлөө beautiful. Үзэсгэлэнтэй улс. Монгол бас маш их тийм сэтгэл татам өөрийн гэсэн соёлтой. Энэ миний яриад байгаа энэ монгол хэл бас та бүхэн сонирн байгаа. Их тийм сонсголонтой гоё хэл байдаг. Тэгэхээр та бүхэн маань Монголтой ингэж гар барьж байгаад их баяртай байна. Монголын хувьд бас Зүүн Аз, Зүүн Өмнөд Аз гэсэн том юм зах зээл хэрэгтэй. Та бүхэн дээр бас Монголын энэ өвөрмөц энэ IT-ийн мундаг залуучууд очиж та бүхэнтэй хамтран ингэж ажиллах ийм үе таалга болж байгаа их баяртай байна. Тэгээ энд оролцсон өнөөдөр олон орны төлөөлөгчид, компаниуд, за Монголын одоо мундаг залуучууд, нэг ялангуяа KITE-ийн би маш том одоо баяр хүргэе. Тэгээд бас та бүхэнд их талархлаа илэрхийлье. Учир нь бол ингэж одоо дэлхийн хэмжээнд дэлхийн энгээр сэтгэнэ гэж гоё үг байдаг. Ингэж сэтгэж бидний ингэж дэлхийтэй холбож байгаа явдал туйлын их талархалтай байна. Тэгээд Монгол гэдэг энэ соёлтой ийм одоо үзэсгэлэнтэй байгаль нь сайхан нүүдлийн соёл иргэншилтэй энэ улс та бүхэнд үргэлж одоо нээлттэй монголчууд бол найрсаг зочломтгой юм ард түмэн аль соёлыг бид хүлээн зөвшөөрч хамтран ажиллаж чаддаг. За ингээд та бүхэн бүгдэнд нь амжилт хүсье. Маш сайхан байлаа. Баярлалаа.
Thank you, Mr. Narambayar. And
one more thing. Түрүүний Наранбаяр захирал биднэрт аюу сайхан бэлэгтэй ерөөл хийсэн байгаа тий. Энэ одоо бидний өнөөдрийн өдрөөс маш их олон partnership одоо маш олон төлөвлөлүүд бий болоосаа гэж одоо хүссэн байгаа да. Тэгээ эхнээсээ өглөөний сешнээс гэхэд бол одоо Чехийн одоо энэ удаа бол Чехийн хойш нөгөө Словакийн хаха Кларитас ч юм тий. Кларитараас одоо манайх 400-аад юм залуучуудтай ингээд одоо үйл ажиллагаа явуулж байгаа. Тэр төсөл дээр одоо танаа өглөөний ярьсан одоо KITE програмыг хамтран хиймээр байна гэдэг ингээд санал ирсэн байж байна. За түүнээс гадна би Наранбаяр захиралд өөрт нь бас ингээд ерөөл хэлмээр байна. Одоо бол манай Наранбаяр захирал маань хотынхоо одоо хотын иргэдийн төлөөлөгчийн гишүүн болоод дуу хоолойгоо хүргээд залуучуудынхаа дуу хоолой хүргээд ингээд явж байгаа. Тэгэхээр одоо бид нар сая хуулийн орчинд маш их өөрчлөлт хийх хэрэгтэй байгаа гэдэг жагаа тий. Тэгээ дараагийн удаа парламентын гишүүн болоорой одоо байгаа энэ байр суурь дээр бид нарт бас энэ янз бүрийн хуулийн асуудлуудыг шийдвэрлэхэд бас дэмжлэг болно гэж явах баха гэдэг ийм ерөөлт өгөөгээр бас энийг бас энэ ерөөлийг бас төвшилмээр санагцсан. За маш их баярлалаа.
On this high note, we're finishing our session. We will have a 10 minutes break and we'll get back to you. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. We're very excited to have our last session for today. It's going to be a financial inclusion session. And I'd like to introduce our distinguished guests, Mr. Sam Bitlik, CIO of Gotham Bank. He's with us today. Mr. Sam Bitlik, how are you today? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me, and also thank you for this very good series that to having, and also giving the information about the social innovation about for all the Mongolian people and all the young generation.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Bitlik. And our next guest is Mr. Batsaya, who is the CEO of World Class.
Hello.
Batsaya, welcome to this session.
Thank you so much for having me, and it's an honor to be here, and I'm very excited to be part of this and discuss certain topics and issues. So very happy to be here. Yeah.
By the way, Batsaya is also a leading entrepreneur himself, and also one of the leading UBX experts.
Yes.
Product design experts as well. Yeah. Thank you. Good to have you here, Zach.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and then last but not the least, distinguished guests of our today's session is Mr. Bilkun, who is CEO of Pocket.com. Thank you, and thank you for joining us, and welcome to the session. Mr. Bilkun, Bill, are you here with us? Okay, we have a technological glitch here. So,
thank you for having me. It's an honor to be part of this office. Yeah.
Great. And another note about Bill is that he is also a founder of a very interesting application which works on Bitcoin, not just Bitcoin. I mean, all the coins and services provided and savings and etc. So he's an entrepreneur himself as well.
So we have two entrepreneurs here today with us. So welcome, you guys. Coming up next, I would like to. Hi, Bill. So now we will have a presentation of KIU. It's our guest, international guest, which was invited by Asian Development ADB Ventures. Yes. So welcome,
Nice.
Mr. Steve Lemon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll share my screen quickly. Excuse me. Come on. I believe you should see it, right? I'll minimize this.
No
Can you see?
problem.
Everyone can see, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share about looking into in my background. My company's name is Q, and Q actually means bridge. And so we're a bridge that bridges the MSMEs, the SMEs, and the farmers actually to financial institutions like banks and MFIs. Quickly, my background is I've been in technology. This is my 34th year in technology. I worked at a startup called Oracle Corporation. So I was the 603rd employee at Oracle. And since working at Oracle, Q is actually my 12th or 13th startup. I come from the Silicon Valley, but I actually live in Vietnam. And oops, it's not turning. And so Q started off as an Asian Development Bank project, actually, to identify the challenges of the SME and the MSME in Southeast Asia, mainly the Mekong region. And so I interviewed about 600 different SMEs and MSMEs throughout the region and identified their problems, which were access to finance being the largest, the most complex issue. The second was marketing domestically and internationally. And lastly, digitalization. So how could we find tools or accounting or bookkeeping apps that they could actually use that were localized, affordable, and easy to use? So the proposition for us is it's actually a huge market opportunity in Southeast Asia and all throughout Asia. I have a very experienced management team coming from banking and technology. Our business model has a solid and consistent revenue growth. And we have a strong strategy because we partner with banks, and it's not easy to get banks to become your partner and actually to lend to SMEs in the region. The rejection rate for SMEs in Southeast Asia is about 68%. Women-owned businesses is around 74%. And for farmers, even higher, almost 90%. So we really wanted to fill that credit gap and enable lending to the sector that is really unaddressed. So we try to make our pricing really simple. We make it easy for our clients to onboard, but most importantly, support's very important. So we want to train our clients, our SME clients, our MSME clients. We also teach financial management and accounting. The last part of it is we want to do ethical lending. So we really teach them what it means to accept a loan or to borrow money and what the repercussions of it is. You don't just get free money and you don't have to pay it back, because that actually becomes very dangerous for a lot of SMEs from a cash flow standpoint. And so we also identified that about 80% of the MSMEs and SMEs wanted to go digital, but they didn't know how to. So we're not just a technology company. I think technology is actually really the simple part of the equation. The difficult part is about teaching how to run your business, how to give you some tools to run your business, how to manage your finances, how can we support you to get loans from banks. And there's no credit to go with, and most of them were in analog systems. So with all that knowledge, I actually went back to Silicon Valley, where my friend is still the chief global architect of Oracle. And we basically designed this platform. We call it a BMP, the business management platform, so that an SME or MSME or even farmer can use accounting. If they just want to use accounting, they can use accounting. Or no matter how big or how small the enterprise is, we have a solution for them that's easy to use and more importantly, very affordable. And so what happens is they use our technology. Some of it's online. There's POS, there's accounting, there's payroll. Everything's localized in local language, tax, and also payroll reporting. So a lot of the back office or the back end operations are actually automated for them. They just have to create an invoice or use a POS system, and the system does all of the stuff in the back end. We also have a simple app, and we even have simpler apps for farmers, so they can take just a photo of an invoice, for instance, and we extract data off of that invoice and we put it into a database. But more importantly, we credit score them. So again, I've been in technology for quite a long time, and my team's pretty experienced in artificial intelligence. And you talked about cryptocurrencies and blockchain and distributed ledgers. We used a lot of that technology. I've actually been involved with Bitcoin since the inception of Bitcoin. So again, I think technology is really just a small part of financial inclusion. It's really about training, education, supporting, and really teaching our entrepreneurs and our business owners what it means to use technology and how you get a loan. So basically, after an SME or MSME has been using our system for 3 or 6 months, we actually use our AI scoring engine to extract data out of our ERP or accounting system. And we also take bank statements and any other data source that we can bring in, and we actually can give them a score. And from the time someone actually signs up to use our system, we've actually started loan origination. So they don't have to go entering a bunch of data in applications. They don't have to collate a bunch of data. We've automated all of that. And we can score them in about 3 seconds or sometimes 7 seconds, depending on the amount of data we have, in addition to looking for fraud. And our bank partners, which we have in every country, we're now in 6 countries in Asia. And we just entered Sub-Sahara in 2 countries, in Nigeria and in Kenya as well. And so we've loaned actually more than 48.6 million now over the last 2 years, probably closer to 55 or 60 million USD, and our NPLs are quite low. So like I said, we're in 6 Asian markets. We're in 2 countries in Africa, Sub-Sahara now, and we have probably closer to 60,000 SMEs of different sizes on our platform. We have 6 regional bank partners, the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank, as well as USAID and GIZ and some of the other NGOs and development organizations actually support us in some of our rollouts. So for instance, in Bangladesh, we work with aquaculture farmers where we're digitalizing the aquaculture farmers and we're allowing them to access loans, or supply chains like local supply chains who are fish processors and distribute fish throughout the world here in Vietnam. We allowed to digitalize them as well as the farmers and the processors and the distributors. And, you know, thank goodness everyone's actually getting some access to finance. Our sales channels are mainly through large suppliers and manufacturers, a little bit online, but we also have channel partners. So local banks and some of the resellers like accounting firms end up being our channels and our partners because we really want to scale very quickly. Quickly, the management team, I told you about myself. I've actually done 3 IPOs in the US. I've been involved with some of the larger tech companies in the US for quite a long time. Most of my staff comes from banking. My co-founder, Nyum, she's actually 16 years in banking. She's the CFO and co-founder. Amit Sethi, he ran the largest bank in India and was also the chief technology officer there. And each of my country heads actually have quite a bit of experience. So while I've had many startups in my career, this management team that I have now is probably the most mature and most experienced management team that I had. And I think that's why we've been able to be so successful in a short amount of time. And like I said, our development partners really help us enter countries and they de-risk a lot of the work we're doing. Like I said, with the aquaculture farmers in Bangladesh, the horticulture farmers in Cambodia, the fish farmers and the processors in Vietnam, but also like the IFC in the world and ADB in the World Bank. They actually also offer loan guarantees for the banks that we work with to de-risk it, so we can actually enable access to finance for our SMEs and MSMEs and farmers. So that's the end of my presentation. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Mr. Landman. It's an honor to have you here today at our session, and I hope you will join the session starting from 4:20 p.m. So up next, we have our next participant, Aigire. Aigire, let's watch the video presentation of Aigire.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Наонын баяр гэдэг Aigire төслийн гишүүн байгаа. За би Aigire төслийн талаар одоо танилцуулга хийх болно. За Aigire төсөл нь болохоор 2019 оны 10 дугаар сараас эхлээд анх үйл ажиллагаа болж эхэлсэн байгаа. За MD Santex гэдэг хуулийн фирмийн зөвлөхөөр оролцож за тэгээд Bodsoft гэдэг компани програм хөгжүүлэлтээс орж одоо манай багийн маань бол бүтэж үйл ажиллагаа явуулж байгаа. За iGrid төсөл маань яг яагаад үүсэх болсон бэ гэдэг бол талаар товчхон ярив. За эрдэнэс авсан судалгаагаар бол 53% нь бол ямар нэгэн байдлаар эрх ашиг сонирхлоор төрчихсөн байт юм байна. За тэдгээр хүмүүсийн 57 гаруй хувь нь болохоор энэ тохиолдолд хаана хандах ерөөсөө мэдгүй гэсэн хариулт өгсөн байна. За үнэн сэтгэл болохоор иргэдийн бол эрх зүйн мэдлэг болон хуулийн хүртээмж нь бол хомсоо гэдэг бол харагдуулж байгаа. За ийм учраас бид нар одоо iGrid төслийг бол хэрэгжүүлж эхэлсэн байгаа. За iGrid төсөл нь юу юм бэ гэнгүүт эрх зүйн баримтчийг хаанаас шийдэж iGrid сегмент гэсэн платформоос ороод авах боломжтой бол тийм бол үйлчлэг үзүүлдэг байгаа. За бид нар эхний ээлжинд бол хөдөлмөрийн эрх зүйн харилцааг сонгож аваад төслөөр хэрэгжүүлсэн байгаа. За хөдөлмөрийн эрх зүйн харилцаанд бол хөдөлмөрийн гэрээ, хөдөлмөрийн дотоод журам, за тэгээд ажлын байрны тодорхойлолт, за мөн холбогдох тушаалууд, за эдгэрэнгийн бүрийн ажиллагаа гэх мэт хөдөлмөрийн харилцаанд хэрэглэдэг бүхий л баримт гэдэг бол бид нар iGrid платформд бол оруулж өгсөн байгаа. За iGrid юугаараа давуу талтай юм бэ гэдэг нь гэхээр нэгт бол цогц гэдэг бол шинжиг бол агуулж байгаа. За цогц гэдэг нь бол юу хэлээд нэ гэхээр за хүн иргэн аж ахуй нэгж ч юм уу iGrid цэгийн хөдөлмөрийн дотоод журам авлаа гэхэд дотоод журамдаа нийцүүлсэн хөдөлмөрийн гэрээ гаргана. Хөдөлмөрийн гэрээ авсан тохиолдолд хөдөлмөрийн гэрээнд тохирсон хөдөлмөрийн тушаал гарах байгаа. За түндэ тохирсон за эдгэрэнгийн бүрийн ажиллагаа гэх мэт хууль нийцсэн одоо ингээд цогц ингээд одоо хөдөлмөрийн эрх зүйн баримтчиг бол өөртөө ингэж угсарч авах боломжтой байгаа. За дээрэс нь тухайн хүн ямар ч хуулийн мэдлэггүй байж болох байгаа. Зөвхөн iGrid цэгийн платформ руу ороод та зөвхөн асуултанд хариулна. За тэгээд холбогдох зүйдэнжийг уншаал зөвхөн та сонголт тэгэл явна гэсэн үг. За тэгээд таны баримтчиг бол зөвхөн гар үсэг зурхад бэлэн болол хэвлэгдэж гарч ирнэ гэсэн үг. За мөн дээрэс нь iGrid хөлсийн хувьд бол маш хямд байгаа. За мэдээж хуульч хөлсийн хэмжээ бол монголч гэлтгүй бол олон улсад бол маш өндөр байдаг. За тэгээд iGrid бол Монголын хуульчийн хөлсөөс бол 3-5 дахин бол бага байдаг байгаа. За энэ нь болохоор хуулийн хүртээмжийг бол мэдээж ихсгэж байгаа гэсэн үг. За тэгээд дараагийн нэг давуу тал нь болохоор чанартай, баталгаатай гэсэн байгаа. Бид нар яагаад чанартай, баталгаатай гэхээр эрх зүйн одоо энэ хүү баримтчид бол мэргэжлийн хуульчийн баг бол боловсруулж боловсруулдаг байгаа. За тэгээд энэ нь болохоор ямар нэгэн бол алдаа гарахгүй мэдээж энийг бол системд оруулаад ямар нэгэн техникэл ашиглаж байгаа учраас аливаа нэг бол алдаа гарах бол магадлал байхгүй гэсэн үг. Хүн л болсон ерөнхийдөө алдаа гаргадаг. Ишлэл ч юм уу, тоо ч юм уу, эсвэл форматын хувьд бол алдаа гаргаж болно. Энэхүү ингээд технологи ашлаад хийж байгаа болохоор ямар ч алдаа гарахгүй нэгэн зэрэг бол маш олон хүнд одоо бүх хүнд бол өөрчлөх боломжтой болоод ирж байгаа гэсэн үг юм аа. За тэгээд iGrid-ийн мөн нэг давуу тал нь болохоор бид нар бол эрх зүйн баримтчид бол боломжтой бүх хөлбрээр нь бол боловсруулж өгдөг байгаа. За жишээ нь бол хөдөлмөрийн гэрээ хэрэг юм бол бид нар боломжит бүх хөлбөр буюу одоо хугацаатай, хугацаагүй, за гадаад иргэн бол яах юм, за насан туршгүй хүн байл бас яг ямар гэрээ байгуулах гэдэг нь бол таны бол ямар ч оролцоогүйгээр iGrid цэгийн платформд өөрөө ингэж хийж чаг гэсэн. Таны зөвхөн сонголт ерөөсөө бүх ингэж гэрээг хойноол ингэ угсраад явчих гэсэн. За тэгээд iGrid нь бол маш хялбар, за дээрэс нь хямдхан, за тэгээд баталгаатай, чанартай таны хууль эрх зүйн бол асуудлыг шийдэж өгөх хүйц одоо платформ бол юм аа. Мөн түнчлэн манай iGrid төслийн үйл ажиллагааны цаашгүй нэг хэсэг бол иргэдийн эрх зүйн мэдлэгийг дээшлэх зорилгоор бид нар тогтмол нийтлэл, подкаст, вебинар, за тэр мөрчлэн мэдээлэлүүд бол тогтмол бол мэдээлж бол арт иргэдэд бол хүргэдэг байгаа.
За намайг Маша гэдэг одоо экосистем компаниг 2016 онд байгуулсан. За Гамбол, Бадраагийн 2 IT-ийн экспертүүдтэйгээ хамт энэ компани үүсгэн байгуулсан. Одоогоор манайх 18 хүнтэй стартап компани. 2019 оны худалдаа ажилуулалтын техникийн шилдэг стартап энтерпренeur шагналын эзэн, 2020 оны Unread-ийн Монголын шилдэг стартапаар нийлэгдсэн. Зах зээл дээр одоо үйл ажиллагаа явуулаад 5 дахь жилтэйгээ болж байгаа. Худалдааны салбарт захим экосистемийг үүсгэн байгуулахаар ажиллаж байгаа юм стартап байна. За манай одоо экосистем компани 3 дахь төсөл одоо shop аппликейшн зах зээл дээр гараад 3 сар болж байна. 3 сарын хугацаанд 250 орчим дэлгүүрийг захимаар нэг платформонд холбоод тухайн дэлгүүрийн өөрт ойрхон 500-аас 1000 метрт байгаа радиустойгоо айл өрхөд хүргэлтийн үйлчлэг үзүүлдэг нэгдсэн платформ болоод хөгжөөд байна. Товчхондоо хэлбэл онлайн хүнсний дэлгүүрийн сүлжээ гэсэн үг. За одоо shop аппликейшнаар хэрэглэгч ороод хүнсний захиалга хийхэд тухайн захиалгад өөрт хамгийн ойрхон байгаа хүнсний дэлгүүрт очдог. За хамгийн ойрхон байгаа учраас ерөнхийдөө гэрийнхэн хажууд байгаа дэлгүүрт захиалга очиж байгаа учраас хүргэлт хамгийн хурданд очиж байгаа гэсэн үг. За нийгмийн ямар асуудал шийдэж байгаа гэхээр өмнө ийм захин платформ хүргэлтийн үйлчилгээ зөвхөн том компаниуд нэвтрүүлдэг, том сүлжээдлүүд нэвтрүүлдэг байсан бол одоо Монгол орон даяар байгаа суманд байна уу, аймагт байна уу, хотод байна уу, цусланд байна уу хамаагүй жижиг том үйл хамааран ямар ч хүнсний дэлгүүр ашиглаад захин платформ нэгдээд онлайн хүргэлтийн үйлчилгээ үзүүлждэг ийм боломж үүсэж байгаа. Дээрээс нь яг хүн хэрэглэгчтэйгээ дэлгүүр холбогдоод ирэхээр илүү өргөн үйлчилгээнүүдийн нэмж үзүүлэх болцсон. Өмнө яг зөвхөн дэлгүүртээ байгаа барааг л зардаг. Ямар барааг одоо авахыг мэдэхгүй учраас тааж одоо бараад одоо дэлгүүрийнхаа дүүргэлтийг хийдэг байсан бол одоо өөрийнхөө дэлгүүрийн ойр орчимд байгаа үйлчлүүлэгчтэй захимаар холбогдоод ирэхээр тухайн хэрэглэгчнэр юу авахыг хүсэж байгааг хүсэлтүүдийг урьдчилж аваад одоо үргэлж зарагддаг гэсэн үг. Одоо байнга эрэлт хэрэгцээтэй бараагаар дэлгүүрийнхаа дүүргэлтийг хийж болдог. Ийм эдийн засгийн үр ашиг бол гарч байгаа гэсэн үг. За цаашдаа хөгжүүлэх ажлууд бол сая одоо ковид тэгээд маш олон хүмүүс гэрээсээ ажиллах хэрэгцээ гарлаа. За олон жижиг дунд бизнесүүд гэрээсээ одоо бүтээгдэхүүн үйлчилгээ зах зээлд нийлүүлж чадахгүй байгаа. Тэгэхээр одоо бид нар танаа хороонд танаа гэрээчийн хажууд ямар жидүүгийн бизнес байна гэдгийг харуулдаг. Тухайн жидүүгийн бизнесээс өөрт хэрэгцээтэй бараа бүтээгдэхүүн захиалаад авдаг ийм болцоогоор нийж байгаа. За Монгол орон даяар бол өрхийн үйл төрлөл жижиг дунд бизнес эрхлэгч олон байна. Тэдэрт бүтээгдэхүүн үйлчилгээ хийлээж түүнийг зах зээлдээ борлуулах худалдааны орчин байхгүй байгаа. Тэгэхээр би одоо shop бол тэр хүмүүсийн худалдааны орчин болж өгнө гэсэн үг. Одоо өөрийнхөө суман дээр өөрийнхөө хороон дээр байгаа зах зээлтэй нь холбож өгнө гэсэн үг. За хөрөнгө оруулахын хувьд бол одоо shop төсөл маань өнгөрсөн 3 сарын хугацаанд 250 хүнсний дэлгүүрийг эндээ нэгтгэсэн. Одоогоор Монголын хамгийн олон салбартай хүнсний дэлгүүрийн сүлжээ болоод байна. За магадгүй 21 онд 1000 салбартай байхыг хүсэхгүй. Тэгэхээр хин хамгийн энэ зах зээлд хамгийн олон одоо хүнсний дэлгүүрийн сүлжээг байгуулж түүгээрээ улс орон даяар хүнсний одоо борлуулалт хангамжийн үйлчилгээг сонирхож байна. Тэр хүмүүс манай бизнес бол хөрөнгө оруулж хамтран ажиллах сонирхолтой байх болов уу гэж бодож байна.
Thank you to Ada Shop. We'll have Market Hub presentation. It's going to be given by Mr. Gambold, CEO of Market Hub. Gambold, are you with us?
За, сайн байцгаана уу та бүхэнд өнөөдрийн мэндийг хүргэе. За, миний нэр Gambold гэдэг Market Hub-ийн хамтран үүсгэн байгуулагч нэгэ. За, та бүхэн таг байгаа учраас өөрийн аппликейшнээ татхан сануулъя. За, манайх бол цэвэр хөрөнгөний зах зээлийн чиглэлээр үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг энэ ап байгаа. За хөрөнгөний зах зээл маань бол ерөнхийд нь яг мэдээллийн зах зээл гэж нэрлэдэг байгаа. Хөрөнгө оруулагчдын хувьд бол альва бүтээгдэхүүн үйлчлэгэнд хөрөнгө оруулалт хийхдээ тухайн хийж байгаа компанийн талаарх мэдээлэл тэгээд тэр компанитай холбоотой дата үзүүлэлтүүд мөн судалгаан дээр тулгуурлаж төв шийдвэр гаргахыг эрмэлздэг. Бид тэгвэл одоо яг энэ аппараа дамжуулаад энэ үзүүлэлтүүд үйлчлэгээнүүдийг үзүүлэхийг зорж байгаа. Мөн бусад хөрөнгөний зээлтэй холбоотой үйлчлэгээнүүдийг үзүүлэх түүнийг одоо хөрөнгө оруулалт санал болгох ийм цогц апыг бүтээхээр одоо манай баг ажиллаж байгаамаа. За өнөөдрийн байдлаар бол манай апп маань дараах байдлаар одоо зах зээл дээр нэвтрээд одоо үйл ажиллагаа явуулж байгаа. Хэрэглэгчд маань бол хэрэглээд эхэлсэн. За товчхон танилцуулах юм бол манай аппликейшнээс бол хөрөнгөний биржийн өдөр бүрийн одоо арилжааны мэдээг бол шууд авах боломжтой. Тухайн хөрөнгө оруулагч маань өөрийн сонирхож байгаа болон худалдан авч байгаа эсвэл худалдан авчихсан байгаа хугацааныхаа ханшийн мэдээлэл мөн тухайн хугацаанд хийгдэж байгаа арилжаанууд за мөн хөрөнгө оруулагчдад ирсэн байгаа авах ч юм уу зарах одоо захиалгын саналуудыг бас нэг дөр харах бүрэн боломжтой. За мөн хөрөнгөний зах зээлтэй холбоотой болон хязгаар компанийн мэдээллүүдийг бол өдөр бүр тогтмол авах бүрэн боломжтой. За мөн тухайн өдрийн одоо арилжааны дата той мэдээллийг бол харж болно. За мөн хязгаар компаниудын одоо хөрөнгөний биржээр байгаа бүх компанийн одоо санхүүгийн тайлангийн гол үзүүлэлтүүд өнгөрсөн жилүүтэй харьцуулсан байдлаар за мөн гүйцэтгэх удирдлага мөн тухайн компанийн гол хугацаа эзэмшигч нь хэн юм бэ гэдгийг харах бүрэн боломжтой. Сүүлийн үед бас иргэд маань хөрөнгөний захлыг сонирхож байгаа учраас энэ брокеринг компаниудын нэгтгэсэн мэдээллийг бид нэр бас оруулж гисэн байгаа. Мөн дээр нь бол нэг чухал одоо комплаенстай холбоотой нэг чухал мэдээллийг оруулж гисэн. Тэр нь юу гэхээр одоо яг өнөөдрийг бол компаниуд хуулийн дагуу хугацаа шийдвэрлэх хурлаа зарлж одоо өнгөрсөн оныхоо тайланг одоо хугацаа шийдвэрлэх хилцүүлэх ажил дөрөнж байна. Тэгээ энэ хуралтай холбоотой хугацаа компаниуд нь хурлаа хизээ хаана яа хийх юм, хизээ хуралдуулах юм, хурлаа ямар асуудал хийлцэх юм, мөн хурал одоо ямар өдрөөр хугацаа эзэмшилд оролцох гэдэг мэдээллүүдийг бид нар бас энэ дээр багтааж өгсөн байгаа. Энэ өнөөдөр бол манай харилцагчдын хувьд бол бас манай апыг хэрэглээд тодорхой бас сэтгэлүүдийг илгээсэн байлээ. Тэгэхээр одоо юу гэдэг нь тодорхой хэрэглэгч маань бол манай апээр таалагдж байна. Тэгээ бидэнд амжилт өгсөн. Ашиглахад маш easy байна гэдэг бас таатай урам өгсөн үгнүүдийг хэлсэн байлээ. Та бүхэн бас татаж аваад тушаал үзээрэй гэж бас хэлэх байна. За би энэ хэсэг дээр бол яг хөрөнгөний зах зээлийн боломжийг бас ярмаар байна. За өнөөдрийн байдлаар манай хөрөнгөний зах зээл маань бол нийт үнэлгээг ярих юм бол 3.5 их найдын үнэлгээтэй байгаа. За энэ бол ерөнхийдөө бол өнгөрсөн 30 жилийн туршид ерөнхийдөө хамгийн өндөр хэмжээнд хүрсэн байгаа гэсэн. За 2017 оноос хойш хөрөнгөний зах зээл дээр иргэд маань хөрөнгө оруулалтыг сонирхол маш их нэмэгдэж байгаа. Нөгөө талд компаниуд маань бас энэ зах зээлээс мөнгө татах, өөрийн бизнесээ өргөжүүлэх чиглэлээр бол хөө ажиллаж гисэн байна. Энэ нэргээд манай зах зээлийн хөгжлийг бол бас төвөгдөх ийм одоо алхам хийгцээр байна. За хамгийн сүүлийн буюу чухал мэдээлэл бол та бүхэн мэдж байгаа улсын их хурлаас сая банкны тухай хуулийн шинжилгээг баталсан. Энэ хүрээнд бол системийн одоо нөлөө бүхий банкуд маань бол нээлттэй хувьцаат компани байх болсон байгаа. Үүнтэй уялдаад бол манай иргэд маань болон гадны хөрөнгө оруулагч нар манай зах зээл рүү орж ирэх боломж бол асар их нэмэгдэж байна гэж бидний зүгээс харж байгаа. За энэ график дээр бол доотлын хэсэг дээр бол яг харагдаж байна. За өнөөдөр манай үнэлгээ бол 3.5 их найд, банкуд орж ирэх юм бол ойролцоогоор 4.4 их найдын үнэлгээ нэмэгдэхлээр 4.4 дахин одоо манай одоогийн үнэлгээ нэмэгдэж нийт нэг 11.4 их найдын үнэлэгдэх бүрэн боломжтой гэж бид нар харж байгаа. За мөн эрдэнэс хамтлаг компани бол бас манай зах зээл дээр орж ирэх юм бол манай үнэлгээ бол 10 орчим дахин нэмэгдэж 25 их найдаар үнэлэгдэх бүрэн боломжтой гэж бидний үзэж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ өөрөө эргээд манай зах зээл дээр оролцогчд болон манай энэ аппийн хэрэглэгчдийн бац хүрээг бол эрс нэмэгдүүлнэ. За хамгийн сүүлийн тоогоор ярих юм бол сүүлийн 3 жилд бол манай хөрөнгөний зах зээл дээр яг тогтмол арилжаа хийдэг хүний тоо бол дунджаар нэг 8500 болсон байгаа. Үүнийг бол өмнөх одоо онуудтай харьцуулах юм бол 2-оос 3 дахин бол өссөн ийм үзүүлэлт байлаа. Тэгэхээр одоо энэ банкуд орж ирэх дээр нь бол бас та бүхэн мэдж байгаа энэ MCS болон бусад Монголын томоохон компаниуд хөрөнгөний бирж дээр нээлттэй хувьцаат компани болно гэдгийг бол 2020 онд бол зарлцсан. За банкнуудын тухайд бол хамгийн сүүлд хас банк, төрийн банк болон хаан банкуд бол нээлттэй хувьцаа компани болох одоо ажиллагаагаа эхлүүлсэн гэдгийг бол олон нийтэд бол зарсан байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ эдгээр одоо таатай мэдээллүүд, үйл явдлууд, эрхцэн орчны шинжилгүүд маань бол манай зах зээлийг маш эерэг өсөлтөд бол нөлөөлнө. Түүнийгээ дагаа манай апын хэрэглэгчдийг бол тэр хэмжээгээр өсгөнө гэж бид харж байгаа. За бид бол цаашид юу хийхээр зорж байгаа юм бэ гэдгээр энэ дээр та бүхэн энэ дээр харуулж байна. За одоогор бол бид нэр апаараа дамжуулаад бас зах зээлд оролцож байгаа иргэдийн дансыг одоо нээх ажлууд төлөвлөгдөж байна. Үүнийг бол мэдээж бид брокеринг компаниудаа хийн. За мөн бодит арилжаа байгаа. За манай хэрэглэгчдийн хувьд сүүлийн үед бид апаараа дамжуулж арилжаа хиймээр байна гэдэг саналуудыг маш их тавьж байгаа учраас бид энэ чиглэл рүү бас ажиллагаар зорж байгаа. За дараагийн нэг алхам бол биржийн бус арилжаа. За биржийн бус маань бол сүүлийн үед биржийн шалгуурыг хангахгүй байгаа компаниуд биржийн бус зах зээл дээрээс бол хөрөнгө оруулалт татах бүрэн боломжтой. Үүнийг бол брокеринг компаниуд маань тодорхой хэмжээнд өнгөрсөн хугацаанд хэрэгжүүлээд ирсэн. Тэгвэл санхүүгийн цэцүүл хороноос бол энэ асуудлыг бол шийдсэн, журам гаргасан байгаа. Энэ журмын хүрээнд бол үндэсний арилжаа эрчим холбоон дээр энэ биржийн бус зах зээлийг нэгтгэж тухайн байгууллага бол явуулахар болсон байгаа. Энэ нь өөрөө эргээд зах зээлийн мэдээллийг төвлөрүүлэх мөн нэг дор аваачихыг алхам болж байгаа. Энэ өөрөө манай зорж байгаа философитой үндсэн нийцж байгаа учраас бид нэр энэ чиглэлээр ажиллахаар зорж байна. За мөн таамаглал болон маржин арилжаануудыг бид нэр хийхээр бас зорж байгаа. Таамаглалын үед бид нэр энийг юу гэж ойлгож байгаа вэ гэхээр гадны одоо энэ ижил төрлийн аппликейшнууд болон бусад одоо вебсайтуудад бол хөрөнгө оруулагч нарын шийдвэр гаргахад хэрэгтэй энэ одоо тухайн компанид одоо рекомендашнууд ч юм уу эсвэл одоо хавцааны айлтгууд гэх мэтлэнгийн түүсүүд байдаг. Энийг бид нар бас ап дээр хөгжүүлэхээр зорж байгаа. За энэ дээр би өөрийнхөө тухай тавчхан танилцуулъя. Миний хувьд бол market info гэдэг хөрөнгөний зах зээлийн одоо мэдээллийн сайтыг үүсгэн байгуулсан нэг. Тэгэхээр би бол одоо өнгөрсөн 5 жилийн хугацаанд энэ чиглэлээр ажиллаж байгаа. Зах зээлийн мэдээлэл хүргэх мөн одоо хөрөнгөний зах зээлийн датануудыг нэгтгэж тэрийг боловсруулж хөрөнгө оруулагчдад хүргэх зорилготой ажиллаж байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ бааз суурин дээрээ тулгуурлаад энэ market hub-ыг бол байгуулад одоо хамтран байгуулад ажиллаж байгаа. Тэгээд за ингээд миний ихтгэл ингээд дуусч байна. Та бүхэнд баярлалаа.
За Гамбол захиралтаа маш их баярлалаа. Ийм сайхан дэлгэрэнгүй танилцуулга хийсэнд. Харин одоо хамгийн сүүлчийн оролцогчийг би танилцуулах чинь энэ бол чатбот байгаа. Чатботын захирал цогцайхныг танилцуулга хийнэ үү хэмээн урьж байна.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cogcaichen. I am the CEO of the company Chatbot, and we developed a chatbot platform in Mongolian market with AI in the Mongolian language. And I want to introduce our product. And now we see our team. So especially most of our development team members are educated in foreign countries and earned good experience in information technology companies. And also in 2019, we created the Mongolian first e-commerce platform, M-Market, and which is very successful and now one of the biggest commercial e-commerce platform. And this is our traction. So right now we have cooperation with 2,900 SME companies, and also we give companies, and now we see our cooperated companies. So it's many segments. They're coming from many segments, especially financing and e-commerce, and also some other governmental companies. And many companies now customer centralized digitalization is a big trend in the international market, and we are also trying to develop that sector in Mongolian market. And we created chatbot, and now we see the levels of chatbot, which has AI functions. And level 2, we see on the level 2, so AI can understand keywords. And also we have some competitors from the Silicon Valley, and their products can understand keywords in Mongolian language just as a keywords. And we provide right now on level 3 and level 4 products, which can understand the customer questions and give complex information to the end customers. And as we know, customer centralized digitalization is a very big trend in international market, and one of the biggest member phase is Facebook. And also in Mongolia, and Facebook platform is very most used platform. And in Mongolia, here is 2.6 million users using daily Facebook Messenger, and we can provide all-in-one solution to Mongolian small and medium business, which can focus on the side of users, and so they can provide their information of products and services very easy to every users. And now we can see the problems and which we can give the solution as a solution. For example, the companies make new products or services, they can provide it to the whole customer pools, but it makes wrong decisions, etc. And we can provide customer segmentation, and through our chatbot form and chatbot web form, the business companies can make segments to customer pool. And after we can segment the customer pool, then SMEs can send to the product information very easy and to their targeted segments. And also we have live agents. For example, the customer have very complicated and complex questions, then live agents can turn on and ask the real person. And after the customers got their targeted information, then they can choose the product or service. Then we have possibility to use payment systems. In Mongolia, there is many payment systems, but QPay and Social Pay are very popular and one of the two of the biggest solutions. And for example, by QPay, the end customers already made payment to our SMEs in amount of 1.4 billion MNT. And also we are working in the Facebook, and if the Facebook user wants, then they can their real name and also the real identification to the user business companies. And also we have implemented delivery system, and right now we are working. We are already realized the cooperation with Mongol Shoten and UB Cab. Also, the SMEs can send through our chatbot to the customers, and also if the customer, I mean the companies wants to get real-time statistic analytics, we can give them the customized dashboards, and the companies can make good decisions and make analytics. And our main target is right now, our main target is in Mongolia. We have implemented our system in Mongolian market very well and successfully. So we want to enter the abroad, the international market. And in 2019, our development team attended the startup companies forum in Singapore, and what we got is whole world has started from the same point to the digitalization, digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toktsakhan, for your thorough presentation. And the fact that you have a live agent, I believe it's going to make a huge difference and make everything easy. So I would like to start the discussion. And first of all, let's hear the overall impression of the guests about our solutions. Let's start with Mr. Sam Bilig, CIO of Goland Bank.
So, very good solutions from the international way, and also the Indian Mongolian startup markets in here. And I also very impressed about the presentation from the Steve Landman about how his ideas spread out the many countries, and also the scope is so much high. So it might be the very difficult situations every time when the company enter to the every country, because of that's the culture and environment, and also that the policy and legal point of view is totally different for each country. So, especially about the developing country, so there will be definitely the kind of the regulation points that entering, especially that related to this the financial inclusion part. And also another point is like to integrating the bank and getting the support and the cooperation with the banks in each country is a very difficult situation that Steve has mentioned at the end. It seems like they still got all the cooperation and support from those companies, which means their solution got the trust from those banks. So I definitely believe that's their solution is a very good point of view in terms of the support in terms of also the further development for this financial inclusion, and especially about the social innovation part. And I also like it about he also mentioned about how he could bring the advantage for the segments, like they were like women-related business and the business that couldn't reach some part of that country. So it's also the high point for every startup that could bring in the society. So this is the current impression from the Steve, and of course the Mongolian startup companies that we have included in here, which is the chatbot and also the iGere and also the other, and those are also the like maybe the niche players in Mongolia, and of course they have the big ambition and plan strategy go abroad to getting the experience from other startup companies and to share, and also to share the current possibilities that they could provide to the other countries and other markets and segments. So also like to congratulate those companies from the Mongolia to try to bring the new new smell and new idea to the international market, and to compete with especially in the Asian countries that could bring them also another advantage, because the Mongolia has a lot of culture, the same as in most of the Asian countries. To me, that will bring them also the opportunity. So this is my point that I have received for see the presentations from the companies.
Thank you, Mr. Sandbitek. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Bilbong from Pocket.com. What is your overall impression about the solutions?
Yes, I was quite impressed with all the participants here today. I see that they have a very diverse set of solutions. They're all tackling very important topics, which is not only important in the local market, but also in the global market. And we see, lending platform, banking or money transfer platform or chats, and even stock market information, which is they're all useful. And then also, it's great to see that all these platforms already have real users, real use cases, with much more room to grow, I guess. And one thing I felt was that it would be great to see these participants sort of work together, partner up going forward, mix and match between the solutions you guys have, and then cooperate with what you don't have, and then kind of mix it together. For example, like the chatbot, for example, you can maybe ask, view like a stock market information, like what's the price of Lenderman, for example. If you type on the chat and then it comes back with the stock ticker information, something like that, it could be very nice to have a cooperation started from this cohort of participants today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for your comment. And the same question goes to Batsaya. Zach, what is your overall impression? How do you feel about these financial inclusion solutions?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, the previous two panelists said most of the things that I wanted to say. So my overall impression is really good. I mean, all these startups have existing customers and clients, so they're pretty established in terms of user traction and revenue and such. But I agree with Bill, because I can see these four companies can work together, the ways they can work together, because for example, chatbot can be implemented into Auto Shop or iGire or even Q, and also I think maybe Q can be implemented as a payment tool to e-commerce platforms and such. So if there's a way to maybe work together, I think it's a very good direction to go. So it's my impression is really good, and that's pretty much it. So thank you.
Thank you, Zach. And Mrs. Paparma?
Yes, I would like to say definitely I'm extremely, impressed with the solutions that all the participants are bringing. And we're talking about the financial inclusion, but to create this financial inclusion, we need to tackle a lot of issues. And I think KIU really, from the presentation from KIU, you could see how many issues you really have to resolve in order for someone to get the access to the finance. So therefore, I think that was incredibly very impressive presentation from KIU. And in fact, through our non-bank micro lender developing entrepreneur in Mongolia, we were also trying to establish a relationship with you maybe back in 2019 and etc. to look more into your model. So I could see a lot of synergy and development going forward together. Obviously, you have to address a lot of sort of local issues in terms of how you approach your customers, what should be the resolutions, regulations, and etc. And definitely, we can help you in that regards. Like all other guests, we spoke about how much partnership could be created among local startups, and we've specifically selected the chatbot and Odo because we felt like we've seen so many similar startups coming to us and proposing solutions, and we thought that these are the best, of course, to really address the issue of micro entities, micro shops, you know, and really reducing the cost for you know, SMEs, and particularly for micro entities to become in digital, to transfer into digital platform and all those things. And ADB is one of the key players of our ecosystem. Obviously, the legal agreements, particularly contracts between the banks and NBFIs, they take so long, so many hours. And in fact, in our last days, yesterday's presentation, Sambilik, I remember remarked about how much time you spend on legal documentations to create these loan agreements with the micro. Particularly, I think that the majority of unbanked people are still with the micro entities, and from their perspective, we think that is an incredibly important player of this ecosystem. So with all these remarks, I just wanted to say maybe we should move to some questions from the guests, to our participants, and then if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask all the participants what you want to learn more about the solutions and systems.
Yes, I definitely agree with you, Mrs. Palarma. So let's have the first round of questions from the guests, and please have the answers ready.
Maybe I could go first, and then I can just ask KIU. Did you mention which countries you operate? I think it would be good if you
headquartered in Vietnam, I heard.
And then if you can just elaborate more, a little bit more on which markets do you operate, and then what was the most preferred way of entering of any frontier markets like Mongolia, you know, Cambodia, which areas you want to, which regions you want to expand further, and maybe a little bit more how different your credit scoring compared to credit scorings from the bank's perspective. And I'm sure as a fintech company, you must rely on completely different set of indicators when you do your credit scoring as well.
We do. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for the questions. The current countries that we are in is Vietnam, Myanmar, which is a little tough right now, right? We're still there though. We're still in Myanmar. Cambodia, we're optimistic and hopeful for Myanmar. Bangladesh, the Philippines, and I said Vietnam. So we're in a little Hong Kong too, because our headquarters is Hong Kong. And so the way we enter countries is we actually start doing market research. And funny enough, my very closest friend, he was in the Peace Corps in Mongolia almost 35 years ago. So I'm not new to life in Mongolia, and I've heard great stories about Mongolia and Ulaanbaatar, so it's not a new country for me. It's really trying to understand the market. We need to understand the market. We need to understand the banking climate, right? Most countries, the banks are very conservative, right? And I'm not a big believer in P2P platforms. I think P2P platforms unfortunately create over-indebtedness and high interest rates. So I'm not a big fan of P2P, although I guess it works for some people. I just don't think it's the right ethical way to do it, right? So what is the current financial institution climate? Are there development agencies that are willing to do loan guarantees? Because we find that that's the only way really to get banks to become a little bit riskier, is to get those guarantees from like USAID or ADB or World Bank, right? Also, is the country ready for behavior change, right? It's easy to, again, like I've been in technology my whole career, and technology is the easy part of it, but changing behavior, education, and awareness as the society and the people and the business environment, are they willing to want to change the way they do things? You know, they're used to cash-based societies, and that means you're disclosing your taxes and you're having to be more transparent, but there's a lot of benefit to that as well, right? So that's how we really try to judge and decide the countries we enter. And I forgot to say Thailand. Thailand was our 6th country. And so what we did in Thailand, I also did the same thing in Sub-Sahara, is that we partnered. We found partners there to almost franchise what we do because they're local experts. They have the relationships on the ground. They know the banks. And that's a better approach for us. For me, it's the social part. For me, it's about really how can we include these micro businesses and SMEs, less about profit, but more about how we empower people to do better and get access to finance. So it's really finding the right partners.
Perfect. I think you are in the right hand because we were looking into similar solutions for a couple of years, and we exactly know what should be answered to your questions and etc. And I do definitely see how we could work together. So I'm very, very glad that ADB Ventures actually introduced you to us. And then, are you in Hong Kong, Steve?
I hope you're not in San Francisco because it's midnight there.
I know. I haven't been to San Francisco in a year and a couple of months now because of COVID, but I'm in Hanoi. I'm based in Hanoi, actually, in Vietnam.
Hanoi. Okay, got it. So
I'm actually on an island at the moment in Vietnam. So
wow.
Just to be honest, yeah.
Where it's the best place to be during COVID, no?
Yeah. I'm well protected here. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, the last question was around indicators, right? So.
Yes.
So we've done scorecards for banks that did, like Nabil Bank and Siddhartha Bank in Nepal, for instance, whom had no scorecards, right? And so we also create scorecards. We have a team of data scientists and experts. So we look at the data that's available, but a lot of what we've done, our scorecards were originally built by the World Bank and IFC. So it really fits almost every country we work in with some customization. Sorry for not answering that question.
Perfect. I think from that perspective, I'm sure that Sambilek already having some thoughts and would be interested to learn more about the credit scoring system as well as we do. And then therefore, I'm sure that we will have a long discussions beyond this session.
Great, that's fantastic. I look forward to that. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Right. I actually, that was my biggest sort of like, I really wanted to ask all these questions. So I will let the other guests to spark ask more questions and move forward. Yeah.
Please welcome guests. Sambilek, maybe you have a question. Oh, Zach, you have a question for the participants?
I was just wondering, just a quick question from Steve. How's the whole COVID situation is affecting your business? Like, is it different by countries or like, how's it looking so far?
Sure. Steve, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard the question. I was on mute. They took me off mute. You know, with the exception of the Philippines, COVID's been handled pretty well. And unfortunately, you know, Myanmar was our best performing country, actually. They had a little bit of COVID in September. And then unfortunately, the coup has really made things, it's just a horrible situation that we don't need to discuss, right? But Vietnam, we've had 2,000 cases since it started. In Cambodia, I think there's been 1,000 cases since it started. So we haven't seen much impact. The Philippines a little bit, but what we've really seen is a huge escalation in digitalization and people needing to borrow money. So, you know, I was telling someone yesterday, I've been through a few crises in my life. 9/11, I had a startup during 9/11 in the US, a few financial crises. COVID actually, honestly, we've seen massive acceleration in our revenue and our customer acquisition because of it. And it really just, I think, woke people up to what they should have already done, and it made them move faster and get it done. So it's been an interesting experience. Great question.
Thank you. Maybe other participants as well, they can answer this question because COVID-19 is impacting us all. So I'd like to give the microphone to Otoshop. Maybe how's it affecting your business?
And I also actually thought that maybe it could be interesting also for participants to ask each other question if they wanted to, because maybe it's a good session to start collaborations. But I'm not so sure if chatbot would be interested in working with KIA in other countries and etc. Why not to bring that subject as well?
Yes, Definitely agree. So
манай улам сайхнаас хариултыг авчих уу? Эрс авчих уу? Эсвэл нэг Монголоор явчих уу? За улам сайхан. Яг улам сайхан англи дээр авчих.
Okay. The whole COVID situation is good for AutoShop. For example, there's a lot of crises going on in the supermarkets and the grocery shopping marketplace, and also the SMEs who are struggling to thrive and who are struggling to exist in this era. But for the AutoShop, we are trying to help them to get online shops and to improve their sales through online channels and to exist in online and operate in online. And we made it very good. For example, in just in COVID era, we have collaborated with almost 250 shops, and some of them, maybe almost more than 80% of them are small shops, like who has no employees, only one family, and very little space. And their local shops are growing, and they are started making sales online, and that's our impact during this era.
I think before we move to other participants, my another question was for Otto was how do you handle your delivery?
We are currently developing a delivery platform called A2B, and this is going to be released in 2021, I think. And currently, we do not have any particular delivery systems, but we are developing it right now.
Okay. So it's positively affecting AutoShop. Thank God. Okay. So
chatbot,
maybe? Yeah. Who do we have from chatbot?
Okay. The impact of COVID is, of course, it makes our life very sad, and the impact is in the negative way. But Mr. Steve said the technology is a small part of the digitalization, and the main point is the difficult thing is to change the customer behavior, especially to understand and learn digital technology and devices. And maybe the COVID makes opportunity to work on it, and the people understand what is the online services. And also the Mongolian new government said they want to support the Mongolian SMEs with the cash and any other regulation, etc. And we see if the small and medium business use our chatbot, and it's very fast to stay up and make a recovery back to their good times. And we are really ready to cooperate to everyone and every parts. And also our guest said it would be very nice to cooperate the participants to each other. Also, we have also built the chatbot for iGire already, and we have also created cooperation. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, so iGire and chatbot, you're already cooperating with each other. So it's a great development of social innovation in Mongolia, I think. How about Market Hub? Market Hub.
Maybe some other questions.
Yeah, maybe some other questions from the guests, maybe. Mr. Beers and Sambizig, please feel free to ask your questions if you have any.
I have the questions, and also I have also one point that about for the order and also the chatbot, because what I feel based on the information, based on the presentation, like AutoShop, they have gave the platform for the very small grocery shops, which means just under the building, first floor of the building, which means like it also saves that transformation, maybe the kind of the things. So it's very easy solution for this kind of situation, and just to providing that the customer, which is the retail customer, to knowing that what shops just near or just under his building they have. So this is also the good idea what I see, and also it might be also the very good solution for the other countries, especially in Asian international countries. And another point for the chatbot MN is like they have providing like this platform, which is like the payment platform. They also providing like the customer service platform. They are also servicing about the like very like the account-based platform. So they have very good opportunity to extend their solution and models and functions in the future. So it's also one of the advantage of that to having this one. And we have also discussed it in Bolorma. Mrs. Bolorma has mentioned about that there is definitely the interesting points from the Steve's solutions. I mean, especially about the security scoring, how it works in other developing countries, same as like Mongolia. There will be definitely questions that related to this one and after this session. And regarding to this one, of course, as I understood, I'm sure that they have the data scientists who worked on the data analytics and real-time analytics and redundant analytics. So another point that relates to AI is like the chatbot, which means they have mentioned about in presentation about they like understanding the Mongolian language in some level, about the 86% of these things. And they also have the further improvement also the further cooperation in the international countries. That means like the first point is how their algorithm, artificial intelligence algorithm is understanding the English. I mean, the most used language, which is the English one. So I have the question from the chatbot about how you are handling this one, whether your algorithm is work on only for the Mongolian, and how is your percentage of the understanding English language for this one, because it's also very important point. Even co-working with Steve, it's the first maybe the requirement to co-working this one. So I have the questions from the chatbot about the technology and the artificial algorithm. That's the main brain of their services.
Thank you. So I want to introduce our company co-founder and CTO, Mr. Ingchelon, please.
Hello, guys. It's very honored to meet you in this event. I'm the Ingchelon, actually CTO of Chatbot and also co-founder, one of the co-founder. So thank you for this question, Mr. Sambulik. We used actually a machine learning algorithm to understand the Mongolian language. Especially, we have created a Mongolian language model, especially for Mongolian language. But we use the underlying technology like machine natural language understanding and natural language processing technique, like other global company. So we use only open source tools to create our platform. So if we have enough inquiries and text and language raw data, we can easily convert to any language. It's like a Malaysian, it's or Korean or Japanese. Also, there are many big data for many countries. So we can import and we can plug in into our platform. You can understand any kind of language, and our algorithm also focuses in the domain-specific context. So, for example, if the chatbot is used in the online shopping, the domain is very specific and small. Most users ask about a product and ask about a pricing and and ask about delivery. So the context is small. So we put the enough data for that special context. Our algorithm is very efficient to understand and handle the whole conversation. So finally, we can use our machine learning algorithm in any language. Okay, thank you.
So much, CTO of Chatbot. And I have a question from Bill. I know you worked on capital market and cryptocurrency. So do you have any question to ask from Market Hub?
From Market Hub, like I said before, you could. I was during the presentation with Market Hub, I was wondering how they were going to kind of monetize what they do, because I personally use Market Hub as well, marketinginfo.com. They kind of use data and compile market information in a very useful way, which they do very nicely. They're very good. And I was just wondering like what they were planning on doing in terms of monetization, and then kind of but it seems like they were trying to implement like trading functionalities in there. And I was also wondering if it's possible to have like a market discussions in there, because a lot of foreign markets have kind of discussion rooms with of the market participants. So it could be interesting to have in your platform as well.
Thank you, Bill. Do we have Mr. Gambolt with us, CEO of Market Hub?
За би монголоор ярьчих. За ер нь бол манай үндсэн бидний төлөвлөж байгаа орлогын их усур маань бол энэ түрүү яригдсан арилжаа болон үн цасны данс нэгтэй холбоотой шимтгэлүүдийн орлогод одоо фи аавна гэж төлөвлөж байгаа. Энэ бол нөгөө манай дээр нэгдэж орж ирсэн зах зээлийн орлогч байгууллагаас авахар төлөвлөж байна. Хоёр дараа нь бол бид нэр мэдээж advertising зарчлагаас бид нэр болох зорилготой байгаа. Яагаад гэхээр манай зах зээл дээр түрүүнд яригдсан компаниуд маань их орж байгаа, IPO гаргаж байгаа, бонд гаргаж байгаа учраас одоо орлогын өсвөрлүүд орлох бүрэн боломжтой гэж би харж байна. За мөн бид нар хэлсэн манайх бол цэвэр зах зээл төр холбоотой энэ датанууд төлсүүдийг бид нэр нэвтрүүлнэ. Энэ нь өөрөө тухайн хэрэглэгч маань өөрөө яг хөрөнгө оруулалтыг шийдвэр гаргахад нь маш easy байдлаар одоо нөлөөлөх туслах тийм нэмэлт боломжуудыг бид нар олгож энэ ап дээр оруулна. Тэгээ үүний бас финүүдийг бид нар авахар төлөвлөж байгаа. Ерөнхийдөө тийм. Гадны зах зээлийн хувьд бол бид нар одоогоор яг төлөвлөсөн юм байхгүй. Бид нар Монголтой бол хамгийн эхлээд бид нар хийх ёстой юмнуудаа зорж байгаа юмнуудаа бүгд хийснийхээ дараа гадаад зах зээлийнхээ талаар бодох болов гэж бодож байна.
Okay. Thank you. So it looks like, Bill, you're going to pay a fee now from now on. I heard you have a question from Aigire.
Yes, I have a question for Aigire. I understand that, I understand that what you offer is basically automating and simplifying legal contracts. And I guess the logical step towards the development of further automating and simplifying that is using artificial intelligence, basically machine learning AI. And I wonder if you've looked into using AI for contract issues, like for example, the IBM Watson in America is, for example, used in is used to kind of replace lawyers, I guess. And it's the AI is much faster and more efficient in finding like precedents, for example, in America. And I wonder if you've looked into using AI in contract within the Mongolian context, I guess.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, Bill, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's a great question, actually. As Mr. Toksahan from Chatbot mentioned that our first idea was to be based on AI to help people get the proper legal assistance, like asking about their legal issues and get the proper answers from the robot machine, which is based on AI. And we have worked with a chatbot from the very beginning, which is in 2019, to make it work. And we're still in progress. Actually, we can promise that we can help Mongolian users to have the 100% AI-based legal tech platform, but it's still in progress, and we're doing the research. And yeah, looking forward to working with chatbot on the progress for the platform. Yeah, I think this is the answer. So the very first idea of this initiative was to be based on AI. And yeah, I have some things to explain about IQA to the fellow participants as well, and also mention some COVID situations that helped us to make people understand about the labor agreements in Mongolia. So IQA was launched in 2019 in the late of 2019, and aims to support small and middle businesses and startups and individuals to have the legal service based on the iGrid platform. And iGrid is not a platform that has placed the templates of contracts. Actually, this is the platform that people can access and create like their own structured and very particular agreements according to their specific for their specific organization and individual needs. So while developing the platform, we also had to be one of the main players in the ecosystem, which is e-commerce and fintech and legal tech, because the users in our market, which is Mongolia, was not ready to have the legal service that is based on the platform. So we have to convince our users that you can afford your legal service on a single platform, and then what you all you need is that you have to log in and create your own account and like look through the products and select one. So we had to convince people that the legal tech is becoming making the legal service easier and affordable, especially for these startups that having for sure the tight budget for the legal systems and etc. So we've been doing this thing from the very beginning of our establishment, and fortunately, and the COVID-19 situation that nudged our project development is people started working from home, and also there is an issue of force majeure of every agreement in every organization. So
I'm sorry for the interruption. We have only 1 minute actually left to finish the discussion today. So I heard that Zach has a question from Autoshop. So let's have Zach ask the question.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So, I mean, e-commerce is definitely the hottest topic nowadays. So I just wanted to ask, I mean, there's a lot of e-commerce platforms in Mongolia and abroad as well. For example, in Mongolia, it's Shopee.mn, such as .shop, you know, there's a lot of platforms. So I just wanted to ask, how do you plan to differentiate your company and survive the competition in the long run? So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. First, we are trying to define our beachhead marketplace as in grocery shops. In Mongolia, there's no grocery shops specified marketplace in online. So we are trying to specify as a grocery shop online. And next, we are trying to expand it into SMEs, small and medium enterprises, maybe micro, small and medium enterprises, I think. And also another differentiation for us is that we are trying to make our shops as many as possible so that the shops can deliver the products from the nearest place, and it can be the fastest for our service excellence. So through the service excellence, through the faster delivery, and also the beachhead market, those three things, those three advantages are our differentiation, I think. For example, in shopping, maybe there's an only one or maybe two supermarkets, big supermarkets collaborating with the Shopee, and they are delivering groceries. But it takes maybe from 30 minutes to 2 hours. It's very too much time for only a grocery. And we are trying to make small shops, and those small shops can deliver from maybe 100 meters distance. So it can be maybe in 5 minutes to deliver their grocery to their home. It can be the biggest advantage.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for all the participants and the guests. And I'd like to ask Mrs. Botherma to have a closing remark on our financial inclusion session.
I think it has been very, very lively discussions.
Yes.
I'm sure that, whenever we talk about economic empowerment and financial inclusion, then you have extremely lively discussions.
Yes.
And so therefore, I have almost no remarks left, and because we've discussed so many topics. And in my opinion, I think Mongolia in the right way of really trying to increase the financial inclusion and economic inclusion. We've already have 15 fintech companies here in Mongolia, pretty much maybe too many, but nevertheless, I think they're expanding our services to unbanked. What we are missing in our ecosystem is really all these facilitating players like credit scoring, like B2B, supply chain, value chain based models and all those things. And I'm hoping that all the innovators here in Mongolia are listening to our discussions and making notes, and hopefully we will have also some international expertise entering into Mongolia and discussing further. And it seems like for all participants, you've got so many ways of collaborating with each other. And I hope you will create partnership through these sessions and as well as through KITE Mongolia as well. So thank you very much for all the guests and all the participants in joining our discussions. And now that's almost pretty much for our sessions. And we are moving to the main event where we are going to have awards for the participants. And for ADB Ventures, you are the guest of our program, so therefore you are excluded. And I hope you don't mind it. And then we will have a presentation of awards, and then we have, as we've promised in the morning, we have a surprise for all our audiences, and then we will have a closing remarks by ADB Mongolia, and then that will conclude today. Yes. So we are going to have a 2 minutes break.
So as Mrs. Botherma mentioned earlier, we have a surprise for you guys. We're going to announce the Best Innovation Awards now. So please, Mrs. Botherma, please present the awardees.
All right, let's go with our wonderful videos. The first award. За манай Facebook-оор явж байгаа болохоор би монголоор ярих гэж бодож байна. За одоо манай хамгийн анхны innovation solution-ыг бол innovation award-ыг одоо нийгмийн инновацийн шагналыг бол бид нэр Green Eco компанид өгж байгаа. Манай Монгол улсад хамгийн их тулгарч байгаа асуудал бол гэр хороолт байгаа одоо бохир цэвэр одоо тий жолонгийн асуудал тэгээд тэрүүнтэй холбоотойгоор гэр оролт амьдарч байгаа хүмүүсийн эрүүл мэндийн асуудал, үр хүүхдийн эрүүл мэндийн асуудал гэж байгаа тий. Тэгэхээр одоо бүр 5 6 7 дугаар модельээ хийцэн явж байгаа жолонгийн одоо шийдлүүдийг гаргаж байгаа. Тэрийг хамгийн гол нь хүртээмжтэй байхын тулд улам одоо юунууд шийдлүүдэд сайжруулад хямд болгож байгаа Green Eco Solution компанида бид хамгийн анхныхаа шилдэг инновацийн шагналыг өгмөр байна.
Тэгвэл бүгдээрээ дараагийнхаа
шагналыг явуулъя. Арай орж амжаагүй ах шиг байна. Тэгээд манай залуучууд холбогдоод за дэлгөөнө. За шагнал авсан байгаа. Дэлгөөн
ямар сайхан байсан маш их баярлалаа. Би яг машинаараа одоо машинаар явж байгаа байхгүй. Тэгээд гинцээ баярлалаа. Юу ялаа баярлалаа бүгдээ. Энэ видео нь харин миний арай орохгүй ах шиг байна. Ажиллахгүй ах шиг байна. Юу ажиллаж ах шиг байна тий. Сонсогдож байгаа.
Eco Solution да баяр хүргэе. Манай шилдэг инновацийн нийгмийн асуудлыг шийдэж байгаа хамгийн чухал асуудлыг шийдэж байгаа гэдэг анхны одоо шагналыг авч байна. За дараагийнхаа шагналд оръё.
Их баярлалаа. За та бүгдэнд амжилт хүсье. Баярлалаа.
Баяр хүргэе. Баярлалаа.
За манай дараагийн шагналыг бол манай Deep-Tech олон улсын оролцогч нараас бид нар Deep Tech-ийг сонгосон байгаа. Сонгосон шалтгаан нь нэгдүгээрт одоо ковидын энэ үед бол яг энэ радиолог, цээжний зураг тийм ээ. Тэрнээс цаашаад ковидыг даваа явах юм бол сүрьегийн асуудлууд те. Тэгээ энэ их асуудлуудыг шийдэхэд одоо эмчнэр одоо эмчилгээний ажилчдын одоо хомсдол бол маш их садаа болдог. Тэгээ энэ болгоныг одоо хиймэл оюун ухаанаар шийдсэн Deep-Tech компанида бол бид нар дараагийнхаа шилдэг инновацийн шагналыг өгч байна.
Congratulations Mr. Ajit. The best innovation award.
Thank you so much.
1 minute of remarks of the award, of your impressions. I hope it was a surprise for you guys as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the award, and thank you so much for involving us. It was indeed a pleasure to be here with you all and listen to all the suggestions, comments from all the experts. And I think Mongolia is a country in my heart, and I have very good Mongolian friends. I'm hoping to come, looking forward to be in Mongolia and meet up you all as well at some times. So thank you so much. Really appreciate this recognition. Thank you. And I'm hoping that I can establish some partnerships in Mongolia as we discussed.
Welcome to Mongolia, Mr. Ajit. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We are already working on and thinking about how we can bring this wonderful solution to Mongolia, who we should approach, because it is resolving a lot of issues here in Mongolia as well. So thank you, Ajit. And India is also in our hearts as well. Thank you. So our third award, we are going to present now our third award.
So thank you for the award. I really did not expect to have this honor. It was really nice to meet all the expertise and even really amazing businesses from other countries like India and also in Mongolia. I will take this honor for this for the award as an encouragement to do our business of making the jobs for the disabilities, and a way of saying that we have to go farther and faster. So thank you very much for this, and I had an amazing time, and I will look forward to meet you all in Mongolian soon. Thank you.
За манай 3 дахь шагналыг авсан KITE гэж Солонгосын стартап компани байгаа. Шагнал авсан шалтгаан нь бол хамгийн эмзэг бүлгийн асуудлыг хамгийн хялбар байдлаар шийдээд тэгээ тэрийг хамгийн гол нь аль ч оронд хэрэглэж болох ийм шийдэл гаргасанд нь бидний шагналыг өгж байгаа. Ер нь бол эмзэг бүлэгт хандсан яг ийм үйлчилгээнүүд бол их ховор байдаг. Тэгээ энүүн дээр ингэж сайхан зөв шийдлийг гаргасанд бол тэгээ Монголд ч гэсэн бид нар бас бол Korea Asia зов дээр бол хэд хэдэн одоо партнерууд бидний санаанд орж байна. Тэгээ болж өгвөл бид нар тэднэртэйгээ холбож өгөхийг болно гэж бодож байгаа. За манай хамгийн сүүлийн шагналыг цөмөөрөө танилцуулъя. За одоо шопыг яагаад шагнаснаа бид нар бас хэлье гэж бодож байгаа. Тэгээд гүйцэтгэх захирал цогцоохон Маша захиралтаа бид нар үг хэлэх завшаа олгоё гэж бодож байна.
Анх удаа энэ төсөл маань олон улсад олон хүмүүстээс дэмжлэг авсан тул их баяртай байна. Дөнгөж байгууллагад одоо энэ төсөл маань гараас гараад 3 сар болж байна. Гэтэ ингээд таард бүтээс ингээд дэмжлэг авч чадвал их баяртай байна. Баярлалаа. Тэрийн дагуу бид бүхэн яг одоо нийгмийн инновацийн KITE сангийн тухай сонсох байгаа. Ингээд болмаа захирлыг KITE сангийн талаар мэдээлэл өгнө гэж урьж байна.
За бид KITE нийгмийн инновацийн 7 хоногийг 4 хоног маш амжилттай үргэлжлүүллээ. Эхний 3 хоногийн үзэлтүүд бол 3000 гараа явж байгаа. Өнөөдрийн сешнийхаа монгол хэл дээр явж байгаа болохоор харцсангуу бас үзэх хүмүүс сүүн байгаад ах шиг байна. Англи хэл дээр явж байгаа болохоор тэгэхээр өглөө бид нар энэ нээлтээ хийж байхдаа хэд хэдэн зорилго тавьж байгаа тухай ярьсан байгаа. За тэрний нэг нь бол хувийн сектор, бусад оронд нийгмийн инновац, ер нь одоо инновац гэж ярихтэй ажлыг бий болгох энэ болгонд бол гарцаагүй түүчилж явах хэрэгтэй гэж боддог. За ялангуяа нийгмийн инновац одоо энийг бол дэмжихэд бол philanthropy хөрөнгө оруулалт буюу одоо нөлөөлөхийн хөрөнгө оруулалтын ийм одоо тусгай одоо хөрөнгө оруулалтын одоо юм asset class гэж хэлбэр л дээ. Тэгээ нэг хэсэг өөр хэлбэр орж ирэх хэрэгтэй байгаад байдаг. Тэгээ манай Монголд бол энэ үнэхээр одоо дутагдж байгаа. Тэгэхээр бид нар тэр дутагдж байгаа тэр хэсгийг эхлүүлэх, бусад хувийн секторынхаа уриалах ийм зорилгоор бол одоо KITE нийгмийн инновацийн сан гэж байгуулж байгаа. За энэ манай KITE нийгмийн инновацийн сан бол одоо сайн дурын одоо өөрсдийнхөө нийгмийн хариуцлагын хүрээнд дэмжиж одоо грант олгосон энэ компаниудаа бид нар бол одоо дурдаад тэгээд нийтдээ бид нар бол 100 сая төгрөгийн сан байгуулъя гэж бодсон байгаа. Одоогийн байдлаар манай тэр сан маань бас тавьсан төлөвлөгөөнөөсөө бол даваа явж байгаа. Тэгээд одоо энэ инновацийн санг байгуулсан энэ компаниудаа дуртхан зүйтэй авах гэж бодож байна. За сүнжээ эхнийхээ бүх компаниудаа бүгднийг сайхан дурдаа явуучих гэж бодож байна.
За тэгье. За ингээд бидэнтэй хамтарч ажилласан дэмжигч байгууллагуудаа бид маш их талархаж байна. Үүнээс дурдахад бол Голомт банк, Апо компани, KITE Mongolia, Premium Group, Green Group, USB Lab-ын захирал буян жаргал бас зочноор оролцож байсан. Танд бас их маш их баярлалаа. Ингээд дэм банк бас санхүүгийн байгууллага мөн дэмжигч байгууллагаар оролцсон. Та бүхэндээ бид маш их талархаж байна. Энэ 4 хоногийн турш та бүхэндээс талархлаа илэрхийлсээр л байгаа шүү.
За энэ бол манай Монголын хамгийн анхны одоо нөлөөллийн одоо хөрөнгө оруулалт гэж хэлдэг. Тэрний бол маш жижигхэн үрэн болох юм аа. Тэгээ энэ үрээ суулгаад бид нар үнэхээр энэ одоо нийгмийн инновац ер нь бол Монголын одоо хамгийн нийгмийн асуудлуудыг шийдэхэд хувийн сектор өөрөө түүчээлэх ёстой гэдэг энэ анхны алхуудыг бол хийн гэж бодож байгаа. За манайх яг энэ сангаа байгуулалтаа бас нэг жоохон хугацаанд одоо өнөөдөр зарлах учраас бас нэг хугацаа тавьсан байсан учраас зарим нэгэн компаниуд бол тэр хугацаанаас хойш орж ирсэн байгаа. Тэгэхээр энэ сан маань өөрөө цаашаа өргөжөж явж байгаа шүү. Энэ сантайгаа адилхан та бүгдийн үр бүтээл, амжилт, компани чин амжилт, ажилчдын чин амьдрал бүгдээрээ аз жаргалаар дүүрэн сайхан байх болтугай гэж бодож байна. За ингээд цөмөрөө анхныхаа KITE нийгмийн инновацийн сангаа үлгэдэж авлаа. За бүгдээрэнд нь баяр хүргэе. Баярлалаа.
Баяр хүргэе. Ингээд хөтөлбөрийн дагуу бид 4 хоногийн турш явуулсан нийгмийн инновацийн 7 хоног 2021 арга хэмжээ маань өндөрлөх төгсөж байна. Bitter sweet байна гэж англиар ярьдаг. Сайхан байна. Гэхдээ бас жоохон сайд байна. 4 хоногийн турш энэ сайхан арга хэмжээгээ ингээд манай багийнхан зохион байгууллаа. Захиралдаа баяр хүргэе. Тэгэхээр хамгийн сүүлийн closing remark-ийг хэлж хэмээн
Азийн хөгжлийн банкны дэд захирал План Маги таныг үгээ хэлнэ үү хэмээн урьж байна.
Thank you all, and thank you, Balma. It's good to see you. And it was, I have to be honest with you, it was a real pleasure to be able to sit in and listen to some of the presentations, some of the feedback from the experts, and some of the discussion that was happening. It did make me feel a little bit that I was in the wrong job. A lot of you were doing such exciting things, but it was certainly a real pleasure for me to be able to sit in and listen to all of that. So I'm very honored now to be providing closing remarks today for what really has been a fantastic week of events, activities, and innovation. So the week has gone on for 4 days with 23 startups participating, 17 of those from Mongolia, which we're delighted to see, but also others from Korea, from India and Japan, and it's great to have them involved as well. It's been a fascinating week with innovations covering agriculture, education, healthcare, water and energy savings, women economic empowerment, youth empowerment and financial inclusion. I heard loads of fantastic ideas, some of the telemedicine stuff that I was listening to earlier, some of the education stuff, the work on people with disabilities, all fantastic. There was even talking about making lawyers redundant, which I definitely listened to with a lot of interest. I'm not a lawyer myself, and of course I find lawyers very, very valuable, but that did perk up my interest at one point. I suppose I just got to hope that my own profession doesn't become overtaken with all of these things as well. But on a serious note, I would like to thank all of these startups for their efforts and their energy. It was made the week very rich indeed. We also had more than 20 expert guests with extensive sectoral experience, and they were able to share their expertise, their experience to the startups, and they shared invaluable lessons covering operations, services, management, and so on. There's been more than 3,000 views. That was just over the first 3 days. I imagine today that will have even expanded further via Facebook, Zoom, and club meetings, demonstrating the significant interest and need for social innovation in the current environment. The objectives of the week were really to raise awareness of social innovation and startups in resolving development issues, to activate successful social public-private partnerships, including philanthropy capital, to build and sustain a platform for partnerships for social innovation and startup ecosystems, to motivate and engage entrepreneurs in social innovation, and to create international partnerships and open opportunities for startups in Mongolia to expand markets, investments, and expertise, and vice versa. I think it's really, really been incredibly successful at achieving that. I think what we can say is there's great enthusiasm from the public sector, from NGOs to support such initiatives. The ecosystem for social innovation in Mongolia is obviously at its early stages, but it's gathering importance and interest from the private sector, from the public sector, from development partners such as UNDP, JICA, and others, ADB, of course. There is a need to create a roadmap for digital transition in education to ensure inclusive and quality education, particularly during and beyond COVID-19. There is still a significant financing gap to support such innovations and to support ecosystem development. But I think what I've seen is that this has created a lot of partnerships and connections involving ADB Ventures, Underdogs, UB City Science, Industry and Innovation Agency, JICA, UNDP, and all of the startups that have been involved. The first ever philanthropy evergreen fund has been created with the support of the Mongolian private sector, and this is also a hugely important step towards social innovation. So I'd like to finish by thanking everyone for their active participation. I would like to extend a huge appreciation to all the startups, the experts, and the representatives of the public sector, the private sector, and development partners. I'm very grateful to KITE Mongolia and to Balma particularly for all her energy, efforts, and dedication to make all of this a success. I would like to thank the ADB Ventures team for their efforts in supporting highly innovative and high impact startups. We are very happy to see such initiatives in Mongolia, and as ADB, we look very much forward to their further development and success. Thank you all and have a great weekend.
Thank you, Declan, for wonderful closing notes. And I have to note that we are celebrating 30 years of ADB being with Mongolia and helping us to resolve many social issues in education and healthcare and financial inclusion, in policy making, and guiding us through the difficult times of 90s, as well as supporting us through the growth period of 2010. So we are very, very happy to have a support from ADB Mongolia in making this happen, in making this event happen, as well as continued support from them in bringing ADB Ventures into Mongolia, in making our partnership to work, and then continued support in our policy making with the aim of creation of more jobs, better innovations, supporting non-mining sector, and helping us to diversify our economy. And through diversification of our economy, helping to resolve our social and economic issues that country faces. Thank you very much for Declan for your closing remark. I think you are incredible, and your passion for Mongolia to improving Mongolia's economic and social issues is incredible, and your energy is also very infectious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ADB Ventures and all the supporting organizations. Thank you all to all the guests and participants. With that note, we're closing our session, we're closing our event today, and it was a very successful event, and we hope you enjoyed the sessions as well.
And I'm going to make a few remarks in Mongolian because this is a live event. За өнөөдрийн хэлцүүлэг маань тэр чигээрээ баг англиар явчлаа. За тэгэхээр миний хэлдэг нэг үг байдаг. Хэлэхгүй бол хүлгүй тий. Тэгэхээр залуучууд маань хэлээ сайжруулаарай. Иймэрхүү ивентэд ороход заавал хэл хэрэгтэй. Гадагшаа гарыг гэж бодож байгаа бол хэл хэрэгтэй. Өндөр цалинтай ажилд орж IT компанид ажиллая гэвэл хэл хэрэгтэй. Ер нь бол хэлгүй бол хөлгүй учраас цөмөрөө энэ хэл дээр бас анхаарах хэрэгтэй хаа гэж бодож байна. За энэ 4 хоног маань маш эрчимтэй, маш сайхан үргэлжлэлээ. Маш олон партнершипуд бий болсон байгаа. Өнөөдрийн уулзалтаар гэхэд л за залуучуудтай хамтрах ажил дээр чи хамтрая гэдэг одоо Claritas компаниас санал ирж байна тий. Бид нар өөртөө хувь заяаны эзэд юм аа. Бид нар өөрсдөө өөдрөг байж, бид нар өөрсдөө шийдэл хайж, бид нар өөрсдөө тулгарч байгаа асуудлыгаа том жижиг гэж ялахгүйгээр эхнийхээ алхмыг хийж уршаа явах нь хамгийн чухал байгаа даамаа. За стартап компаниуд инновацийнхантай хандаж хамтын ажиллагаа бидний хувьд бол хамгийн чухлаа. Бид нар бол маш жижиг эдийн засагтай өсөж байгаа эдийн орон гэдгийг санаж ах хэвээр. Тэгэхээр хамтдаа гадаадын зах зээлд гарыг гэж байгаа бол зах зээлээ тэлье гэж байгаа бол өөрсдийнхөө одоо зах зээл дээр тэргүүлэгч болъё гэж байгаа бол хамтын ажиллагаа хамгийн чухал юм байна. За бид нар бол ингээд уулзалт болгоныхаа дараа хэлцүүлэг болгоныхаа дараа бүх юм ярьж амждаггүй учраас Clubhouse meeting хийдэг байгаа. Clubhouse meeting нь бол энэ форум маань одоо тийм нээлттэй чөлөөтэй үргэлжлүүлэл. Тэгээ тэн дээр бол орж ирсэн хүн болгон өөрсдөө компанийн тухай ярьж болж байгаа, асуудлуудаа ярьж болж байгаа юм тий. Тэгээ тэн дээр санамсаргүй байдлаар маш их сонирхолтой хүмүүс орж ирдэг байгаа. Түрүүний бид нар санхүүгийн одоо ногоо эдийн засгийг ярьж байхад бол ногоо эдийн засгаар ажиллаж байгаа зөндөө олон их сонирхолтой хүмүүс орж ирж байсан. Яг гадаадад ажиллаж байгаа залуучууд маань орж зөвлөгөө өгж ирсэн. За боловсролын тухай ярьж байхад одоо манай яг одоо Microsoft-д боловсролын энэ хүртээмжтэй байдлыг одоо хариуцдаг залуу эмэгтэй орж ирж байсан Монгол бүсгүй заяа гэдэг. Тэгээ бас ингээд манай IT компанийн зөвлөгөө өгж ирсэн. За өчигдөр санхүүгийн хилцүүлгийг явж байхад бол одоо Люксембургт ажиллаж байгаа, Нью-Йоркт ажиллаж байгаа банкирууд орж ирээд одоо манай шинэ үеийнхэн гэж хэлээ те. Тэд нар маань орж ирээд бүгдээрэнд нь маш сайхан шинэ мэдээлэл зах зээл рүү яаж гарах вэ? Хөрөнгө оруулагч нар юу харж байгаа гэдгийг бол бүгдээрээ ярьсан байгаа. За тэгэхээр өнөөдрийн Clubhouse-ыг бол бид нар маргааш шилжүүлсэн байгаа. Маргааш бид нар бүгдээрээ орой 7-8 цагаас Clubhouse-та уулзъя. Бид нар нөлөөлөхийн хөрөнгө оруулалт гэж нэрсэн байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл тэр нь энэ бүх юмыг зангидж байгаа учраас Clubhouse-та бид нараас орж ирнэ гэж бодож байна. За бид бүгдийг ингээд сонсоод 4 хоног бидэртэй хамт байсан. Та бүхэндээ амжилт, аз жаргал, ирж буй үхэр жилдээ бүгдээрээ ковидыг даван туулж улам мундаг хүчтэй болж гарч ирэхин төлөө энэ ерөөлийг дэвшүүлж байна. За бүгдээрэнд нь маш их баярлалаа. Thank you all our supporters and ADB Ventures and JICA, UNDP Lab, who we also have not mentioned.
Голомт Bank, Apple Company, UST Lab, Green Group, Premium Group, DEM, GCR Mongolia,
and UB Innovation, UB Science Innovation and Agency as well.
TOS, Mongolian Sustainable Financial Association.
Exactly.
Right?
And each of these organizations actually providing us some support in creating mechanisms where we cannot reach, where we cannot provide our commercial capital. They're going to expand some of our financing help as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.